The story of after being deported from the country, I became the fourth enchanter in the world begins in darkness, as a man wonders whether he has already died. In his final moments he is struck by a truck, ending 30 years of a life in which he never found any real talent or aptitude. For the last 15 years he had only kept working to avoid starving, and the whole thing feels like a cruel joke. Then a woman's voice cuts through the void, calling out for Lord Jink. Confused, the man insists that is not his name, yet the call comes again and again as someone tries to pull him back. A maid in a white headscarf leans over him in relief, overjoyed that Lord Jink has finally woken. She explains that he suddenly collapsed in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. Then her joy turns to grief as she covers her face and sobs that not only has the prince dismissed him from the guard, but the master has even announced that he is to be exiled. She frets that her heart might burst open from the news and starts to rush for a doctor. Still shaken and disoriented, the young man stops her, admitting he is confused from the shock and asking where he is and who he even is. Memory rushes back. His name is Jink Nonland, the 14-year-old heir of Duke Nonland. From an early age he has been one of the guards, or more like one of the followers, of the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Rosalta. Today, however, the prince personally cast him out with a final order never to show his face before him again. The Nonland house has always been famed for producing great spearmen, yet Jink has absolutely zero talent with spears. Pressured by that reputation he fell into delinquency, and his usual behavior is terrible. Kneeling in the grand hall with a spear across his lap, he can only click his tongue in bitter frustration as the prince towers over him. And other nobles look on. Sitting on the bed, Jink realizes he now holds two sets of memories. His previous life's memories as Jinkaro are being restored, and they gradually come flooding back. He understands that the Crown Prince finally ran out of patience, and that this delinquent heir is the kind of person he has transmigrated into. It seems Jinkaro's calmer personality is coming out strongly now. The maid notices that Lord Jink feels gentler today and wonders if the collapse changed him. Meanwhile, Jink reflects that reincarnation was something he had only read about in novels, yet it truly exists. Then the word exiled finally hits him. Eyes wide, Jink asks Elsa if she really said he was exiled. She confirms it. Once the master heard that His Highness the Crown Prince had dismissed Jink from the guard, he disowned him the spot. On top of stripping him of his nobility, the master gave him only 1 month to leave the country. Worse still, Lord Esther has already been chosen as the new successor. Jink falls silent as Elsa covers her face and sobs that it is all too cruel. Jink already understands what exile means. Once he leaves the capital, the world beyond is full of monsters, dragons, orcs, goblins, and worse sentence. He has reincarnated as an outcast, and he dryly notes that such misfortune fits his life. Still, he does not freeze forever. He decides he should at least get dressed, then turns to Elsa and asks if she can help him. The request startles her completely. As Elsa stands before him, a floating window suddenly appears over her, labeling her level 18 with the job of maid. Jink freezes and blurts out her name, asking what that display is and whether something is on her face. She has no idea what he means, so he pretends he was only imagining things. Realizing he seems to be the only one who can see it, he stares at the game-like status screen in shock while Elsa wipes her tears and looks puzzled. When he focuses harder, the window sharpens. Elsa's full status appears level 18 maid, full health, and a tiny pool of magic, with strong aptitudes in cleaning, laundry, sewing, and childcare. Jink confirms he can see it clearly. He has heard of something like this. People who appear in this world extremely rarely, known as owners of magic eyes. Sweating with excitement and nerves, he wonders if he could be the same as them. Next he tries turning the ability on himself, asking whether he can view his own status. A window flickers into view, but the text is still blurry and hard to read. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to concentrate again and again, hoping that repeated use will strengthen the skill the way it works in games. Elsa watches him struggle, baffled, while he clenches his fists and pushes the magic eyes harder. At last his own status snaps into focus. Jink is level 9, at age 14, with solid health and magic, low spearmanship, and a gift called Item Box Extra Large. His title is Nonland's Outcast. Letter grades mark his aptitudes, swordsmanship S, spearmanship and polearms both F, while several magic schools and body skills sit much higher. He notes that spearmanship is only level 1, and concludes it will not improve no matter how much time he wastes on it. Elsa calls out to him, still confused by his strange behavior as he studies the floating screen. Reading further, Jink is stunned to see enchantment ranked S. Swordsmanship is also S, yet spearmanship and polearms remain F. His magic aptitudes include Fire B, Water S, Wind B, Earth A, Recovery S. Inherent skill appraisal is what lets him view S status screens like this. Imagining himself swinging a staff, casting water magic, and mastering enchantment, he starts to grasp just how different his true strengths are from the spear path the Nonland house forced on him. The revelation hits him hard. He has heard there are only 3 enchanters in the whole world. So does that mean he is now the 4th? Elsa panics and asks what has come over him, while his stomach rumbles loudly at the worst possible moment. Embarrassed, he tells her to forget what just happened. Still, the fire inside him does not die. With an ability that can strengthen all kinds of things, he believes he can actually make this work, and survive in this world. A knock comes at the door. A younger boy with a spear greets him politely as elder brother. This is Esther, Jink's little brother and one of his few supporters in the house. Esther admits he was powerless this time. Everything was beyond his control. Still, he has come to see Jink and at least brought money and a spear to help. Looking at the earnest boy, Jink softens despite everything. Jink asks if Esther can sell the personal belongings he no longer needs. since merchants will not want to deal with him after he lost his noble rank. As for the money, he accepts it, but he refuses the spear, calling it a waste in his talentless hands and saying Esther's feelings behind the gift are enough. The next day, he has Esther use the funds to gather travel goods from a list he will write before leaving. Esther understands and asks if there is anything else. Soon after, the room is packed with crates, barrels, swords, and supplies. Esther reports that everything on his brother's list has been delivered, and a crowd of servants has helped haul it all in. Jink dryly notes that House Nonlands clearly has a bright future with so many hands available. When Esther worries about transporting so much alone, Jink puts a finger to his lips and says he is only telling this to him, then asks everyone to clear the room until he is done putting the luggage away. Alone with Esther, Jink warns him not to tell anyone about what he is about to do until after he has left the country, not even their father. Then he reaches toward the stacked luggage and with a sharp motion, makes the supplies vanish into thin air. Esther can only stare and call out to his elder brother in stunned disbelief. A glowing portal of runes opens before them. Esther gasps that this is the item box skill, an extremely rare ability. Jink claims he has kept it secret from everyone, then casually admits he only found out about it himself the day before. He explains that he can toss just about anything inside to carry it around. Esther asks if he can look inside. Jink agrees, warning him to be careful, and the younger boy eagerly leans toward the light. Inside the dimensional space, Esther is overwhelmed. The item box is humongous. Using appraisal, Jink quietly checks his brother's status and learns Esther is level 11 at age 12, already strong with spearmanship, and also carries a gift of item box, though only the small version. Esther does not seem aware of his own gift. Jink wants to tell him, yet decides for now to keep quiet about both his appraisal ability and that secret. Back in the room, Jink carefully asks Esther for a small bottle of his blood. Not as an order, but for something along the lines of a contract. Esther immediately agrees, eager to help if his elder brother desires it. Jink thanks him and next asks him to come along to the Adventurers Guild so he can register, explaining that people will not want to associate with him alone anymore. Watching how readily Esther obeys, Jink privately notes how remarkably obedient his little brother is. Walking through the town streets in fine clothes, the brothers draw stares and whispers. Townsfolk recognize Duke Nonland's disgraced son and mutter that exile serves him for truth. Jink already knew he was hated, but hearing it out loud still stings. He tells himself it cannot be helped. Esther frets and urges him not to listen to that kind of slander as they continue toward the guild. Memories of the old Jink surface, the talentless, indulgent heir who used his status as a shield and took a violent attitude toward commoners. Battered by those insults, he wonders why Esther still looks up to a brother like him. He can understand Elsa's loyalty, since she was his wet nurse and has cared for him since childhood, but nothing about Esther's devotion comes to mind. Soon after, they arrive at the bustling Adventurers Guild. At the reception desk, a blonde guild receptionist confirms the paperwork in a completely monotone voice and asks if he wants an explanation of how the guild works. When he agrees, she has him drop a bit of blood onto a guild card, which will make him an official G-rank adventurer. She rattles through ranks from G to SS and the rules for accepting commissions so quickly that Jink privately notes she really wants him out of there. Nearby adventurers whisper while Esther stands by. Now that he has a job as well, Jink returns to the estate grounds and decides to do sword training until dinner. His status already told him his talent is better for the sword than the spear, and he swings with growing confidence. If he had figured out his own aptitudes earlier, he is sure his life would have been different. Still, the past cannot be rewritten, only the path ahead. With a powerful slash, he cuts a training dummy clean apart, straw flying as the pieces hit the ground. Amazed by how light his body feels, he marvels that this is a 14-year-old physique. After a bit more work he pauses, realizing that only Esther's present is left among the things he still needs to deal with. Reviewing his aptitudes again, Jink notes that he has skills for both enchantment and alchemy. With those and using Esther's blood, he decides he will transmute something good for his brother. He plans to study magic after dinner. Later, in the Nonland estate dining room, family head Gordon Nonland sits at the long table and coldly begins a conversation with Jink, making it clear he hopes his son already understands what is coming. Gordon states that tonight is the last dinner, and that tomorrow Jink will leave this place. Jink simply says he understands. When his father mentions hearing he was training with the search earlier and asks if there is a problem, Jink denies any issue. Then he excuses himself, saying he must make preparations for tomorrow, and walks out under Gordon's silent, hard stare. Back in his room, Jink lays out a full set of adventurer gear on the bed: shirt, pants, boots, chestplate, gloves, goggles, and cloak. Reading that the level of an enchantment matches the current level of the skill, he notes his enchantment is only level 3 for now. Still, he hurries to enchant each piece with body reinforcement +3. Added to his base body reinforcement value of 25, the gear will bring him to a total of 27. With everything enchanted, wearing the full set will raise his body reinforcement level to 52. Exhausted by the heavy drain of enchanting, he sways on his feet and downs a mana potion to recover. Looking forward to testing the effect tomorrow, he then turns to Esther's gift. He has already sold most of his personal belongings, so he starts thinking about what kind of alchemy materials would make the best present for his brother. The next day, at the west gate of the royal capital Luda, Esther and Elsa see him off as far as they are allowed. Jink thanks them both and Elsa tearfully begs Lord Jink to stay safe. Alone beyond that point, he recalls that the spear from his grandfather is made of mithril. He decides to turn the spearhead into an ingot to supplement his funds and figures out what to do with the shaft. Before long, the work is done. Before parting, Jink hands Esther a magical card in a small box, as thanks for helping with so many things. He tells his brother to secretly drop some blood onto the card later, and to open the box only after he has left the country. He is sure both will come in handy. Esther stares at the gifts in surprise while Jink pats his shoulder and walks on. Turning back toward the gate, Jink raises a hand and calls for the two of them to be well. Esther breaks into tears and begs his brother to stay safe too, praying for a safe journey from the bottom of his heart. Elsa stands behind the boy, holding her breath as she watches their master walk away. Beyond the walls, open fields and distant mountains stretch under a bright sky. Jink looks back with a small smile and decides that from here on is his true beginning. Without hesitation he breaks into a run, declaring that it all starts here. His first goal is to reach the border. Mapping the route in his head, he plans 2 days on foot to the post town of Rio, then another 4 days through Belche County to Morbit's March, before continuing on. Normally a traveler would camp out one night before Rio, but camping alone is still too dangerous for him right now. Crouching into a sprint, he wonders how far his enchant-boosted body reinforcement will actually take him. The enchanted gear surges through him. He rockets forward so fast, he nearly leaves the ground, cape whipping behind him. This is way better than he expected. At this speed, he might even reach Rio within the day. 1 hour later he is still running without getting out of breath at all, marveling that enchanting is such a broken skill. Then the road turns grim. Ahead lies a wrecked cart and the bodies of travelers, one slumped against a wheel, another sprawled on the ground with arrows and blood staining the dirt. A horse stands nearby as Jink freezes at the massacre. The sight of the corpses hits him hard and he screams, nearly sick. Forcing himself to calm down, he wishes there were an enchantment to reinforce mental health as well. Still shaken, he leaves the scene and continues through the trees, breathing hard as leaves rustle around him. Suddenly goblins drop from above with knives and axes, shrieking as they attack. Jink whirls with his sword and realizes these must have been the ones who slaughtered the travelers. Drawing steel, he braces for his first real fight. He cuts through them in a single devastating slash, sending goblin bodies flying. Using appraisal mid-battle, he sees they are only rank G with body reinforcement at level 8, far below his enchanted strength. Unless he lets his guard down, these monsters are no real threat. One goblin still comes at him, but Jink's body moves before he can think. He flips over the attacker, sword flashing, and cuts the creature down. Shocked by his own instinctive response, he lands and smashes another foe aside as the pack keeps coming. Breathing hard but never slowing, Jink tears through the remaining goblins with sweeping slashes. Cape flaring, blade biting, he drives the monsters back and declares that this is the power of enchantment. On the open road beyond the capital, the 4th enchanter in the world begins to prove he can survive. After the fight, Jink sits against a tree and checks his status. The goblin battle has pushed him to level 15 as a G-rank adventurer, with full health and magic, swordsmanship climbing to 11, and body reinforcement at 27. He grins that he can level up properly now. Cast out and exiled or not, he tells himself to bring it on. With these abilities he will go as far as he can. The smell of flesh and blood still hangs over the fallen, and he forces himself to accept that such horror is an everyday thing in this world. Standing amongst the corpses, he tries to collect himself with happier thoughts. Chapter 2 opens on the power of enchantment. Jink has survived his first battle. With a long sigh, he finally calms down a bit. He takes gear from the dead travelers, noting that in this world it is not a crime to claim things from people killed by monsters. If left alone, monsters would only steal them later. Returning remains to the guild might earn a family reward, but he would rather leave the country as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he steels himself and starts dissecting the goblins, telling himself he needs to get used to the work, wearing goggles and grimacing. He harvests goblin ears and the magic stones near their hearts as subjugation proof for the guild. It would suck to be the laughingstock of an adventurer who cannot even dissect monsters, he tells himself. Familiarity is a terrifying thing. By the next morning, after more fights with goblins and kobolds on the road, he arrives at the post town of Rio, already used to battle. Checking his status again, Jink finds he has climbed to level 20, with swordsmanship at 16, body reinforcement at 30, and enchantment now at level 8. Because a piece of equipment can only be enchanted once, he had prepared a bunch of extra swords. Pleased with his progress, he pulls a blade from his item box and starts enchanting it. The new sword flares with light as swordsmanship +8 settles into the blade. Satisfied, he stores his old sword as a backup. 1 day later, he has already reached Morbit's March in the eastern forest region, where adventurers and travelers gather near the mountains. Far faster progress than the long walking route he first planned. Morbiburg, the city of Morbit's March, is nearby, but Jink will not make it there today. He settles at an adventurer rest spot, drinks a mana potion, and plans to camp out for the night. Suddenly a desperate party rushes in. Their wounded buddy is dying, and they cry out for anyone who can earn an EX potion, a full heal item. The others gape that an EX potion is incredibly valuable, yet still beg for help and promise to pay him back. After appraising them and deciding they do not look like bad people, Jink steps forward and says he has some. How many do they need? He does not want to watch someone die in front of him either. They pour the EX potion into the gravely wounded man. Jink notes he has never had a chance to use one himself, or seen a wound this serious, so this is a good test of how strong the effect really is. Light washes over the patient as the party urges him that he is going to be alright. The potion works perfectly. The wounded man sits up sparkling with recovered health while Jink privately winces at all the blood. His comrades hug him in relief. Their leader, a muscular swordsman named Alec Thunder of the C-Rank Street Party Dragon's Tears, level 72, introduces himself and thanks Jink for helping them out. Appraisal also shows Alec carries the title Aniki. Alec offers a bag of coins as all they can spare for now, admitting it is not enough repayment. When Jink asks what attacked them, they explain they ran into a red ogre, a rank monster. The memory of the horned beast is enough to make Jink sweat. He notes that an EX potion costs 5 gold, about $50,000, and privately marvels at how crazy noble finances can be. The saved man then drops to his knees and offers to become Jink's slave to pay the rest of the debt. Slavery is normal in this world, but Jink has no desire to own the older guy and tells him he does not need to lower his head. Before the debt can be settled, a horde of orcs charges the rest area, drawn by the smell of blood. Alec and the others scramble as massive clubs and spears crash down. Jink appraises the monsters while the ground shakes under their advance. The orcs are only rank D, with body reinforcement around 29. There are a lot of them, but they are no big deal compared to Jink's enchanted total of 30 base plus 67 from gear. He draws his sword, still reluctant to show off his power before leaving the country. Nearby, Dragon's Tears curse that the red ogre already wrecked their equipment. Without hesitation, Jink opens his item box and hurls spare enchanted swords to Alec and the others, shouting for them to take these. Alec is stunned to realize the boy has an item. Box armed again, Jink dashes into the fight as more blades float free from the glowing portal behind him. Jink cuts through the rank D orcs with shocking ease, severing limbs and heads in midair while the rearmed party rushes to join him. Even Alec is stunned that the boy is handling D-rank orcs so casually as blood and bodies fly across the field. Grinning, Jink notes that they do not lose out in numbers either. The more orcs he kills, the more experience he gains. He and the others smash through the horde, sending monsters flying with heavy impacts as the rest spot turns into a one-sided slaughter. Then a much larger figure looms into view. An orc general, rank B, with polearms at 40 and body reinforcement at 68, plus leadership over the pack. Jink stares the massive axe-wielding monster down as the ground rumbles under its approach. Jink cracks his knuckles and decides that even at rank B he might be able to handle it alone. Alec and the others notice him charging the general and shout in alarm. He is fighting the orc general by himself. They turn to support him as the monster roars. The general's punches land hard enough to make Jink grit his teeth, and he realizes that without being covered in enchantments, this would already be game over. He wonders if it was too early to take the monster on alone, yet still holds the line as steel and fist clash. Alec charges in with a heavy hammer blow, hacking at the general while Jink presses from the other side. When the orc's attention locks on Jink, Alec taunts it to look over here, buying his young ally an opening. Together they strike. With Alec drawing the general's focus, Jink drives in for a decisive opening as weapons crash against the monster's bulk. The orc general roars under the combined assault. Jink leaps high and drives his sword down into the general's head, stabbing with everything he has. The monster bellows as teeth crack under the force, still thrashing even as the blade sinks deep. A final severing cut finishes the job. The orc general's head comes free as its body collapses. Jink lands with a relieved breath while Alec and the others finish off the last of the thrashing remains. With the general dead, the remaining orcs fall back into the forest. Alec praises Jink as impressive and asks him to include the killed orcs as compensation for the potion. Jink agrees to take only half. When Alec guesses his rank must be high, Jink admits he is just a G-rank beginner and only dropped the general because Alec made an opening. Nearby adventurers overhear the name Jink and murmur about Lord Jink of House Nonland, the one chased out of the country. The cat is out of the bag. Someone had heard he was a good-for-nothing wastrel, yet he seems different from the rumors. Scratching his head, Jink openly confirms he is Nonland's outcast and has already thrown away his noble status. Alec explains his party had finished an escort mission and planned to fix gear in Morbiberg before heading to the capital. When Jink asks their plans, Alec's saved man immediately declares himself Jink's slave and says he will follow anywhere. Jink deflects by suggesting a temporary party so they can protect him on the way to Morbiberg, which, conveniently, is where he happens to be going too, since otherwise they claim they cannot repay him. Jink adds that along the way they can give him lessons on adventuring, and with that they can call the slavery matter even. He also asks that when they reach the capital they meet his little brother Esther Nonland and deliver something for him. Alec is stunned he is fine with just that, then Bears hugs him in tears, declaring what a guy he is, while Jink nearly suffocates from the reek of sweat. From a distance, 3 seasoned adventurers watch the scene. A long-haired man, a stern-mustached man, and a blonde elf woman with a bow. The elf remarks what an interesting lad Jink is, leaving open the question of who these 3 observers are. After driving off the orc horde, it is time to keep heading for the border. Jink and his temporary party march toward the frontier city of Morbiberg, fighting more monsters along the mountain road as they go. Chapter 3 opens, as the temporary party enters Goblin Forest, leaves and shadows rustling around them. Jink notes that this is the place, while armed adventurers move carefully through the trees. The title card introduces A-rank party Sacred Flame. As the name implies, the forest is full of nothing but goblins. Alone they are not a big deal, but they come in numbers. Arrows thwack into shields as a large group appears on a ridge, and the party braces, the goblins are here. Jink draws dual swords and charges into the swarm, declaring he will break through. Alec tries to warn him to be careful, but the boy is already dashing ahead as goblins screech and fall around him. Jink carves through the goblin swarm with chop after slash, dual blades never slowing as monsters fall around him. The temporary party fights hard in his wake, but he is clearly the one tearing the front line apart. Nearby, the A-rank observers join the fray as well, telling lower ranks to watch their backs. Jink notes there is a useless number of goblins, good for XP and money if nothing else, and continues cutting them down until the swarm thins. When the battle finally ends, the other adventurers collapse exhausted, while Jink still stands fresh with swords in hand. They gape that he is not even tired, and ask how he can fight the front line like that. He sheepishly chalks it up to skill difference. The worn-out fighters groan about what all their days of training were worth next to him. Privately, Jink admits he is really getting boosted by his enchantments. Every piece of gear, from goggles to boots to underwear, sits at +8 with enchantment level 8, and his sword carries swordsmanship +8. Still, he notes that his own magic skill is genuine, so it was not a complete lie when others called him special. The three observers approach. The mustached man is Bogard. The elf introduces herself as Karen, leader of A-rank party Sacred Flame, saying they saw Jink's performance the day before. The long-haired man, Will, first dismisses the boy as only relying on equipment, then freezes and asks if Jink is an enchanter. Jink appraises them in turn. Bogard is a level 158 A-rank swordsman, and Karen is a level 14 elf healer archer titled Healer Princess with a small item box. Sacred Flame is disgustingly overpowered. Wanting to see what they are hiding, he agrees to talk. Will offers a handshake while Jink quietly peeks at their secrets. Will is a level 165 A-rank mage with equipment appraisal and the title Mr. Elite. He explains that having every piece of gear enchanted to the same level is basically unless you are an enchanter. He saw body reinforcement +8 across almost all of Jink's equipment. Jink confirms he is one, and realizes Will guessed purely by appraising his gear. Sacred Flame immediately asks if Jink takes enchanting commissions and offers suitable pay. Nearby adventurers are stunned. They thought there were no enchanters on the whole continent. Jink admits he does take work, but only under certain conditions. Will tells him to go ahead and list them. First, the owner of each item must provide a drop of blood so no one else can benefit from the enchantment. He does not want those weapons ending up in the wrong hands. Second, once they reach Morbiberg, he plans to cross the border into the kingdom of Qual. He holds goggles and eyes the array of arms he might enchant under those rules. Karen and Will accept easily. Sacred Flame is from Qual in the first place, and an enchanter arriving there would get a huge welcome. Jink adds a hard line. They cannot discuss this ability with anyone until he gets there. That secrecy is a deal breaker for him. As for payment, he leaves the amount to them, since he has never met other enchanters and does not know the market price. Jink lists what he can offer. Swordsmanship +8, spearmanship +1, body reinforcement +8, etiquette +3, alchemy +2, appraisal 3, and magic bag small. The appraisal comes on a personal card that lets the user see their own status. Will freaks out over appraisal, alchemy, and magic bags all at once and grabs him in excitement, while Jink can only note how enthusiastic the man is. And so the work is done. Bogard's sword gains swordsmanship +8. Will's necklace gets etiquette +3 and his satchel becomes a small magic bag. Karen's earring gets alchemy +2, and all of their clothing and shoes receive body reinforcement +8. The A-rank party walks away fully upgraded. Last of all, he finishes 3 appraisal 3 cards, then sways from mana drain and downs yet another mana potion, his 5th. The others ask if he is alright as his stomach visibly fills with liquid. He assures them he is fine. Enchanting is simply very mana expensive. Karen, Bogard, and Will each prick a finger and drop blood onto their appraisal cards. Status windows bloom into view, and the party stares in awe. Bogard is stunned while Karen finds the whole thing cool. The personal status screens work exactly as promised. Will calls the cards incredible and offers extra pay if Jink can also reveal aptitudes. Jink explains he deliberately left aptitudes off because they are vague compared to skills and some people have no talent at all. He does not want to hand out information that might make anyone dislike what they see. Still, he will gladly provide that info for a modest fee if they want it. They pay him a heavy pouch of coins and bars. Jink thanks them happily, joking that only an A-rank party could be this well off. Will then wonders aloud why such an important person as an enchanter is wandering without guards. Nearby adventurers admit they are jealous of the pay. Karen and Will react in shock when they learn he was exiled, half joking that he might be a supervillain. Jink denies it. He simply failed to live up to what was expected of him and was alienated, with most people believing overblown rumors. Alec backs him firmly, saying Jink saved one of his men and is not that kind of person. Jink adds that he has not even told his family about the ability. Pointlessly advertising it would only get him used by people with bad intentions, and he barely has anyone he can trust. Sacred Flame understands, and urges him all the more to come to Qual, promising he will definitely be safe there even if trusting them is hard. Will offers to help him cross the border, and Karen agrees. The border is swarming with monsters, so bringing Jink along would put her at ease. Jink looks forward to it and tells everyone to keep moving. Morbiberg is only a little further. They reach the border city of Morbiberg. Walking the busy streets, Jink notes that this far-out few people should know his face. With the money he earned from enchanting jingling in his pouch, he is ready to spend. Shopping time. In an equipment shop, he grabs practice materials, potions, jewelry, and insists he wants the best weapons and gear the store has. The bald shopkeeper is amazed at how he shops, but cannot complain if it is profitable. He also orders a full set of smaller armor and a spear. Expensive, but he has the money for it. The kit is for someone about one size smaller than him who uses a spear. A gift for Esther. The shopkeeper takes a moment to prepare the order. The shopkeeper explains the armor uses plenty of red dragon leather, and the spear is sturdy and sharp. Goods only his shop in town can snatch up. When he asks about delivery, Jink waves it off. Even a small box will do if he enchants it with item box. That night over the city rooftops, he prepares to work on Esther's gift. Because it is a gift for Esther and he may never send more, Jink pours the strongest enchantments he can into the spear and armor. Magic light floods the room as he works. Then he downs mana potions one after another to keep going. The next morning on Morbaberg's outskirts, Jink looks terrible from the all-night enchanting. He leaves Esther's present with Alex's group and hands Dragon's Tears, appraisal cards plus notes on their aptitudes, made mainly for enchanting Kekpi, though his enchantment skill has climbed to level 12. They thank him as the parties prepare to part ways. Jink and Sacred Flame set out to cross the border, weapons ready under the bright sky. Meanwhile, back at the Nonland estate, a servant questions the master. 50 days of confinement seems too harsh no matter how one frames it. Gordon Nonland is unmoved. Esther is now the heir of House Nonland, he says, and the boy must realize that and forget about Jink. Alone in a bare stone room, Esther sits on the bed clutching a small box and whispers for his elder brother. While Jink progresses smoothly, Esther's situation is grim. Chapter 4, Escaping Rosalta, opens on a memory of Esther, younger, aggressive, landing a kick and a punch. A stern man's silhouette looms as he accuses Esther of doing whatever he wanted while he was gone. The contrast with the confined boy is sharp. Gordon declares that Esther has no intention of reflecting on his actions. When the boy stays defiant, violence follows. Esther is slammed hard enough to cough as a door crashes shut. The house will not tolerate his loyalty to the disowned heir. Gordon forces a potion on Esther and orders him confined to the annex for 50 days starting the day Jink leaves. He will be allowed to see his brother off, but after that Jink is no longer his brother. Esther lies on the floor staring at the bottle in silence as servants look on. Locked in the annex, Esther feeds a small bird at the window and wonders how his elder brother is doing alone in the woods. Still, he believes in him. Jink will definitely get out of the country alive. Meanwhile, out on the road, a companion calls for Jink. There is one more enemy over there. On the border road, Jink and Sacred Flame tear into a pack of orcs. He slashes a monster clean through and privately calls out that Esther's brother is working hard out here. The A-rank party keeps pace as more enemies close in. Bogard carves through orcs with brutal precision, severing a head with a heavy stroke while another monster drops under his blade. Enchanted steel and veteran skill make short work of the rank D threats. Karen looses arrows with a smile, calling the fight too easy as goblins and orcs fall around her. Will and Jink press the assault as well, the party cutting through the swarm in perfect coordination. Will silences the field with a finger to his lips and casts Wind Cutter. Blades of air shred the remaining monsters as he carves through them with magic and steel alike. The fight ends almost as soon as he joins in full force. Will notes he actually specializes in fire magic, but held back to avoid starting a forest fire. He tells Jink that with enchanting he will rank up soon enough. Leave the heavy lifting to an A rank. Karen and Bogard report the rest of the monsters ran. Looking at the dense woods near the border, Jink wonders how merchants and low-ranked adventurers ever cross at all. Karen explains that strong monsters like wyverns live deep in the forest and sometimes approach the main road, forcing subjugation quests. No one below C rank comes this far, and cross-border merchants hire B rank or hire guards. Jink admits a wyvern would probably make him panic, but she says not to worry. The border is just up ahead. They arrive at Qualta's immigration checkpoint, a crowded border city packed with travelers. Jink is relieved he made it alive, though he has heard rumors they do not want expats. Bogard hopes the crossing goes smoothly. Bogard notes that an A rank like him is treated as a count, and an S rank like Karen as a duke, so their authority should help. Karen promises they will do something if trouble arises. Will steers Jink toward the commoner inspection line, recalling that the border officer is a viscount. They will be fine, though Jink would rather slip through quietly. When Jink presents his guild card, a Bogard freezes on the name and asks if he is Jink Nonland. He smiles and confirms he is that Jink, disinherited, now a commoner. The guards immediately shout for him to hold it, demanding he come to the guard room. They heard he only left the capital 5 days ago and cannot believe he reached the border so quickly. Karen demands to know where the problem is. The kid was told to get out, so that is exactly what he is doing. Will dryly notes he could have used a carriage. A knight starts to sneer that a commoner should not talk back, then freezes when he realizes Karen is an S-rank adventurer. Karen's aura flares as she warns the knight to watch his tone, or she will cut him down where he stands. The terrified guard runs to fetch the border officer. Will takes over the talking before she escalates further. Moments later the officer appears, recognizing Sacred Flame at once. Will argues that Jink's only sentence was to leave the country within a set time and never return. Nothing about detention, and they escorted him knowing he was exiled. The officer frets that Jink arrived too quickly and suspects underhanded maneuvering, while also calling him the shame of Rosalta, an incompetent hoodlum charged with attempted patricide for supposedly poisoning his father. Jink is stunned by how far the false charges have gone. He even ate with his father before leaving. Will vouches for Jink hard. They have traveled with him 3 full days without seeing anything suspicious, and with his ability reaching the border from the capital in 5 days is possible. The officer is still skeptical, but with Sacred Flame's backing he backs down, apologizes for the delay, and promises this kind of trouble will not happen if they use the noble line next time. From the walls they look out over a city of towers and timber houses. Qual territory at last. Jink has finally managed to get out of the country. He thanks Will and Karen, saying he would definitely have been stuck at immigration without them. Will shrugs that they were only reciprocating. Will then asks how Rosalta would respond if they knew Jink was an enchanter. Jink admits they might try to capture him, or aim for his life. and either way would never leave him alone. Will's suggestion is bold: rank up at this town's adventurer guild, register the job, and deliberately make it public that he is an enchanter. Jink considers it carefully and agrees. For his safety, that sounds like a good idea. Will explains that with a rare skill like his, the guild will voluntarily protect him and give special treatment. If he registers in Qual, Rosalta will not be able to say anything either. With that, they head for the guild, Bogard included. Will leaves the guild talk to Jink while Bogard stands by. As practice, Jink has also enchanted a bracelet to boost recovery magic for Karen, and she happily accepts it. Then they enter the Adventurers Guild Qualta branch, a busy hall of tables and counters, and Will steers Jink inside. Adventurers light up at the sight of Lady Karen, calling her beautiful as always, then gape at the kid walking so close to her. At the counter, a staffer welcomes Sacred Flame. Will explains they want this young man ranked up and his job certified. Asked if he has somewhere with more space, Jink is told to pull out the monsters he hunted. They move to the guild's inner courtyard. Staff expect ordinary subjugation proof, muttering that beginners with body bags are typical, until he starts with the goblins. Jink dumps a huge sack of goblin ears onto the courtyard and apologizes in advance. With kobolds and slimes he has another 10 bags, and he has not even dismantled the orcs yet. The staff stare, unable to believe one person gathered this much alone. Then whole orc corpses thud out of his item box in a mountain of bodies. Guild workers freeze as he casually asks them to take care of the appraisal. The courtyard is buried under the hall. Will remarks that Jink's item box is ridiculously large. After tallying everything and deducting dismantling fees, the clerk announces the totals: 7 goblin mages, 6 goblin shamans, 8 12 goblins, 41 kobolds, 37 slimes, 1 orc general, and 119 orcs. Pay out 24 gold coins and 3 silver plates. The hall murmurs in shock. Converting the pay to dollars, Jink realizes it is about 243,000, far beyond anything he saved as Jinkaro. Will steers him to ranking up. The subjugation points already reach C rank, but past D requires a rank up test. Onlookers mutter about his absurd body count as Jink asks what the test involves. As a swordsman, he must fight a mock battle with an examiner, and can take the test right away. The clerk guides him over while Sacred Flame comes along to watch. Jink is eager. A swordsmanship exam is fine with him. In the guild private arena, Jink steps onto the sand as spectators fill the stands. 2 rough examiners size him up as today's examinee, and sneer that a brat like him does not suit Lady Karen. They have already heard from border guards that he is Rosalta's outcast. A blonde dual sword fighter steps forward and introduces himself as Snow, the branch manager. He will be Jink's opponent. The match against a powerful examiner is set to begin. Outside, news spreads that Guildmaster Snow himself is testing someone. Adventurers hurry toward the arena, whispering that the kid supposedly hunted a few hundred orcs alone, a claim hard to believe. Chapter 5 opens. Versus the guild branch manager. Snow has heard of Jink and would not miss a chance to go around. For speed, they will roll the D and C rank tests into one. The crowd murmurs that the kid is done for if he is challenging Snow in swordsmanship, a powerhouse. An official warns that the exam is at Jink's own risk if he is seriously injured. Karen cheers that she will heal him up, drawing jealous groans from the gallery, and hostile jeers that Guildmaster Snow should kill the kid. Jink braces as the noise rises. The match is called. Ready, begin. Jink holds a defensive stance and does not rush in first. Snow notes the caution and decides he will go ahead, blades raised. Snow explodes forward with dual swords, so fast Jink can barely track him. Steel stabs and slashes rain down as the branch manager presses the assault, and Jink realizes just how crazy fast this opponent is. Jink spins and blocks blow after blow, steel clanging as he is driven back around the arena. Snow's dual blades whip in from every angle while Jink strains to keep his guard up. A sweeping cut gets through. Blood drips as Snow lands a hit. The gallery cheers for the guildmaster while Karen looks worried. Will watches closely as Jink takes the first real wound of the match. Bleeding but unbroken, Jink realizes this is his first real sword fight against another person. Nothing like fighting monsters. Snow notes he has not lost his spirit yet. Usually opponents give up within 3 minutes. For the first time in a while, the branch manager feels real resistance. This time Jink seizes the initiative, launching into the air and diving at Snow with a fierce slash. The branch manager slides aside as the attack skims past, dust flying from the impact. Using appraisal mid-fight, Jink sees Snow is level 160, Qualta branch manager, a rank swordsman, swordsmanship 104, title Qualta's genius, wielding a mithril sword with swordsmanship +5. The man's style is as sharp as expected as blades lock again. Jink reads the pattern. Show a gap and Snow switches to offensive stabs. If he attacks, Snow retreats. The spacing control is exquisite. Spectators murmur that the fight is basically over. Snow has not taken a scratch, yet the kid is still barely out of breath and incredible for lasting this long. Karen frets that going up against the branch manager is too much, but Jink has a different read. Snow is human with limited stamina, and orthodox swordsmanship only has so many patterns. Even with feints, his veteran pride is starting to show. That is where Jink will strike. Jink's base swordsmanship is only level 27. Normally this fight could never happen, but he has his enchanting. Snow is impressed he has held out this long and decides it is time to finish. Jink digs in for one more push. Without fear, Jink closes the gap and forces the clash, stabbing in as Snow tries to create space. They spin past each other in a tight exchange, neither willing to give ground. Jink slash lands, blood sprays as he cuts Snow across the side. The branch manager's eyes go wide. For the first time in the match he has been hit cleanly. Clutching the wound, Snow resigns and declares that Jink non-land passes. He wobbled from the shock of losing a clean hit to a lower-ranked child while the crowd stares in disbelief and Sacred Flame cheers. Spectators murmur that they have never seen Guildmaster Snow injured before, and that the so-called failure from Rosalta just did it. Karen rushes down to heal, but Snow says a potion is enough for this kind of wound. Jink notes it is not exactly a standing ovation, more stunned silence than cheers. Karen grabs Jink and insists on healing him to celebrate the victory, even though his wounds are minor. Will praises him for beating Qualta's genius, while jealous spectators grind their teeth as the warm recovery magic soaks in. Will leans in, clearly ready to hurry the public reveal. Jink privately notes he re-enchanted his own gear before the match. Then Will loudly asks what his swordsmanship level is after enchantments, and announces to the arena that Jink has been an enchanter this whole time. And since he used his own ability to win, there should be no problem. Will keeps going. Jink also has appraisal, and as a member of Sacred Flame he guarantees the boy's ability. He holds up his status card, appraised by Jink, showing his own level as 175, proof the skill is real. Snow reels. There are only 3 enchanters in the world, so is this kid the 4th? Jink tells Snow he is plenty strong, and that he would never have won without enchantments. As Guildmaster, Snow officially recognizes Jink's jobs as Enchanter and Appraiser. Shaking off the shock, Snow smiles that it was a good experience, and he needs to put more work in himself. Congratulations follow. Jink is promoted to temporary C rank, and he cheers that he did it. Then Will drops the real news. Enchanter adventurers are automatically promoted to S rank. Temporary was only the intermediate step. Will explains the point of the test. Rare job holders who stay low ranked are vulnerable to bad actors. Until the official S rank processing finishes, he remains temporary C. Without proven self-defense, the government would send a ridiculous number of bodyguards everywhere. A fate Jink finds would suck. Rare jobs are irreplaceable resources. With the combat rating established, Jink's ability will be properly acknowledged. He asks Will why he is doing this much for him. Will only smiles and says, to put it simply, Will wants to see what kind of comeback story Jink will write. With enchanting and appraisal together, he believes Jink might even reach SS rank, and he wants to watch that path unfold. SS is above S rank. If Jink makes it there, no authority could bind him. He would be an independent power on his own. Will asks if he wants to try. Clenching his fist, Jink thinks of being slandered, scorned, falsely charged and exiled, of a life of running from Rosalta, and answers that he will. A new determination takes hold. Jink declares he will blow it all away with enchantments. SS rank sounds pretty good. Fist clenched and blade ready, he sets his sights on a future no one in Rosalta can dictate. Later, Jink rides in a carriage under escort, studying formulas from stacked books while a witch-hatted mage and a spear-bearing elf guard the road. He works through problem after problem as the wheels rattle on. Chapter 6. It seems the enchanter has caught some eyes in Qual. Half a month remains until an entrance exam. Suddenly the carriage is attacked by kobolds and beasts. Guards shout to protect the carriage and not to let Mr. Jink get hurt. Jink vows he will manage somehow. Jink leaps into the fray to help, calling for a chance to test his S-rank water magic aptitude. Wolves and kobolds clash with the escorts as he raises a hand and decides to see how the magic goes. Jink shapes a blob of water and hurls it with a shout, but the water ball only splashes harmlessly over a wolf beastman. The soaked enemy snarls, unimpressed, while Jink freezes in embarrassment at the weak result. Panic hits as more beasts close in. He tells himself to remember his practice and concentrate. The spell cannot just be water, it has to be heavy and fast like a ball of lead. Focusing hard, he reforms a dense, solid sphere of water in his hands. This time the water ball launches like a cannon shot. It slams into the leaping beasts with a heavy blast, blasting them back as Jink commits fully to the cast. The compressed water ball crashes through the pack, scattering beasts. The escorts push through as the monsters flinch in fear, spears and blades clearing a path around the carriage. A guard praises the shot and asks if that was enchantment too. Jink says he already had water magic aptitude, and should just aim more carefully to avoid friendly fire. He explains that while traveling to Qual's capital, he is studying for an exam and is glad for the magic practice, waving off apologies about interrupting his studies. A flashback opens 2 weeks prior, after the rank-up test. Sacred Flame brings Jink to Count Brand's mansion for the night. Bogard reports he has finished what they discussed, and Will thanks him as they enter the grand estate. Jink hesitates about dealing with a noble, but Will reassures him that Count Brand belongs to the populist faction, and draws a line against snobbish nobles. Will himself was helped by Brand when he first started out. A maid leads them in and announces Lord Jink and Sacred Flame. Count Nicolaus Brand of Qual welcomes Lord Jink warmly and shakes his hand. Jink asks to simply be called Jink, noting that even if he is on the S-rank track, he is still inexperienced. Brand is pleased to make his acquaintance. A lavish dinner is laid out with roast, fruit, and wine. Brand invites everyone to enjoy the food to their heart's content. Jink stares in open amazement at the feast while Sacred Flame settles in around the table. Brand asks if Jink would show his abilities and, if possible, enchant his gear. He has already heard about enchanting from Bogard. Will calls the Count incredibly well informed. With so many people at the table, Jink does not want to risk a mana shortage and asks for some time to prepare. Brand agrees to wait and invites them to the garden for dessert and tea afterward. Jink is impressed by the hospitality. Nobles like this are a rare breed, and the Count urges them not to hold back. Meanwhile, news of the 4th Enchanter's appearance in Qual spreads, and a noblewoman with a fan frets that this will be a problem. A man in a red cape realizes that if they ignore the Enchanter, Qual will grow even stronger. Elsewhere, Will frets about what to do, and Jink quietly notes that both he and Brand are being watched carefully. The political ripples of the 4th Enchanter are already starting. Back with Brand, Jink returns after enchanting his gear. The Count is thrilled and asks him to stay the night, promising a full hospitality package for the next day. Jink and Sacred Flame accept gratefully. Later, Jink and Will talk alone. Will notes that Rosalta may still try something once the news spreads, even if Qual is safer for now. He asks if Jink has any plans for the future. Jink admits he wants a quiet place to study and research for a while, then aims to make money while traveling as an enchanter. He also wants to deepen his skills in magic and alchemy. Will is surprised he is already thinking that far ahead. Will notes that finding a place to study will be a problem and suggests attending a school. Specifically, the capital's Royal Qual Academy, which has a student-level magic research facility. He has a letter of recommendation ready for Jink. Jink accepts the letter gratefully. Will adds that the school has a library with rare magic books and a staff of skilled professors, so it should be useful for him. With that sorted, Jink can plan his next steps more clearly. The next day, Bogard escorts Jink and Will toward the capital by carriage. Will decides to go along because he is worried and has free time. They leave the Brand estate behind as the journey to Qual's capital begins. The capital is only a 2-day carriage ride away, so they should arrive around noon the day after tomorrow. Jink asks what the exam is like. Will says he never took the student entrance test, but the teacher exam has a written portion and a practical. If you fail the written, you cannot take the practical. Will's mentor set the teacher test, and he was told the student exam is similar. The written covers history, math, science, geography, and etiquette, 5 subjects. Jink frets about etiquette, while Will notes he still needs to study for the practical as well. Will explains the practical has 2 stages, a mock battle with a teacher and a test of magic aptitude. Because Jink is a swordsman, he may get a combat-oriented examiner. His water magic aptitude is strong, but the mock battle could still be a problem if he is not ready. Will is not worried about the practical. Jink's skill is solid and he has appraisal, so he can read his opponent's ability. Even if he fails once, he can reapply, though Will would rather he pass on the first try. The real problem is the written exam, which is only 2 weeks away. Will frets that history, geography, and etiquette will be especially hard. He starts listing etiquette rules, then freezes as he realizes something important. Will remembers that etiquette is actually Jink's specialty. He is the son of a duke. Jink admits he is only good at formal manners and is not so good at everyday etiquette, since he never studied that carefully. Still, Will is relieved that the formal side is covered. Back in the present, the escorts report they have already entered Qual's capital. Jink steps out of the carriage and stares up at the cityscape in awe. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Qual. The escorts hand him over to a local guide who will take him to the academy. Will has already gone ahead to handle paperwork and will reunite with him there. On a high balcony, a woman in a purple gown looks out over the city and murmurs that the 4th Enchanter has finally arrived. She has high hopes for him. At the Royal Qual Academy, Will waits at the gates and greets Jink. He introduces him to the academy staff as a recommended student from Count Brand and explains the entrance exam schedule. Jink is given a guest room on campus where he can stay and study until the exam. Stacks of textbooks wait on the desk as he settles in for 2 weeks of hard preparation. Days of cramming follow, history, geography, math, science, and etiquette, until exam day arrives. Jink sits among other examinees at long desks and works through the written test with focused intensity. In the practical mock battle, a mage examiner unleashes wind magic. Jink closes the distance with his sword, noting that she is holding back. This is only a test after all. Steel meets staff as Jink presses in. Using appraisal, he reads that she is level 95 with wind magic 60 and a small item box. She is strong but not unreadable. He forces her onto the defensive, denying long-range casts. When she tries to create space, he stays on her, using enchanted speed and sword skill to keep the pressure high. A decisive slash ends the mock battle. The examiner lowers her staff and confirms that Jink Nonland has passed the combat portion. He finally lets out a breath he had been holding. She praises his swordsmanship and notes that his enchanted gear made the difference clear. Without it, he would not have kept up so easily. Still, the result stands. Combat is a pass. Next is the magic aptitude evaluation. The examiner asks him to demonstrate his strongest element. Jink steadies himself and prepares to show the water magic he has been practicing. He shapes mana carefully, recalling the failed splash on the road and the lead-like water ball that finally worked. This time he focuses on control as much as power. A dense sphere of water forms above his palm, swirling with compressed force. The examiner watches closely as the spell stabilizes without bursting. Jink launches the water ball cleanly across the training ground. It strikes the target with a heavy, controlled impact. Far better than his first panicked cast on the road. The water ball hits with clean force, proving both control and S-rank water aptitude. The examiner nods in clear approval as Jink ends the cast without losing form. With written, combat, and magic stages complete, Jink Nonland is officially accepted into the Royal Qual Academy. Will congratulates him as the 4th Enchanter steps into a new chapter. Student and researcher under Qual's wing, with the road toward SS rank still open ahead. In the mock battle, Jink closes the gap and lands a clean cut. The examiner freezes as the strike connects, and he is declared the winner of the combat portion. Still catching his breath, he realizes he has actually beaten a teacher in the practical. Next comes the magic aptitude test. Jink forms a water ball and launches it, still remembering his clumsy first attempt on the road. This time the sphere holds together with clearer control as the examiner watches. The examiner, Theo, is shocked that he used water magic. It is the hardest of the 4 main elements, and he is only 14. Jink admits he has just started learning. When she asks if he has tried other attributes, he starts with fire and produces only a tiny spark on his finger. Theo asks about wind and earth as well. Jink raises a weak breeze and lifts a small pebble, proving he can touch all 4 elements even if the results are still tiny outside water. Watching him, Theo is stunned that a swordsman can produce magic of every attribute. She asks which is his best attribute. Jink answers honestly that water is strongest, then earth, while fire and wind are about equal. Appraising him privately, Theo sees water and recovery both ranked S, earth A, fire and wind B, and still cannot believe a child has an S-rank aptitude. Theo nearly faints when she fully grasps the S-rank water aptitude, then asks about recovery magic. Jink raises a hand and casts a recovery spell over his own injuries from the mock battle, sealing the cuts in a glow of light. She is left speechless by healing that strong as well. The practical exam is over. Theo formally announces that Jink Nonland has passed. He bows in relief while she stands stunned by everything she just witnessed. Theo explains that with magic of that level, he is accepted into the advanced class, where students study more specialized subjects. It is usually only for second years and above, so first year in advanced class will stand out. Looking at his status, she privately notes he is already level 55, far beyond a normal new student. Theo asks if Jink is a noble, and he answers that he is a commoner. She finds that hard to believe after such a display. Outside the exam hall, Will and other waiters ask about results. Jink reports that he passed and was placed in the advanced class. Will is overjoyed and wraps him in a crushing hug, declaring that of course he made advanced class. Jink gasps under the pressure, half protesting as the celebration goes overboard. Will says it is time to get the uniform. The academy's advanced class wears a special design, so they head into town to buy it and the rest of the school gear Jink will need. At a tailor shop in the capital, Jink is fitted for the advanced class uniform. Staff fuss over measurements while Will oversees the purchase, insisting a proper academy look matters for someone on the S-rank track. In the finished uniform, Jink checks himself and admits it feels strange after so long in adventurer gear. Will is satisfied and tells him the rest of the school supplies can be handled next. They return to the Royal Qual Academy campus. Will points out the advanced class wing, the library, and the dormitories as they walk the grounds. Jink takes in the size of the place that will be his new base for study and research. On the path they meet 2 advanced class students, a dark-haired girl with glasses and a blonde girl with a bright smile. They recognize Will and stop to greet him, then turn curious eyes on the new boy at his side. Will introduces Jink as the new advanced class entrant. The girls are surprised a first-year made advanced class so quickly and welcome him, asking about his specialty while Jink answers carefully. They exchange names and a little about class life. Jink keeps his Enchanter status low-key for now, focusing on being a transfer student who needs to catch up. The girls wish him well and continue on their way. The conversation turns more personal as the girls press for details about how a newcomer jumped straight into advanced class. Jink stays polite and vague, while Will steers the talk away from anything too sensitive. One of them mentions rumors already circulating about a special entrant. Jink is surprised the academy gossip is that fast. Will only smiles and says he will hear more once classes begin. Will gives a proper introduction and asks them to look after Jink in advanced class. The girls agree and welcome him again before heading off, leaving Jink a little overwhelmed by how quickly he is being folded into school life. On the first day of classes, Jink enters the advanced classroom in full uniform. The teacher calls for attention and has him stand at the front to introduce himself to the room. Students whisper as they size up the new first year. Some look impressed, others skeptical that someone so young belongs in advanced class. Jink keeps his posture steady under the stairs. The teacher announces that Jink Nonland has been admitted to advanced class after exceptional exam results. He briefly greets the class and takes the empty seat prepared for him. Class begins in earnest. The teacher lectures on specialized advanced class material, while Jink opens his notes and tries to follow along with the older students. Around him, classmates sneak glances at the new first year. Some whisper about his exam scores and placement. Jink keeps his eyes on the board and pretends not to notice. When the teacher calls on him, Jink answers carefully, drawing on both his crash study and his former noble education. A few students look surprised that he can keep up. A classmate leans over to ask how he got into advanced class as a first year. Jink gives a modest answer about the entrance exam, and keeps any talk of enchanting to himself. The lesson moves into practical magic theory. Jink follows carefully, comparing what he has learned on the road with the academy's formal curriculum. When practice examples appear on the board, he works through them in his notebook. A few nearby students notice he is keeping pace and look at him with new interest. In the academy library, Jink digs into alchemy texts, absorbing formulas and materials charts. Nearby, the blonde advanced class girl notices the new student buried in advanced research books. She approaches and asks what he is studying so intently. Jink explains he wants to deepen alchemy alongside enchanting and magic. She looks surprised that a first year is already tackling that material. They talk quietly among the stacks about advanced class courses and research facilities. Jink is glad the academy has the resources Will promised, rare books and room to experiment. Later, practical combat training begins outdoors. Jink faces off with classmates under an instructor's eye, sword ready as enchanted gear hums under his uniform. The spar is intense. His advanced class peers are skilled, but enchanted reinforcement and sword talent keep him competitive. Blades flash as students watch from the side. At a large shared meal with classmates and supporters, conversation turns lively around Jink. He sits among new faces, still adjusting to being welcomed instead of scorned. Questions fly about his plans at the academy and his unusual talents. Jink answers carefully, focusing on study and research rather than advertising every secret he holds. Will and the advanced class girls keep the mood light, helping him settle into the social side of school life. For the first time since the eggs, Jink feels the edges of a normal student routine. Outside on campus, the blonde girl and the dark-haired girl with glasses walk with Jink past the academy buildings. They point out landmarks and offer to show him around properly once classes are in full swing. Jink thanks them for the kindness. Standing on the academy grounds in uniform, he quietly decides he will make full use of this chance. Study, research, alchemy, magic, and the long road to SS rank. A new chapter title rises. The Enchanter heads for school. Scenes of academy life flash together. Library research, crowded halls, Will's introductions, classmates at the gate, and Jink bent over alchemy notes. The fourth Enchanter school arc begins in earnest. While out shopping, Jink watches Ian train wind magic and swordsmanship, and notes how quickly the former convict is living up to his potential. Still, from time to time Ian looks lost in thought, and Jink quietly wonders what is weighing on him. Chapter 8 opens. A visit from Ian's leftovers. Back at the mansion, Jink has Ian organize weapons, equipment, food, potions, and antidotes into the item box. He also warns him that if he is absent-minded in a fight, he will make simple mistakes. Worst case, the whole party could get wiped out. A boy named Ash suddenly appears and demands Ian be freed. Appraisal shows Ash is 13, level 10, unemployed, with spearmanship skill and a bitter title, Ian's leftovers. He is ready to fight rather than take no for an answer. Ash charges Jink on a public road and shouts for him to release his brother or fight. Jink points out that Ash has just attacked an officially recognized S-rank adventurer, and that he cannot simply free Ian after paying 53 platinum for him. Ian begs Jink to spare his rash little brother and kneels in apology. Ash hates seeing Ian lower himself like that, and tries to stop the kneeling, while bystanders gape at the scene. Ash rages that his brother being bound as a slave is unforgivable. He wants back the big brother who was always smarter and cooler than him. The truth spills out. In self-defense, Ian killed their stepmother, and Ash's feelings are a knot of love, hate, and shame. Ash cannot stand that a stranger simply bought Ian. Their father promised he would somehow raise the money to buy him back. Ian notes that his little brother's complaint does not really make sense in law, but the boy's grief is real. Ash makes his choice anyway and challenges Jink outright. With a shout, he declares he will bring it on, while Ian can only look on in horror. The one-sided clash begins. Ash throws himself at an S-rank with a spear, and Jink handles him without serious effort, more annoyed than threatened by the desperate attack. Townsfolk and guild staff rush in as the fight draws a crowd. Someone holds Ash down while others check whether anyone is hurt and call for Lord Jink to stop before things get worse. Guild officers pin Ash and ask if he still wants to keep going. They identify themselves and notify the area that the disturbance is under control, while Ian frets over what will happen next. The guild asks Jink to come in for a hearing. He agrees once he finishes putting luggage away, then tells Ian to toss things into storage and head back to the mansion so they can continue the conversation there later. At the mansion, Nina panics at the chaos as Ian is brought in tangled up in the aftermath. She demands to know what is going on while Ash still thrashes with suicidal guilt. Ash begs to die to pay for his family's disgrace. Jink snaps at him to calm down. If Ash dies, the $53 million Jink spent on Ian turns into nothing. He refuses to let a tantrum erase that investment. Instead of execution, Jink announces punishment. As soon as they start exploring the dungeon, Ash will work like a horse as guard, errand boy, and laborer until sweatshops look gentle by comparison. Tomorrow they head for the dungeon city of Camel. Ash thanks him through tears as Jink adds that he will work him until nothing is left. And from now on, no rushing ahead without orders. Nina frets that it is harsh. Ian insists it is far better than his brother dying, which is why Jink bought him in the first place. Ash accepts the lenient treatment for the sake of his precious brother. Jink privately compares the pair to himself and Esther. Here the little brother is the more reckless one. Ash will cool off in a guild cell for a few days. Ian explains he is their stepmother's son, and was spoiled, a real handful. Then asks if Jink has a little brother too. The tension eases enough for a quiet moment. Someone urges the shaken boy to eat something while Ian and Jink share a tired, complicated silence. Meanwhile, back in Rosalta, Esther speaks softly to Elsa and insists he is sure elder brother is fine, even if no one else believes it. Elsa, once Jink's wet nurse, is still treated as property of the house. A servant scolds Esther for worrying about the outcast, reminds him father is not even present, and orders him back to the annex without permission to go out. Another voice dismisses Jink as a petty criminal whose harassment, hiding things, putting tacks in shoes, was ordered by father or grandfather. They tell Esther to hurry up and forget him now that the target is gone. Esther keeps practicing the spear in secret, remembering that Nonland's outcast was never as talentless as the town claimed. His elder brother's ability was real, and the fools who mocked him never saw the truth. In memory, grandfather forced them to cross spears again and again until Esther surpassed Jink. Asking for feedback, Jink once told him that Esther attacked decisively and was hard to fend off. Even as the younger boy pulled ahead, Esther recalls that Jink must have felt humiliated being beaten by the child of a concubine. Despite that, elder brother never got angry and kept treating him closely, until circumstances changed entirely. Guilt crushes him. Esther believes he stole his brother's place when grandfather favored him, and cold-shouldered Jink, intentionally spreading outcast rumors until Jink had no one left to turn to. Elsewhere, Rosalta's royal palace is in uproar. A few days have already passed since certain men were summoned, and the question hanging over them is simple. How will they take responsibility for this? General Noble, former head of House Nonland, Nobu Nonland, rages that sentencing an enchanter to exile was an unacceptable blunder. Worse, Jink escaped to the disagreeable kingdom of Qual, and reclaiming him will be endlessly difficult. Crown Prince Elliot of Rosalta is also called out for supporting the exile. The king of Rosalta demands responsibility, while Elliot brushes off the argument and refuses to keep being lectured. Elliot sneers that he thought the cockroach would be killed by goblins by now. But the fact that Jink is an enchanter is actually good news. In his twisted logic, that means he and his father also have the aptitude for enchanting. The royal conference grows uglier as accusations and schemes pile up. Behind the politics sits a secret that could shatter Rosalta's court if it ever becomes public. Chapter 10 turns on Jink's disinheritance, and a shocking claim: Jink is the king's illegitimate son. The king is left stunned, begging in private silence for meaning as the truth is forced into the open. Elliot admits he once overheard a secret discussion with Noble, and found the subject interesting. Now he grandly declares he will become the light of salvation for Rosalta, and orders the best sages and magicians summoned. His plan is clear: have the kingdom's greatest minds search for a way for both himself and the king to become enchanters, turning Jink's bloodline into a political weapon. Noble warns that once the illegitimate child's secret is known, it will not stop at the king. The enemy faction already found out. He says he was against punishing Jink with exile, and would rather have given him a viscount title and a remote life. Meanwhile at House Nonland, servants announce that S-rank adventurers from Party Sacred Flame have come to visit young Master Esther, not guests of father or grandfather. Esther has them escorted in. Sacred Flame enters Esther's reception room. The boy braces himself as the same party that crossed the border with his elder brother prepares to speak. Will tells Sir Esther that Jink is alive, and by now should be doing well over in Qualarute. Esther nearly breaks down, asking if that is truly so. Esther begs them to wait while he brings someone who would really like to hear about his brother. Moments later he returns with Elsa, apologizing for the delay as the maid enters trembling with hope. Will shares the details. Jink is the world's 4th enchanter. Esther and Elsa are flooded with relief, hardly able to believe the outcast they feared dead has become something so rare. Will adds that Jink even has appraisal and alchemy. Esther realizes that is why he wanted a bottle of blood back then. Elsa is stunned she never noticed despite raising him, and both agree his decision to hide the ability was correct. Sacred Flame warns that if Rosalta had known the full truth, Lord Jink would undoubtedly have had his freedom stolen. They have heard nothing but bad things about that country. Elsa grows pale as talk turns to recent years of poison and the Chancellor family's incident, the place where everything seems to have started. Shock settles over Esther and Elsa as the weight of the secret becomes clear. The maid looks ready to speak of something she has buried for years, while Esther braces for a truth worse than exile alone. Something slips in the telling, and Esther freezes. If he and elder brother are not related by blood, what does that mean? Karen urges Lord Esther to be strong as the room reels from the implication. Esther asks them to continue. Elsa takes over where the adventurers left off, ready to speak the truth behind Jink's birth. The current king of Rosalta obtained the crown with the Chancellor's backing, and a great secret bound the two houses together. Drunk on power after taking the crown, the king one day summoned the Chancellor's daughter as if it were a joke, then forced the situation. If his wife, a neighboring country's princess, had learned the truth, their marriage would crack and his position would collapse. He had to cover it up, yet he was dealing with the daughter of one of the realm's biggest power brokers. In the end, the young lady carrying Jink and Elsa, originally a servant of the Chancellor's house, were sent to House Nonland so the girl could marry Lord Gordon, head of the royal faction. Former head Lord Noble hated handing his family to a grandson not related by blood, and he began to scheme in secret. On the day of a Chancellor family party, Noble put slow-acting poison in the food and wine. He and Gordon were away from the mansion. Young Jink would normally have attended, but he wanted to practice spearmanship, so Elsa and the lady stayed home instead, and so they lived while the party became a massacre. Elsa's husband and son, who had been serving there, died with the Chancellor's family. Forced into silence by Noble and Gordon, she was told that if she spoke of it, she and the other maids who escaped would be finished. She survived only by swallowing the truth and living as if exiled into her own skin. Esther sobs that Elsa did nothing wrong. In the end, whether elder brother was talented or not, they simply wanted him gone. He thanks her for finally telling him the truth about Lord Jink. Will notes how thoroughly absurd the reasons for chasing Jink out were, and how much Sacred Flame already knows of Rosalta's internals. Confined to the mansion, Esther and Elsa have not heard that the capital is clamoring with criticism of the royal family. At a recent meeting, the crown prince let Jink's true lineage slip, and minor nobles sold the information for coin. Trust in the royal family is collapsing so badly that even crude jokes about Sir Noble's hemorrhoids are circulating. Sacred Flame is relocating to Qual, calling Rosalta a sinking ship, and Will asks what Sir Esther will do, with no lingering attachment left to this rotten country or house. Esther turns to Sacred Flame's leader, Lady Karen, and makes a shocking request, that she make him her slave. Elsa stares in disbelief as he digs in on the idea. He explains that one way or another his family will be convicted and he will be sentenced to slavery with them. Before that happens, he wants to become Karen's slave, leave with Sacred Flame, and afterward be handed over to elder brother to atone for House Nonland's sins. Elsa immediately asks to atone to Lord Jink as well. She has no place left to return to. Karen accepts at once and tells them to hurry and prepare to leave the country. If they are slaves now, she half jokes, they will do whatever she says, including helping strip the house of expensive goods on the way out. Esther and Elsa steel themselves for the flight. The decision is set. Abandon Rosalta, follow Sacred Flame, and seek Jink and Qual. Because Esther's face is known, the party insists on a disguise for border inspection. And that means cross-dressings. Karen teases that it is very flattering on Lady Esther, while he frets about how he will ever show his face to elder brother like this. The wagon rolls out under Karen's escort as Rosalta falls behind. Monsters or demons may haunt the road, but Sacred Flame shines on, ferrying their unexpected new charges toward Qual. Esther quietly realizes he may no longer be able to call Jink elder brother, only Lord Jink. The blood secret has rewritten everything he thought he knew about family. Cut to the dungeon city of Gamel, as lively as one would expect from a city of adventurers. Nina stares in wonder, and calls for Master to look at the bustling streets. Chapter 11. Adventurers, Gamel. Jink notes the dungeon entrance is bigger than he thought. In ancient times it was only a giant hole in the ground. The city grew up around it. The building looks old, but adventurers still gather here to hunt monsters, and public order is generally good. It's occasional rude type. Nina asks what a clan is. Ian explains that clans are groups of adventurers. Small ones made of a few parties, the biggest with hundreds of people. His family had a branch store here and traded with mid-sized clans while he helped his father, so he knows Gamel well. Clans provide safe bases, fill party vacancies, and offer many benefits, so long-term Gamel adventurers usually belong to one. Some also use their power as a shield to get their way, making them scary trading partners. Jink decides they will start by going to the guild to say hello and gather information. Camel's adventurer guild towers over them, bigger even than the branch in Qualarute. Nina is awed. This truly is the city of adventurers. At reception, staff almost treat them like shopping court clients before realizing they are adventurers. The clientele is totally different from a noble estate, and the hall buzzes with rough energy. A drunk adventurer sneers that kids and a little girl should get guards or join a clan if they do not want to be in the way. Jink calmly shows his guild card. When the drunk is dragged off, a companion apologizes. He always gets like that when drinking. Guild staff panic once they process who he is. They were told an enchanter was coming. Even if his S rank is just a skill, the room freezes. Someone whispers about scouting him for their clan as Jink is guided to a private floor, still feeling he lacks experience. They are led to the 5th floor. Nina sinks into a soft sofa while staff welcome Lord Jink to Camel. Ordinary adventurers never even see this level of reception. A woman named Mona introduces herself as the personal assistant the guild assigns based on rank and ability. She will handle Jink's business from today. He asks her to drop the formalities since they will work together for a while, and she agrees, though this kind of VIP reception is exactly what makes other adventurers jealous. Jumping into business, Jink asks what equipment he needs and what he should know about the dungeon. Mona explains that monsters appear endlessly. After subjugation, remains vanish leaving only a few items, and after a set time the monsters respawn. She continues that treasure chests hold weapons and magic items, floors range from wet to hot to cold, and the deeper one goes the stronger the monsters become. Item drops, magic stones, body parts, follow a fairly systematic pattern. Even now, no one has reached the deepest floors according to predecessors. Above all, she recommends good footwear, and more than one set of cold and hot weather gear. Falling while fighting on bad footing can be fatal. She also pivots into sales mode for the guild store, then mentions that the guild actually has a request for Lord Jink. Because of last year's war, Qual is running low on magic stones, yet few adventurers are actively gathering them. The request is straightforward. Collect magic stones from the dungeon. Monas explains that magic stones work like batteries, powering fire, water, and daily life. Low ranks are too busy staying alive to farm them, while high ranks ignore lower floors chasing pure treasure. So for beginners, the fit target is clear. They will hunt slimes which drop the stones. On the dungeon floor, Jink cautions that even with body-strengthening enchantments, unused power is worthless. Combat is best learned through experience. They have not run into anyone else yet when the party finds an open area. Slimes appear across the open cavern. The party spreads out as gelatinous bodies bounce and lunge, and Jink signals for controlled practice rather than reckless charges. Steel and magic flash as Ian, Ash, and the others engage. Jink watches their footwork and timing, treating the slime hunt as real combat drill for Camel. Nina shouts for Master to watch their movements. Jink calls out that if they cut the slimes into small enough pieces, the blobs will not be able to keep moving. The party keeps chopping until the open area is a mess of neutralized slime. Numbers from the hall begin to add up as magic stones and remains are collected for the guild request. A heavier attack booms through the cavern as someone unleashes a stronger spell or strike. The remaining slimes burst apart under the pressure. The first slime hunt winds down. Breathing hard but intact, Jink's makeshift party stands over the cleared floor. Beginners no longer only in theory, with magic stones for Qual and hard-earned combat experiences in hand. The party stares at the slime loot with fresh excitement. Cores and jelly gleam on the cavern floor as Nina and Ian react with open wonder at how much a single hunt can yield. Jink explains that monster life force seems to convert into experience absorbed by the body. Ian's status already shows level 27 and rising, and Nina notes that finishing slimes visibly adds points. Compared with mansion training, real combat is on another level. And both of them want more. For efficient leveling, Jink points to monster rooms on the map. Once entered, a group must stay a set time or kill every spawn before leaving. Slime rooms sit on the 3rd floor, marked strictly prohibited for anyone below C rank and for non-mages. With potions and his healing magic, he decides they should challenge one anyway. They reach the 3rd floor slime room and find no one has claimed it before them. Counting enchantments, their stats easily hit C rank. Jink still warns them to pace themselves and not overdo it as they step inside. The room floods with far more slimes than expected. Jink shouts that Ian should be fine, but Nina cannot handle this volume. She has to get back while the swarm closes in. Without hesitation, Jink unleashes Water Cyclone. A roaring spiral of water tears through the slime room, slamming the swarm with mass and force. The others can only stare. That many monsters wiped in one spell. Even so, Jink notes that a difficult dungeon like this means ordinary methods will not always cut it. Before the slimes respawn, they rush to collect cores and slime jellies. Jink admits Water Cyclone burned through all his mana. Chapter 12 opens, the battle crazy attack. Checking status. Ian has shot to level 56 and Nina to level 50. Simply being near the finisher was enough to share experience. Nina apologizes for pushing the fight. Jink says they gained plenty of XP and should warn the guild that even A-rank sorcerers are not safe here. From now on, he considers giving them more solo experience as well. They farm slimes all night long, ignoring stares from other adventurers. Nina's progression is the priority, and she even picks up shielding skills. Though Jink dryly notes she is becoming a little battle crazy. Levels climb again. Ian to 66, Nina to 60, Jink to 85. A goblin room lies ahead, but Nina refuses after village memories of goblin attacks, and the drops are poor anyway. With their levels they can skip it. Kobolds wait on floor 9 and orcs on floor 15. They choose the floor 9 kobold room. Better drops than goblins, if still smelly. Jink promises that when they hunt orcs, Nina will cook the meat and prove her skill. Feeling like real adventurers, they set camp and prepare. Orc hide is thick enough that their weapons need to be ready. Inside the kobold room, Jink spots a magic circle that must be the respawn point. Ian takes the lead with blade and spells. Nina follows up from the back with magic, and Jink warns them not to get flanked by kobolds circling to the door. The first kobold volley begins, arrows and blades as the pack swarms. The party answers with a coordinated rush of steel and spellfire. Kobolds fall in clusters under Ian's frontline pressure while Nina covers angles. The respawn circle keeps feeding more into the room. Swings and spells keep the pack from overwhelming them. Nina shouts through the chaos as she lands another hit. Jink calls the other two over and throws up a water wall, dashing into position to control the choke. The kobolds slam into the barrier instead of the party. Ordinary level magic still holds. They cannot break the wall, though the sheer numbers get in the way. During a break, they collect cores and kobold knives from the floor. Jink decides they need a new phase. Wipe the kobolds with mass magic instead of constant movement. Nina still cannot cast freely, so he considers giving her an enchanted weapon and admits he has an idea. The plan will cost money, but he believes it is worth it. Nina has little mana, yet with potions she can manage, and she has always wanted to use magic. Jink reluctantly agrees with one rule for now, only water ball. In effect, he is turning her into a magical girl. The next wave arrives. Nina raises her enchanted gear and joins the barrage as the kobold room lights up with spellfire. Water ball after water ball flies from Nina's hands until Jink has to tell her to slow down. She finally stops, breathless and thrilled. The kobold room is cleared under the new magic-heavy tactic. Loot piles grow as the party resets for the deeper floors. Potion overuse forces an awkward private break. Jink has enchanted something for the problem and refuses to look while Nina deals with it, muttering that she brought this on herself. And Ian half jokes about going next. Under the slave contract, she insists he must not look no matter what, or they are not friends anymore. By day 3, they have pushed as deep as floor 15. Orcs appear in greater numbers as they descend. Jink warns them to be careful. As long as the monsters do not all rush at once, Ian and Nina can handle them. To Nina, orcs are basically ingredients. Ian has climbed to level 80 with strong wind magic. Nina sits at level 69 with solid shielding and rising cooking skill. Knowing Jink is there as a safety net, she claims she has conquered her fear of orcs and cannot wait to cook the meat at camp. After 3 days underground, they plan one more room, the Foss Chamber, then head topside. Ian and Jink will charge in casting, while Nina attacks with spells from the backline. The boss room erupts with rumbling magic and force. Spells roar as the party commits fully to the fight. Steel and spellfire hammer the boss. The chamber shakes under the combined assault of frontline blades and backline water magic. The boss staggers under the onslaught. Jink keeps the formation tight so Nina and Ian do not get separated in the chaos. A final exchange lands. The party shouts that they have it as the boss goes down and the room falls still. Among the drops, Nina finds something round, jiggly, and strangely smelly. An orc testicle. Jink yells for her to stop while she pokes it in pure culinary curiosity. They leave that particular ingredient behind. At camp, Nina's specialty orc meat soup fills the air with an amazing smell that draws strangers, and she muses that the long path of hardship still led her to master. Chapter 13 introduces the ever-charming guildmaster, or rather Luke, master of the Elder Tree clan. The elf is level 289 and S-rank archer with archery 32, and the moniker Hail of Arrows. He greets Jink, as the enchanter he has heard so much about. Ian appraises that Elder Tree is the third most influential clan in Camel. Luke has no rare skills like Karen's healing S, yet pure archery that high is terrifying. Jink asks if he is trying to recruit them, and what he actually wants. Luke admits his party is working back up from a lower floor and has run out of food. With monsters delaying them, they might starve before topside. The Enchanter visit was partly an excuse, but they really do need a meal, and he is not too proud to beg. Jink refuses money. Instead, he wants information about the clans, as long as nothing too sensitive. Luke agrees to the deal, and Jink sends Nina for more orc meat. Nina cooks with ingredients and gear from her holding box, and Elder Tree's starving members declare they have been blessed by a goddess. After days of jerky and bread, real food underground feels like a miracle. and Luke is ready to trade the clan intel Jink wanted. Around the campfire, food and talk flow, as Elder Tree settles in as unexpected guests. Jink listens carefully. In Camel, clan knowledge may matter as much as levels, and the battle-crazy grind has just opened a new political door. Luke explains Camel's darker clan culture. The two major clans violently enforce hierarchy, boot the weak to the bottom as meat shields for the maze, and treat leaving like treason. Membership fees are crushing, and those who cannot pay are forced out into a city that will not take them in. Elder Tree, by contrast, was built by people who wanted freedom as their motto. Among merchants, those two clans have a terrible reputation. Injuries, debts, even slavery after people sign up unknowingly. Luke would like to pick up more guild leavers, but the other clans would come after them. Jink thanks him for the valuable information, and since Elder Tree is heading topside as well, they decide to climb out together. After days underground, sunlight hits their faces again. Nina and the others rejoice simply at seeing the sky over Camel. Before parting, Luke warns that the two predatory clans already have their eye on Jink and tells him to be careful. They thank each other for the orc stew and the safe climb, hoping to meet again soon. Reflecting on the first maze run, the party agrees they grew stronger and made real money, far more efficient than hunting in the wild. Ian suggests Jink could found a clan of his own and pull in estate staff for influence. For now though, exams await in the capital, so Jink plans to head back while Nina and Ian take a break. The next day at the Adventurers Guild backyard, staff gape at 3 days worth of cores, almost too many to count. Nina offers to fetch more if needed, but Jink says this is enough for now. Guild workers thank them because adventurers usually sell cores straight away, and the guild rarely gets any. Then someone spots an orc general testicle among the materials, a high-priced aphrodisiac ingredient. Nina admits they happen to find one, mortified by how happy the staff look. Guildmaster Dan of the Qual Kingdom Gamel branch arrives. Moniker the Butcher. Level 171 with swordcraft over 100. He wanted to see the S-rank hotshot for himself and chides the young lady for swinging testicles around. Impressed that they cleared a boss room in 3 days, Dan says Jink can take the provisional B-rank exam. The test is simple and brutal. Withstand Dan's attacks for 1 hour. As someone who rose on a rare skill, he wants to see how well Jink can take care of himself. It is an endurance exam, not a damage race. Unfair to pure offense types, but outcomes rarely change much for provisional tests. Jink remembers Will saying something similar back in Qualta. Dan warns him not to get cocky. Highborn or S-rank, he is not pulling punches. In the Camel arena, Dan sneers that Jink is a pipsqueak with a fancy skill. Jink decides to use every enchantment he has. Mona wishes him luck as preparations finish and the exam is set to begin. Layer by layer he stacks gear. Healing necklace, swordcraft rings, athletics on robe, boots, gloves, belt, and more. Enchantment level sits at 52, with athletics enchantments totaling a staggering plus 832. He wanted to be defensive, and may have overdone it. The arena master calls ready. Sand, sword, and spells are all allowed as the hour-long trial against the Butcher begins. Steel rings through the arena as Dan's assault crashes against Jink's guard. The kid does not give ground easily, and time becomes the true enemy for the guildmaster. Jink feels Dan was trying to butcher him alive, aiming for joints and tendons in a flurry worse than Snow's old exam. Yet Jink never even breaks a sweat. If the opponent cannot move freely, the fight is basically over, and they do not call Dan the Butcher for nothing. Dan realizes Jink was only pretending to parry while hammering the exact same spot on his blade to break it. Jink says he did not break any rules. Dan laughs that he is beat. If it went longer, his sword would have snapped like a twig and declares that Jink passes. Dan admits he was trying to get inside Jink's head by messing with him, and it came back to bite him. He asks Jink to come back to the library after. They need to talk. While stunned onlookers mutter that this was supposed to be a safe, easy job, Mona congratulates him on provisional B rank and tallies the haul. 57,234 cores, 4,193 kobold knives, and various orc materials. Payout 108 gold, 87 silver, and 138 copper. Counting that many cores nearly makes someone sick. Dan notes that back in Qualta this guy wiped the floor with snow, so he can handle himself, but safety still comes first. At provisional B rank, escorts are no longer mandatory on secured highways. When Jink asks about the talk, Dan shifts to business. Contractors for transport and trade. Merchants will flock to Camel because of the Enchanter, and not all with good intentions. Dan brings up the brat who picked a fight. Ash, already released, but his old man still insists on making things right. The father is a guild-affiliated merchant who came to Camel to work something out, and Dan wants Jink to hear him and negotiate. The merchant's eldest son lost his way and ended up a slave, and now his remaining son is in hot water. Dan argues the guild is better off if Jink signs with a merchant they can trust rather than random vultures, and that Jink could help a desperate father at the end of his rope. Jink agrees to meet in 2 days. He wanted to tie up that loose end anyway. Soon after he faces Yorkie Lorentz, chief of the Lorentz Merchant Union, Ian's father. With Ian's help they work out details quickly. Yorkie mostly came to apologize. Jink will let it slide if Ash is disciplined, and Yorkie gives him a personal business contract. Then he tells Ian to spend the rest of the day with his dad. Back at the estate, servants welcome Master home and note Ian is with his family. One of them hands over mail that arrived for Jink. The letter is from Chris. Jink is to come to the Brand estate. 2 slaves staying there want to see him, and their names are Esther and Elza. At Count Brand's estate in the royal capital of Qualarut, Chris greets him with a bombshell. As it turns out, Jink is a prince. Chris tells him to calm down and listen. He is not simply House Nonland's eldest son. He is the illegitimate child of the King of Rosalta, Word got out, the royal family is a hot mess, and the whole country is in chaos. Before things got too ugly, Esther and Elsa chose to leave the country. Will and Karen came with them too. Jink immediately demands to be taken to Esther and Elsa. First things first, Chapter 14 opens, Birds of a Feather. The reunion path is set as Jink strides deeper into the Brand estate toward the people who crossed a kingdom for him. He finds Esther and Elsa living under slave conditions and demands who put them there like this. The sight hits harder than any arena blow. Chris explains they cannot treat slaves like other servants, and Mother had to follow form. But the two asked for this themselves. It is their atonement and apology. They insisted on only the bare minimum to survive. Will has already told Jink everything that happened. According to Esther and Elsa, they chose slavery so he could punish them for their house's rollimes and the exile. Jink still cannot fully wrap his head around it, though he half-jokes he did get to see Esther as a maid. He tells them he is not angry and has no intention of punishing them, and asks them to get up. He is simply glad they are both okay. Esther still apologizes for what his kin did and for failing to protect him. Jink snaps at Esther to stop calling him so formally. He never would have made it out of the country without their help. It is not Esther's fault, and he will not hear otherwise. Emotion finally breaks through the formality. Master and the two who fled Rosalta share a raw, wordless stretch of relief after everything that was stolen from them. Looking ahead, Jink says he will take care of Esther until he comes of age. He would free them now if he could, but until Rosalta comes he will keep them as slaves on paper only. As an S-rank adventurer's people, others will think twice before touching them. In exchange he will enchant more items for the Brands, who leave the two in his care. Elsa stubbornly insists she still wants to serve him as a slave for life, matching Esther's guilt. Fresh intel lands harder. The Queen has filed for divorce, her home country dissolved the alliance, and both the King of Rosalta and the Crown Prince have fallen from grace, leaving the throne empty. The court disaster is called a mistake too late to undo. Everyone present understands it is only a matter of time before war breaks out in Rosalta. In the royal capital of Rosalta, a man is shoved into an underground prison. He rages that he is the head of a formerly great house as the door shuts on the old order. At a Rosalta royal villa, fury erupts over who dared imprison them and what news has broken. The kingdom that cast Jink out is devouring itself, and the aftershocks are only beginning. In Rosalta, a prisoner demands to know the need for all this brutality. The former Crown Prince Elliot finds his father in the same nightmare, still clinging to pride as the collapsed court turns on its own. Blows fall as the king rages that things would not have turned out this way if Elliot had not run his mouth. He calls his son an eyesore, and a bastard for exposing the secret that shattered the throne. Elliot snaps that his father has finally gone mad, and that someone tampered with his destiny. Through the blood and fury he fixates on one name. It is all because of Jink. Consumed by hate, Elliot can only scream that he will kill. A crown prince reduced to a howl of murderous resentment. Back with Jink, 2 weeks in the capital end differently than expected. After finishing academy exams, he returns to Camel with a brand new member for their maze runs. Esther greets Ian and Nina politely and vows to keep up with Oni-sama. Nina cheerfully welcomes Esther-kun as the newest face in the party. Jink checks Esther's gear. The enchantments are still low level, so Ian and Nina must back him up in the maze. Esther insists on wearing the armor Oni-sama once gave him, enchanted only moments before departure, rather than anything else. Appraisal shows Esther at level 23, job slave under Zinc, with Spearcraft 52, a small box of holding and strong spear aptitude. He has hunted low-level monsters on the road and during House Nonland guard duty. Despite Nina's worry, Jink plans 3 days spamming the orc room so Esther can join attacks on the next floor by the end. Beyond the spear, Esther has wind magic aptitude. Jink decides they will level his magic and mana as well, even if fighting in a maid outfit is an awkward leftover of their escape. Leaving the estate to Angie, Mimosa and Elsa, the party sets out for Camel, the labyrinth city. Nina frets about how many potions Esther will drink. Jink trusts the veterans to handle the rest. He warns the house staff not to go out unless necessary. His own rising reputation should protect them if push comes to shove, but caution still matters. At the Camel Guild, Esther introduces himself to Mona, who is surprised to meet Zink-sama's younger brother. Jink asks whether anything important changed while he was away. Mona asks if he knows about named monsters. Jink has heard the rumor, extremely rarely. The souls of the dead possess dungeon monsters, keeping memory, speech, and even shaping their appearance. She drops the news. The orc general on the 15th floor, the boss they cleared before, is now a named monster. The party stiffens at the idea of a speaking, remembering boss waiting on a floor they thought finished. A second clear will not be the same as the first. Chapter 15. Blood runs thicker than water. Mona confirms the orc general in the boss rooms has human intelligence now, which should make clearing much harder, or so everyone assumes. In fact, it is the opposite. The named orc is far weaker and simpler to read, charging mindlessly at women as if plagued by his past life. Low-level parties even clear the room by using female adventurers as decoys. Because floor 15 is easier, long queues form for 16 onward. Under-leveled adventurers clog the path, fights break out and maze casualties rise. Adventurers mock the boss as dork, a contraction of orc and pork, and Mona asks Jink to help anyone in urgent need if he can. Jink agrees as long as it is not too much trouble. With his enchantments, he can give the whole party healing ability before they push the 15th floor again. Training on the way, Nina's water balls land cleaner, and Ian praises how much more efficient Esther's attacks have become. The new member is already keeping pace. Between potion runs and bathroom jokes at Esther's expense, Nina shows off magic-assisted cooking slices while Esther claims he is having a growth spurt. He knows they are teasing him after a lifetime of being bullied, and still pushes forward. After 3 days, Esther has rocketed from level 23 to level 57. They take a short break, then head for the dork. Ian on the front line just in case, Nina in the back. It may be weaker, but it is still an orc general. In the boss room, the named orc rasps fragmented words. Kill, kill, as if a human soul is clawing through a monster's throat. Appraisal freezes the party. Orc general, name Elliot, rank B, moniker dork. It is possessed by the former crown prince. Jink admits he knows the guy, a rotten acquaintance from Rosalta. Elliot's soul screams that this must be fate, and that he will get rid of Jink himself. The dork charges with princely hate in a monster's body. The party meets the rush head-on. Enchanted steel and magic slam into the named boss as Elliot's grudge drives every blow. Then the dork spots Nina and loses all composure, babbling about women and trembling with the same mindless fixation Mona described. Jink snaps the monster's attention back with a cold command to keep its eyes on him, on Elliot's true target. He taunts that he is the one Elliot wants and drives the fight away from Nina. The dork takes the bait. Together the party finishes the named orc general. Elliot's second death in the maze ends in a collapse of flesh and spite. Among the drops is another Shirikadama, an orc testicle. Mona has already noted they fall more often since Elliot became the boss. Jink never thought he would see that prince here again, reduced to a grotesque symbol of his past life, and mostly just wants to leave it. Will's earlier news clicks into place. Dethroned and executed, Elliot's resentful soul possessed a camel maze monster and will respawn endlessly, killed by adventurers again and again. Jink coldly decides it serves him right. Boss room cleared. They push on to the 20th floor, the crystal area, one of the dungeon's most popular spots. Esther is delighted. Nina finds the damp air disgusting. Rumor says rough emeralds and diamonds can be mined here. Esther and Nina want to try it once. Jink hands out pickaxes, warns that mining eats stamina, and admits he came partly to rake in cash. Using material appraisal, Ian points them toward the best crystal veins for emeralds. The others are stunned he can mine by skill instead of guesswork. Green stones pile up as the kids dig with pure joy. Jink, merchant instincts kicking in, eyes the mine tailings for something he can use later rather than swinging a pick himself. While the others dig, he works through an idea for automated help in the crystal tunnels, a construct that can do more than one job. He explains that lower floors are full of traps and pitfalls according to the guild. A golem can spring those hazards for them. And for now it will also speed up their mining. Noise erupts nearby. An argument between Camel's two predatory clans, with talk of emissaries in the depths of purgatory. Jink tells everyone to finish mining quickly and stay out of the immature clan feud. They move on to a grassland floor that feels like the outdoors, stuck in permanent daylight despite being underground. Esther is amazed. The maze only grows stranger the deeper they go. On the grassland floor, Mona's warning about rising maze casualties hangs in the air, but the party still eyes the local prey. Green calves, whose meat is hard to get in big cities and costs a fortune. Nina is peckish. Esther has tasted it once as a noble and says it beats orc, and Jink notes they can hunt as many as they want here. With that, the decision is easy. Jink orders them to take down green calves for meat, and the party charges into the sunlit fields. Chapter 16. Strength in numbers. After a clean hunt, they have green calf meat for dinner and enough leftovers to sell to the guild. Nina vows to help cook while the others secure the hall. The meal is even better than imagined, and the milk is excellent too. This floor teems with bovine monsters, green calves, white cows that taste just as good, and minotaurs as well. Jink notes Esther's wind magic has leveled and suggests trying the air tornado he has been practicing, even if its range is shorter than cyclone. Esther is thrilled to finally support everyone. Minotaur meat, by contrast, is disgusting and only good for crafting, and their greetaxes are too heavy to wield. Deeper in, they find battered adventurers slumped among ant monsters. Someone urges the wounded to hurry back up while Jink demands to know what is going on. The survivors explain there is an ant nest in the area and they had the bad luck to hit a swarm. Their other party members never made it. Probably bug food by now. Jink offers healing in exchange for everything they know about the ants. Alone the ants are no big deal, but numbers make them deadly. Thick shells shrug off blows, they spit acid and strike with front claws, and they are weak to fire. That is a bad matchup for a party that mostly uses water and wind. Nina has only just learned fire magic. Clearing a nest usually takes clans and lots of sorcerers, because the ants defend their queen ferociously. Jink decides they will still push carefully through the floor rather than turn back, while telling the wounded to avoid fights if they can. They realize they are already on floor 24, smack in the middle of a zone swollen larger than normal because of the ant nest. The ground shudders like an earthquake. Someone spots movement over there, and the nest begins to answer their presence. Ants pour from every direction, a living tide of shells and mandibles. The grassland floor becomes a black, chittering sea. The first wave hits hard enough to knock people off their feet. Nina squeaks as the swarm presses in from all sides. Esther estimates at least 5,000 ants. Even with their spells, the sheer mass makes everyone ask whether they can handle this. Ian argues that running is the smart option. They can save themselves if they leave now. Jink knows the kids, especially Nina, would never forgive simply letting other people die. They will fight, burn potions for mana, and shatter the swarm with spells. As party leader, he is responsible for everyone's survival, so escape routes stay open. But he still shouts for the wounded strangers to get out while his team holds the line. Other adventurers recognize the Enchanter's party and call them crazy for staying. Jink tells them to run if it gets too dangerous, and that payment can wait for later. Right now they just need a break for it. Water cyclone and tornado explode across the nest, ripping corridors through the insect tide as the party commits fully. Shells crack and bodies snap under the magic pressure. But for every ant that falls, more claw forward. Ian and Jink still have plenty of mana. Yet the kids are fading and the fight never ends. Without fire, they are not killing efficiently enough. Jink pulls Nina over, orders potions and healing, and forces a reset. They need a new plan before attrition wins. Appraisal picks out a general ant at rank B, and farther back the true prize, the queen. Killing her should collapse the swarm, but a pure war of attrition will overrun them first. Some ants look different. They must be commanders. Jink tries a different approach and throws out orc meat as bait, stabbing the first commander that takes it. The bait works. The targeted commander falls and the local swarm stutters. Without their commander, the ants mill in confusion. Jink presses the advantage, asking how they like fighting without orders. He has Ian scatter more orc meat with wind magic. When the swarm opens, ranged spells pick off the remaining commanders. Ian is ordered to carve a path to the queen, while Nina and Esther cover him. If they can get close, Jink will take her down himself. Tornado and cyclone blast a corridor through the nest. The party surges toward the queen's chamber on raw momentum. Lesser ants still try to close the gap, but commander losses leave the swarm sluggish and open. Jink finishes the approach with water cyclone, clearing the last wall of bodies between them and the queen. They finally face the queen ant herself, a towering rank, a monster of mandibles, command, and endless spawn. Ordinary cuts barely impress her bulk. The party realizes this will not end with a single lucky slash. Appraisal lists the queen ant at rank A with athletics 61, bite 50, command 31, intimidation 29, and spawn 51. Chapter 17 opens with a grim title, The Rosalta Assassin. While Jink notes that one sword skill alone will not butcher something this big, he dodges a crushing strike and answers with fire and blade, testing how the queen moves. Because she is so large, her attacks are actually easy to read. But finding a way to deal real damage is another problem entirely. Remembering Dan's lesson, if the opponent cannot move, the fight is basically over. Jink feints in circles around her, aiming for the joints and legs that cannot turn quickly. While he works the queen, Nina and Esther blast smaller ants off him with air cyclone and supporting magic so he is not buried mid-combo. They cannot keep this up forever. Mana and potions are running low, so Jink decides they have to end it before the nest simply outlasts them. The queen staggers as leg joints fail under repeated precision strikes. The swarm's coordination breaks with her. Jink drives the finish home, declaring the queen butchered, yet she still thrashes, not quite done. One last exchange will decide whether Floor 24's nest dies here. Jink's final assault rips the queen ant apart, legs and antennae gone as she thrashes without the limbs that made her deadly. The nest is broken. A last heavy blow finishes what the joint strike started. The Ranka queen crashes down for good. The remaining ants scatter the moment she dies. Esther praises Oni-sama while Jink is simply glad everyone is okay. If anything had gone wrong, their bodies would never have left the maze. In hindsight, the risk paid off with a mountain of materials and an A-rank kill that has Esther asking if Jink can go provisional A-rank. He apologizes for the close call, then has them sweep the corpses with wind magic and get out before more trouble finds them. A few days later at the Camel Adventurers Guild, the reward meeting comes with a lecture. As an enchanter, he should not have risked his life so freely over a single A-rank. Jink wonders if promotion is still too soon. Mona reports that for rescuing B-rank party the liar from the ant swarm, custom demands a reward equal to at least half an adventurer's assets. 3 platinum pieces. Jink reels at how enormous that is and tries to refuse. But the numbers are real. The Lyrie members insist that without him they would already be dead, so the high risk deserves fair pay. Jink finally accepts, and Mona quietly hopes she never has to file a report of his death. Not only because he is invaluable as an enchanter, the guild paperwork closes on the ant incident. Outside the formal room, less gentle opinions are already waiting for him. Dan corners him about the ant tussle and calls him an idiot for rushing in blind, endangering friends to save strangers. If he has a death wish, he can save everyone the trouble and go back to Rosalta. Mona clearly had looked just as angry. Jink apologizes and promises to be more careful. Dan spares him a longer lecture because he has important news instead. Esther's relieved hug earns a dry remark that he can be nice when he tries. Word from the Qualta branch and guild eavesdropping. 4 Rosalta nobles sneaked into Qual, disguised as merchants requesting an escort. One could not stop using lofty speech and exposed himself. For now, the guild is letting them swim while loyal adventurers watch and guard them. Client confidentiality would normally seal the matter, but they hired under false identities and breached contract. Their goal is clear: take Jink back to make him king after banishing him. The nerve of it leaves even Dan cold. Because the guild stays neutral in international conflicts, Dan frames this as a personal matter and shares everything. Jink notes any noble who wants him as king was loyal to the throne itself, not Elliot, and asks for names so he can report to Qual. The ringleader is Marquess Ptanir, now a royalist after his father, the governor-general, was executed. Elitist, brutal to commoners hanging around the capital. Fortunately, he does not know Jink is in Gamel. Jink plans to warn Chris, Sacred Flame in the palace, and maybe move his capital maids to the Brand estate. Mona also confirms the liar only hit the ants after detouring around a clash between Depths of Purgatory and the emissaries. That same clan fight cut Jink's mining short, even if it did no direct damage. With both big clans inconveniencing adventurers and now the Enchanter, Dan asks permission to file complaints with both clanmasters. Jink agrees without hesitation. Dan's parting advice is simple: keep your head down, this is getting messy. At the emissary's clubhouse, officers panic over a guild claim from the Enchanter brat. An S-rank complaint will not blow over like one from a no-name clan, and they cannot issue official orders until Herbert returns. Likely some sucker from the 4th Army caused it. Herbert and the 3rd Army and higher are deep in the dungeon on expedition. Until he comes back, surface members are told to keep their heads down and do something before the explosion hits. Across town at the depths of Purgatory Clubhouse, the same compensation claim lands. They insist they were only protecting turf after a squabble with emissaries that Jink witnessed, and order everyone to stay on guard against the other clan until Herbert arrives. Both predatory clans dig in, each blaming the other while the guild's paper trail tightens around them. Camel's underground politics have officially reached Jink. Chapter 18 opens, Those Who Cheat. Far from the guild counters, another plot is already being drawn against the Enchanter. In neighboring Nazar, Queen Melissa has decided bringing her stepson to her kingdom is not worth the trouble. After all, her son Ella orchestrated Jink's exile. Nazar's highest officials in Qual are gathering intelligence, and the huge Camel Clan depths of Purgatory becomes a tool for a darker plan, assassinating the Enchanter. They fear Jink wants to settle in Qual, and will not bend the knee to Nazar, making him a threat. Mission failure means their lives are forfeit, so they demand capable candidates for the kill. An assassin-class operative volunteers, ordered to disguise as an emissary. Even if the kill fails, framing the emissary should turn Enchanter, guild and clan against each other and damage Qual. Stay vigilant. The target has gathered quite the entourage. A few days later the party reviews their ant swarm gains. Jink around level 147 with rising perception, Ian at 121 with wind magic over 100, Esther at 85 and Nina at 97, now 13 and insisting she be called 1A-san. Jink plans to enchant perception onto items for them. They prepare winter gear for the frost area from floor 26 onward, planning to push past the ant floors to a veteran safe zone. Unlike last time, they will ignore side fights and drive straight through the cold. This run prioritizes clearing new floors over loot. Neither Rosalta nor Qual has 4 seasons, so Jink leans on Jinkaro's Japanese memories to imagine true cold, and still underestimates how bad it will feel. On floor 26 they burn every athletics enchantment and rush the boss room with no breaks, wind howling and cold far worse than Japan. The kids shout that they are all going to freeze. Air and water magic still fly in the blizzard conditions as they force a path through frost monsters toward the deeper boss. 2 whole days of athletics buffs later they reach floor 30, where water arrows freeze into giant popsicles and hunting becomes nearly impossible. Materials from this area are scarce for good reason. Jink suddenly has an idea, and has to explain what a popsicle is in a world without ice cream. Before the boss, he works alchemy on their trimmings, and produces a metal golem to fight in the cold where flesh and blood struggle. The construct strides into the frost boss arena beside them, unbothered by the freeze that hammers living adventurers. A charging frost beast, heavy on intimidation, slams forward. Jink orders the party to pin it and dump magic while the golem holds the line. Enchant-boosted spells hammer the boss from all sides as the metal guardian keeps it from overrunning the children. Water Tornado and their biggest spells drop the creature shockingly fast. Even stats-wise, they did not expect such an easy win. Leveling Jink, they note, raises enchanting twice as fast, which feels almost unfair. If needed, they would have gone for the eyes with arrow spells, but it never came to that. They finally reach a safe area and collapse into break time. Rough adventurers fill the camp. Emissaries and purgatories, Jink realizes, which is why people do not travel these floors alone. Leon of Elder Tree greets them. He still remembers the orc stew. Nina offers hot white cow milk and the tense safe zone air softens for a moment. Leon explains his group is 3rd Army, stuck on supply and communications for 1st and 2nd deeper in. Often for weeks or months. Other clans' 3rd Armies camp here too. The frost is brutal on adults, let alone children, so Jink's party is staying put for now. The kids have already passed out from exhaustion. Water is so scarce they cannot spare any for washing. Jink offers some of his in exchange for intel on the next floors. Leon says most adventurers tap out after the frost, so even the guild is thin on knowledge, and the big clans sell what they know for a price. Floors 31 to 35 at least are a tropical jungle area. In the safe zone the kids finally sleep. Jink thanks Leon for the help and pleasure of meeting, then quietly prepares the party for the next descent. They hit the jungle floors at last. Compared to the frost area, the air is thick and humid, a green steam bath after days of ice. Their main goal is to map the zone and build a strategy guide they can sell to the guild for a tidy profit. The heat is almost too much, but they push through the hard work anyway. Jink reveals he secretly made treats in the safe zone from gathered snow. Behold his special white cow sherbet, cool and sweet, which is why he had been collecting ice for Nina, who once asked what a popsicle was. He claims the recipe is super easy, heat white cow milk with sugar and freeze, rich enough without cream, and that he got the idea from an Academy library book. Ian smells the other world slip and calls bullshit, while Nina only thinks Onisama is amazing, and that it would sell well at market. He also hands out simple cooling packs of frozen slime jelly wrapped in cloth for pockets and necks. Merchant instincts kick in on fair pricing for sherbets and packs. Then he orders them to keep track of each other with perception and move out. After a stretch of jungle work, Jink judges they have done about enough on this floor. Mapping progress is solid for a first pass. Elsewhere, the Nazar plot tightens. The assassin is told the disguise must beat Jink's appraisal skill, that failure means everything is over, and that Queen Melissa and the king want the Enchanter gone as soon as possible. Because of Guildmaster intel, they claim to know exactly where Jink will be at all times. Hearing that Melissa, Former Queen of Rosalta wants him dead, freezes the party. Esther asks the terrible question. Does Guildmaster Dan have ties with the depths of purgatory? Jink concludes the purgatories include Nazar spies. Not every member, but enough that some ran the maze to shadow him. Chapter 19 opens. Don't play with fire. The idea that Dan sold him out is almost too much to believe. Esther insists they cannot trust Dan. As Guildmaster he could help spies in countless ways, and the Ian deal might have been a trick. Jink is less sure. Dan warned him Rosalta was coming and went out of his way on the Lawrence matter. Still, if Dan is a traitor, he may want Jink gone too. 2 purgatory agents are already nearby, both claiming they got intel from the Guildmaster. Staying deep in the maze is too dangerous, so Jink decides they will rush topside and report to the guild. Dan's face when confronted should tell them what they need to know. Until then, they must not tip off the purgatories that the assassination scheme is blown. Act normal, though Nina always wears her heart on her sleeve, which makes subtlety a problem. Back with Dan, Jink lays it out. Depths of Purgatory officers are Nazar intelligence, and if Nazar is this involved, he should report to the King of Qual. Dan is stunned and asks what they should do. As a neutral party, the guild cannot disband the purgatories on spies alone. Hard evidence is required, or politics could become war with Nazar. Jink says they will catch the assassin themselves. He needs to witness a failed attempt, and he wants Dan running the maze with him. Dan agrees to head down together and bring his own gear. The kids will not be babysat. If they choke, that is on them, and Dan suspects the spies were one step ahead of him all along. He understands why they do not trust him after years as Guildmaster without a clue. He promises to carry his weight. They plan to leave tomorrow, and a young voice off-panel cheers that he got into the depths of purgatory, calling Dan Big Brother. The kid wants his brother to come along for the serious purgatory business. Dan only mutters that he has a letter to mail to the king first, and asks if the boy will be okay. Alone, Jink arms himself with truth serum nabbed from House Nonland before exile, noble tools used against enemies. Jinkaro's conscience balks, but as a former noble the methods feel second nature, and he never thought he would actually need them. The next day the party gathers. Dan is their way into restricted zones, and Jink plans a disguise from here on. Not only his face is known, but Esther and the others are in danger too. Someone jokes a wig would throw pursuers off. Jink hands Dan Masanga bracelets enchanted with athletics so the A-rank guildmaster can keep up. Arguing a little buff is fine. First stop, rush to floor 15, ready when you are. 4 hours of non-stop running later they are past floor 44. Dan, over 40, begs for a break and is reminded he promised to carry his own weight. Jink allows a snack once he is sure no purgatories are nearby. Nina's cooking wins even Dan over. He admits she has really outdone herself this time, while the kids casually show off their maze stamina. Conversation turns to bets. Dan used to gamble until his wife made him quit. Jink produces non-land truth serum meant for the purgatories and offers a little wager, just for fun, though he is not sure of the exact strength. He only has pure serum and needs to test dilution. The plan is a drinking contest, a few drops at a time in water, with antidotes and healing magic ready. High concentrations cause extreme anxiety and psychological trauma. Plenty of people have gone mad on it, and Esther begs him not to. Jink admits he finds it hard to believe a guildmaster truly knew nothing about the purgatories. This is how Dan comes clean. He will drink first. If Dan wins, 1 platinum coin and shared meals. Dan bristles at the implied accusation of ties. Sharing the risk sells it. Dan takes him on, swearing the old dog will drink the kid under the table. Under the serum's press, buried rage spills. Voices of exile, dropouts, and people who deserved what they got. The truth drug digs where polite answers never reach. Dan slips into memory, half-conscious, speaking to someone who is not in the room. He asks why a figure from years ago did not stop him then, and answers himself with bitter familiarity. The confession turns on a brother who is happy to join the purgatories. Dan knows he should have pulled the boy out no matter what it took. He thought strong qual adventurers joining purgatory just fell off the radar, until an intel broker said his brother died in a maze accident. Meeting Jink in the Nazar trail finally showed him the truth. He was sad to part ways and happy the kid was making his own path until the lie broke. Guilt crashes over how many people died because he was stubborn and how many lives he might have saved. Purgatory grew too fast, backed by powerful nobles, untouchable even after he became guildmaster. By strange coincidence, Jink is giving him a chance to expose them, and this time he is not running. Through the haze he snarls that no one will touch Jink and his friends over his body, and that he will not allow the assassin to win. Then the serum knocks him out cold. When he wakes, Jink apologizes for putting him through it. At least they learn Dan has no ties to the purgatories. Dan talks their heads off about why he wants the clan down, accepts any punishment, and still wonders how the assassin got information from him. He swears he never leaked intel, though 5 years ago a purgatory fighter wiped the floor with him in a rank promotion and left a stupid smirk he still remembers. They need to arrest the assassin and hear the whole story no matter what. The party believes him. Meanwhile in the jungle, the enemy reveals a gift called empathy, usable only by those who suffered severe past injury. Once every 10 days, relaying a target's thoughts, emotions, and attached information. Which is how they have been riding the guildmaster. Their empathy attunement to Dan suddenly goes wrong. Screams to stop, agony flooding the link. They fear the guild side found the tap. If so, the guildmaster might be under psychological torture right now, and their plans may already be leaked. They cannot wait 10 days for another empathy cycle. Order goes out to mobilize all assassins in the field. The Nazar side reels that Jink and company would go so far as to break a man's spirit to flush the truth. Stopping them is easier said than done. and the hunt for the Enchanter is about to turn into open war in the maze. Steel and spell light flash as the maze hunt sharpens. Somewhere in the jungle, both hunter and hunted are already moving. On the Nazar side, handlers refuse to abandon their valuable empath. Without him, they cannot siphon intel from the guildmaster. With no other choice, they prepare to use him as bait and run if the trap snaps shut. Boots hammer through undergrowth as the enemy team kicks into forced movement, repositioning before Jink's party can pin them down. One assassin fixates on Jink alone, swearing he will make the Enchanter pay. The grudge is personal now, not just orders from Nazar. Jink's group hits floor 26 again with the same rush plan as before. Nina still cannot get used to the cold and asks what a summon is when Dan mentions how veterans usually cross. Dan explains common frost tactics. Summon cold-adapted monsters to pull sleds, or domesticated fire beasts like salamanders for warmth. None of them can summon, and the guides never mentioned it, so they improvise with lanterns and an air curtain instead. Jink focuses on spells to hold the warm air curtain while the others keep watch. With maximum athletics buffs and his recently improved fire magic, they simply dash the frost stretch the hard way. Dan has no better idea and goes along with it. In the floor 30 boss room, the Acrocanth does not even last a minute under their enchanted assault. The frost gate is open again. They skip the crowded safe zone full of purgatories and take a break on the field instead. Nina announces dinner and white cow milk sherbets while they wait out the hour until the next spawn and talk strategy. Dan still hangs guilt from the serum night. Jink tells him to eat and grow past it, even offering his share. The plan: pretend to explore the tropical floors they already mapped and lure the purgatories into strategic ground. When they do enter the safe zone, it will be a battle of wits and patience. Full party perception should give them the edge in the overgrowth. And Dan again notes the enemy somehow taps internal guild information. A big deal they still cannot fully explain. They move into the tropical floors, under that tense plan, every sense stretched for the first wrong footstep in the green. Without the bathtub and gear stored in their boxes of holding, they would not last long in the heat. Nina jokes Oni-sama could bring a whole bathroom if he wanted, and the cold rinse after humidity feels heavenly. A full week on edge has perception climbing. Jink hits level 6 in the skill, yet the purgatories still have not struck. Unsure whether the mission was suspended, he decides to give a full floor scan a shot anyway. He stacks perception and chance on accessories until his range approaches 1200, enough to read the whole floor, and asks the others to guard him while he concentrates defenseless. Through the skill he feels every life and mental state on the floor. The hunters they want are not here. 4 purgatories wait near the safety zone entrance instead, positioned to cut off escape. They are clearly being followed, yet the trackers do not move when he speaks aloud about knowing they are there. Experiments suggest the enemy cannot hear or see them directly. Someone darkly jokes about a Nazar contest to be sure. Dan admits it is a good one. After Dan's group splits off, kill intent thickens behind them. The pursuers keep distance but never leave the trail. Nina asks what is wrong. Master already knows the answer. Jink volunteers as bait with Nina while Esther and the others circle behind. His enchants are too powerful for the enemy to ignore. Pile enough buffs on Nina and she will outstrip even Dan. They promise to back him up as soon as the trap springs. Phase 1 looks like water magic training, soaking the surroundings on purpose. The water carries house non-land drugs that become a thought-slowing poisonous fog when they take effect. Everyone has already taken antidotes. To mask the drug scent, Nina will cook, and wind magic will spread dinner smells everywhere. Esther stands by on the backline, while Master and Nina play house in the kill zone. Waiting begins. Nina knows hunting a person is not the same as hunting a monster, and that the purgatories will try to kill them. Yet to protect Master she steals herself for what she must do. Jink reminds her they need the targets alive, and tells her to focus on protecting herself. He cannot finish the plan without her, and she promises to give her best. Over the finished meal, Jink praises her cooking as heaven and half jokes he would marry her if he could. Nina flusters and tells him to stop. The performance for Distant Eyes is working. Dan, also on perception, reports the bait is working. The purgatories have not seen a woman in days while these two live on great food and long baths. Jealousy is already rotting their patience in the trees. Cloaked in rage, hunger, and envy, the hunters close in and walk straight through the poison fog spread earlier. Dan almost feels sorry for them. This is dirty play, and the fight is nearly over before blades meet. The fog takes hold, thought slows, coordination frays, and the ambushers stumble into the open exactly as planned. A drugged purgatory lunges and demands they hand Jink over, sneering at the little kid who dares stand in a clan killer's way. Chapter 21. The Depths of Purgatory versus Queen Nina. They scream that the Enchanter is dead and move to surround the camp, still blind to Esther, and the others circling behind, desperate to finish and escape the heat. Under the drugs, their minds unravel into ugliness. Threats to have fun with the girl before the kill, even muttering that Jink looks cute. Nina and Master brace as the real fight begins. Holding back lethal force is harder than Jink expected. Steel rings as he disables without finishing, each clash a test of control. Buffed beyond reason, Nina meets a clan thug head-on and refuses to yield an inch of the camp. Pain flashes through an attacker who underestimated the cooking girl. Queen Nina is not playing house anymore. Bodies hit dirt as non-lethal takedowns stack up. The poison fog and enchant gap turn elite clan hunters into clumsy prey. One thug corners Nina and tells her not to blame him. Blame Jink for dragging her out here, then threatens to take his time before the kill. She answers that Master would never allow that. Nina's contempt cuts sharper than her blade as she brands him scum and drives him back. She piles on that he is stinky and creepy, rage and fear braided into pure refusal to break. The trap closes fully as the circling team hits the drugged hunters from behind. Purgatory voices panic that they walked into an ambush as Esther and the others crash in. Two kids leading a counterattack they never saw coming. The melee peaks with roars and heavy impacts. Depths of Purgatory's jungle hit squad reels as Queen Nina's trap finishes springing shut. Alive as ordered if they can hold the line through the last blows. With the ambush won, Dan flexes and thanks Jink. He feels 10 years younger after the fight. Jink confirms he is fine and orders the captives tied. Nina, still shaken, would rather not touch them and is told to sit and take it easy while the others handle the rest. Esther reports Nina wanted a bath to wash the stink off and is setting camp with Ian. Jink is reminded she is still just a little girl who had to endure far too much. Interrogation begins. Jink offers truth serum and a simple deal. Honest answers mean no pain. A captive sneers not to get cocky. Jink answers that cooperation will save them both a lot of time. When stubborn silence holds, the mood darkens. Non-land methods wait behind the polite offer of serum. Jink coldly notes a prisoner only needs a mouth to talk, then lists eyes and fingers as options. House Nonland beat the art of torture into its heirs so they could deal with wimps like these. And Esther asks what they should do with the scoundrel. A captive shivers as Jink grabs him. The threat is no longer theoretical. Controlled fire magic sears the thin skin of a prisoner's head, heat cranked slowly toward the skull. Jink remarks there are still plenty of them, so shock death is a chance he is willing to take, and the face is next. After hunting hundreds of thousands of monsters, he says, he became very good at taking lives. To him, these assassins are little more than goblins who will not stop trying to murder him. The man breaks, begging to talk if they will only make it out. He warns that even then the depths of purgatory are everywhere. Inside, Jink feels Jinkaro's softer personality thinning under the pressure of what he is doing, and hopes Nina never sees him like this. Dan spells out the legal reality. Attacking them is treason against the guild. Leave the maze and face trial, clan dissolution, torture, execution, heads on display, or if lucky, lifelong criminal slavery. Depending on what they say now, Dan's testimony at trial can make sentences uglier or less so. Biting off their own tongues might even be kinder. After that speech, the prisoners talk eagerly, unwilling to die for Nazar. The depths of purgatory were set up by Nazar to gather intel in Qual and drain its resources, recruit promising local adventurers, abuse them, then kill them, and sell maze goods only to merchants tied to Nazar spies. The problem runs far deeper than anyone first thought. They confirm an empath poked through Dan's mind for guild information. So Dan himself was the leak without knowing. The empath lost his marbles after some kind of psychological blow, and the captives are stunned to hear the skill named out loud. Dan clenches through the revelation that he was used. What does not kill you makes you stronger, he mutters, and someone half jokes the truth serum drinking contest may have been what shattered the empath link. Jink apologizes that it was all his fault. Dan tells him to stop. It is over now. They only need these men to testify in court. If asked about Dan's past with the purgatories, he should honestly say he leaked nothing. They will haul the captives topside and explain everything, though forcing them all to walk is a logistics problem. Meanwhile, on another floor, someone counts down one more target. A hostile team marks contact in 10 seconds at 2 o'clock. The next wave of purgatory force is already moving. Their commander boasts that with his gift, omniscience, they need not fear the little enchanter. Even if those goons in Second Army got caught. Back with Jink, golem cages prove a smart move for hauling prisoners through the maze without constant babysitting. He runs 2 golem prisons, separating cooperators from hard cases. Good apples get juicy orc steak. Bad ones get goblin scraps and non-land medicinal cocktail instead of water, plus floor spikes for attitude. The Purgatory 2nd Legion captives are still A rank, so discipline now may keep them from ganging up later, and hatred is already turning inward on their own holdouts. For sanitation, he enchants their underwear with box of holding, extra-dimensional diapers, and adds an air curtain against the smell. The golems burn mana, but he can afford it. Esther is amazed. Dan notes he would have just tied them in a line, and someone is taking notes who probably should not be. Perception lights up the 1st Legion headed straight for them. Numbers and murderous aura unmistakable. Prisoners warn them to watch for leaders Forbes and Neville. If they take those 2 early, the rest should fall. Neville, the right hand, is not much stronger than 2nd Legion men but carries appraisal like Jink. Forbes, the 1st Legion leader, spends mana for foresight, a few seconds into the future, making him S-rank in short battles. They must drop Neville before he reads their stats. His gift needs a direct line of sight. The plan. Jink opens with his strongest water spell. Dan and Ian follow, prioritizing sorcerers and cutting ranged fire. Esther and Nina hold in front of the cages as cover. Appraisal enchanted goggles will show enemy names and skills, and they will try to hit Forbes with area attacks while foresight is active. Forbes greets the guildmaster with a sneer about playing favorites with the enchanter and abandoning neutrality. Dan offers the easy way or the hard way. Cooperate and maybe slavery will not be hell. Forbes only finds it cute that they still think they are leaving the maze alive. Contact explodes. Menacing auras clash as both sides commit. Jink's water magic wipes a swathe of the front. Foresight cannot save bodies already drowned in the spell. Neville goes down to an air slicer before he can fully appraise the field. Forbes roars for Jink alone, convinced the enchanter cannot fire another huge spell so soon. Dan and the others pin the remaining legion while the duel lines up. Foresight flashes left and right as Forbes reads attacks a heartbeat early. Ordinary feints bounce off the future he can already see. Jink switches to attrition. Defend, force Forbes to keep attacking, and wear him out. Without the gift, Forbes is only an average swordsman, but as long as Foresight runs, counters and feints stay useless. He still finds a second to check that Esther and Nina are holding. Steel rings in a grinding duel, while the rest of First Legion collapses under the party's enchanted pressure. At the cages, Nina and Esther finish their side with stewed jelly and a tsunami of water magic. Mission accomplished, the rear is secure. A sneaker tries to murder Oni-sama from an angle and eats air slicer for it. Esther coldly says that is what you get for creeping around. Dan calls the field done, but Forbes will not turn his back on Jink. Foresight shows that doing so means death. His friends fall while he stays locked in the duel. Jink closes with a strike Foresight cannot fully save him from and asks, "Well, what do you see now?" Forbes surrenders, begging mercy and offering to tell whatever they wish. Jink decides they can still use him and promises a special cell, rather than tying him to a tree for monsters. They already have enough people willing to testify. They head for the safe zone on floor 30. Jink even hands Forbes a water flask and promises warm gear for the frost stretch, thoughtful treatment that only makes the other captives curse their leader more. The prisoner convoy climbs towards safer ground, golem cages grinding along behind the party. Dan plans to explain the truth himself as guildmaster, if any purgatory loyalists on floor 30 try to jump them. With him vouching they are in the right, other clans should listen, and if attacked, Jink will keep the scene from exploding. At the floor 30 safe zone, someone spots them and freezes. Zink's on, and a parade of golem prisons full of purgatory soldiers. The question hangs in the humid air. What is all this? The safe zone crowds around the golem prisons, reading ranks and numbers off the captives. Word spreads faster than footsteps. The Enchanter has dragged half a clan out of the maze in cages. Third Army purgatories still free mutter in dread about what will be done to them. The net is closing, and they know it. Loyalists form a floor line of defense, vowing not to let Jink and his goons leave without a scene. Someone notes he has already blended prisoners from multiple units, not bad work even for mopping up 30s. A desperate voice urges to use Foresight again. If he does not, they are all dead. Time is already gone. Jink only answers that he will see them in court. The remaining resistance breaks under that certainty. Chapter 23. Case closed. Chaos erupts as the last holdouts scream and the safe zone turns into a battlefield of arrests and panic. Someone shouts that purgatory is done for. Elder Tree members are here too. And the guildmaster himself is on the Enchanter's side. Steel flashes as purgatory combatants try one last push against the convoy and the clansmen who stand with it. A loyalist is identified as purgatory combat and the cry goes up to take him. The fight turns ugly and indiscriminate. Kill them, someone screams. Elder Tree takes wounded. Jink curses that if he had thought it through, he might have saved more of them. Desperate deeds follow desperate needs as healing magic hits the injured. Low-level purgatory goons beg they never heard of any assassination. Dan believes they are clean enough for outside maze chores and offers them quests if every member comes topside. Or he will arrest them anyway. High-level healing and even X potions go into the wounded, and he warns no one to run the maze until the trial is over. Elder Tree leaders thank them for saving so many men, and agree to send members topside as witnesses. As Qual citizens, they will not let the purgatories get away with this. And the captives can look forward to their sentences while everyone watches each other's backs. The prisoner convoy finally breaks for the surface under Guild and Elder Tree escort. Case or not, the maze chapter of the hunt is ending. Topside officials take custody of the suspects from the depths of purgatory. Dan reports captives with ties to Nazar, admits some died in the struggle, and notes many more are willing to testify. Allies ask to accompany Jink through the handoff. The Guild takes the prisoners for investigation, and asks only for a full report tomorrow. Jink is told he deserves rest after a wild ride that nearly broke them all. They hole up in the safest, most luxurious inn Dan can find, 100,000 yen a night, and joke about billing the kingdom if they are stuck a month. Between beds instead of sleeping bags, the truth serum contest, and never knowing when the next attack would come, sleep finally feels real. Duke Daniel Fonker, former Prime Minister, moniker Patriarch, is appointed to oversee the case. Dan tells Jink the Duke is a pretty nice guy, and to talk normal. Appraisal still shows how big a gun the crown is wheeled out. Both men were born into House Fonker. The Duke is the main line. Dan is from a penniless knight branch, a fifth son and a bastard who once waved a sword in fields because the family was too poor for school. As a youth, the Duke was even stationed on Dan's estate to learn land management. Dan was born during that posting, later went missing at 12, and was found as an adventurer in Gamel. The Duke took him as foster child and retainer, saw his potential, and now refuses to give up on him even if this mess expels him from the guild. He wants Dan back in House Fonker. Strings still pull if they act now. Business turns to process. Guild-handed suspects stand trial in Qual with official sentences. Evidence linking purgatories to Nazar is confiscated. Further interrogation and asset seizure will fund compensation for Jink and Elder Tree. Dan's personal drama can wait. The Duke is here for Zink. Marquess Petanir is already in custody after a failed attempt to kidnap one of Jink's servants. Without capable allies to bury the problem, he confessed under nail-pulling about Rosalta ties and other leaking nobles. He will be paraded through the city and executed. Therefore, the King of Qual will not abide Nazar's continued aggression, or Rosalta's plot to abduct the Enchanter. The insolence ends here. To give the declaration weight, they will send Petanir's corpse to Rosalta. Victory against both kingdoms needs stability in Camel, so a new guildmaster who can act swiftly is required after Dan's termination. The Duke asks for a private word with Jink, Aside, he explains he asked Dan to return to House Fonker for safety and status. Without a position, the small-minded will scorn him, and he will likely lose his A-rank license with the firing. If Dan is safe where he is, the Duke has no wish to uproot him against his will. Jink wants to help the man he owes so much. The Duke notes Gamel lost many of its best to purgatory interrogations, and leniency for Dan might still be negotiable. Jink suddenly has an idea. He will employ Dan as a low-level grunt, that will be the punishment, and write a letter requesting leniency that both he and the Duke will sign. With dual names, guild officials cannot ignore it, especially alongside compensation, a general pardon line, and hefty rewards already flowing. A few days later the outcome lands. Mild disciplinary action. Capable as he is, the guild will not end his career entirely. Dan is to serve 5 years in Jink's clan. The former guildmaster bows as a novice adventurer requesting membership, only to be told to stop the creepiness. The donation and aid for victims made the letter stick. Until a permanent replacement is found, Dan's wife Alpha, a famous adventurer in her own right, takes the guildmaster reins. Jokes fly about getting his butt kicked at home and at work. Dan thanks them for sticking their necks out and blushes almost cute. If paper membership feels wrong, Jink offers real work. Help level the maids back in the capital, who always wanted to get stronger but could find no trainer. After founding his clan, Jink bought a noble estate as a base, haggled hard because the seller had purgatory ties and needed a quick exit. For the maids he suggests enchanted gear and slime room farming, the same method that once built a ridiculous mountain of cores. Dan grumbles that the estate was already a bargain before the haggle, then admits Jink spent a fortune saving his sorry ass. All that remains is the trial, and they hope Master Zink will appear as a witness. In court, Jink testifies that on the tropical floor, he overheard them plotting his assassination by chance. The accused wail that they are innocent while he is told to knock off the theatrics. The fear and despair were real enough without the performance. The court finds no mitigating circumstances. Ruthless characters who conspired against the kingdom for years receive sentences up to lifetime for each crime. Wails fill the chamber. Onlookers only say it serves them right, disappear somewhere, and take their sad lives with them. Attention shifts as a new figure enters. Someone whispers that he is the clanmaster of the emissaries. Herbert. Chapter title hangs on an eye for an eye. Appraisal shows Herbert at level 242, S-rank spearman, moniker Living Calamity, with Spearcraft 191, high perception and fire magic, and the gift Sturdy. Jink notes spear users like Herbert and Esther are a terrible matchup for a swordsman. Reach. Eyes gone before spells form. He still plans to be careful, then almost forgets he needs a drink to wash down the purgatory's tears. Herbert drawls that they really hurt his feelings. Eye for an eye. Sorry about the beating he gave them, so he will let them off the hook. But for forking intel to those purgatories, they will pay double membership fees this month. The emissary's influence rides on Herbert, and this is the perfect stage to show who is in charge. Dan's punishment for the leak is resignation plus light public shaming. Next up, he is on the block in a different way. Unlike heavy shaming, light form means no rocks or trash. Half a day making a fool of himself outside the guild, then his career there ends and he belongs fully to Clanmaster Jink. A few days later the party offers free security just in case. Because a former guildmaster made many enemies, light public shaming is explained for the crowd. The offender is tied to a pole on Guild Square and displayed for humiliation, usually for bad faith against the guild. So far the day is quiet, and the watchers hope it stays that way. Jink is less calm. Herbert cannot run the maze while stuck on the surface, which makes his presence here smell like a scheme beyond simple recruiting. Eldertree and other allies are also watching. As a precaution, Jink has already given Dan a ring enchanted with wind magic. Trouble arrives in the form of the same men Herbert was harassing the other day. Trash arcs through the air toward the bound ex-guildmaster. An air shield snaps up. Throwing trash is not allowed during light public shamings, and Jink makes that rule visible with magic, while the hecklers shout for Dan to take punishment like a man. By guild rules, the one being shamed is free to resist, so crying foul in front of this crowd is like picking a fight with the guild itself. The men claim Herbert fired them yesterday, and they are just simple adventurers now. A cover story Jink finds Enchanter, especially when an S rank is accused of picking on helpless lower ranks. He needles them that if they were still under emissary orders, this would look even worse. Word says emissaries bought every damaged and broken weapon in town days ago, which would make the clan a shady bunch for staging this. First purgatories, now emissaries. Maybe clans simply cannot be trusted. Appraisal does not match their story either. That many spent weapons for their skill level makes no sense. They claim the junk is leftover gear they hope to flip for cash. Jink lets the guild fine handle them, and considers asking blacksmiths whether emissaries really came shopping. Elsewhere at the emissary clan house, someone seethes that Dan always acted superior, and they only wanted to teach him a lesson. An order snaps to bring their trash with them. The public play has already gone sour. Herbert learns the plan completely backfired. Duke Fonker and the guild gathered blacksmith evidence. They are not even recruiting the numbers they should, and rather than making a fool of Dan alone, they have made fools of themselves, while Fonker keeps protecting him. Worse, they are banned from every blacksmith in the city. Further investigation will not look good. At Jink's clan house, a report is already on the way. Ian reports vendors trembled when he asked about emissaries, likely threatened. Herbert is all muscle and no brain if he thinks cutting weapon shops cripples them. Laurent's firm branches outside Camel can still supply gear, the emissaries cannot touch, and the blacksmith panic only confirms emissary involvement. They want to return the favor and float involving Duke Fonker. 3 days later the counterplan is ready. Part 1 is gossip. Some true, some not that cannot be traced back to them. Herbert's embarrassing fetish at a brothel, goons who cannot show their faces or recruit, a previous camel lord replaced for emissary ties, and the clanmaster holed up drunk and picking fights. The clan's reputation was already bad. This makes it toxic. Part 2 is opening a blacksmith of their own. Jink enchants maids with alchemy so they can craft weapons. While a Fonker-linked merchant runs management under top security, the emissaries cannot bully. Alchemy doubles as mana training, and the capital estate stays busy. As Duke Fonker suggested, Jink decides he should attend the official opening of Qual's offense on Rosalta. Dan is ordered to stay in Gamel, keep the guildmaster safe, and report. Jink is trying to lay low, and the emissaries might still send someone after him. Dan thanks him for past saves, then says what will sound strange. Jink is still a kid, and no kid should stand on a battlefield. The crown will ask the same question soon enough. At the War Council, Jink greets His Majesty and asks to learn everything about the effort. Duke Fonker and other populous nobles fill a room that looks very serious. First come rewards for the depths of purgatory espionage incident. Tons of orichalcum and mithril from the crown, on top of guild pay. The king also elevates Ian and Nina from slaves to citizens. Their contracts become custodial agreements. Jink is grateful. He wanted citizenship for them after all they did in the purgatory mess. Esther and Elsa remain under him for now because Rosalta is too unstable for full release. Better as his people than free targets. Then talk turns to their dear neighbors. With the Rosalta-Nazar alliance broken, those two are already at war. Qual focuses forces on border towns, especially Korda across the river. Both banks are barricaded. Rosarta is too busy with Nazar for major clashes here, and Qual's side stays open to adventurers and child refugees. Nazar already occupies a third of Rosartan territory, but climate and water disagree with their soldiers. Disease spreads, potion stocks burn faster than planned. A boon for Qual if they move carefully. The king wants to wipe out both weakened forces and take control of Rosarta, and has prepared masses of potions and drinking water. The bottleneck is bags of holding for transport, and they want Zinc Dono's help. Jink offers a condition. Rather than only mass-producing bags, he prefers water magic enchantments so troops can make their own water. Rank and file should have the mana. Bags for relief supplies can still be sold at a premium, but he will not simply monopolize logistics magic for the military without limits. After the war, he wants half the return bracelets sold to ordinary people, especially adventurers and peddlers of the Labyrinth City. The king agrees to see them reach those in need. With that, the invasion plan for Rosarta is set. The council room empties into motion as enchanters, nobles, and officers leave to turn policy into steel and supply lines. Chapter 25. The Founding Regalia. A new threat is briefed. House Bernhard, high nobles tied to Nazar royals. About 1 in 100 Bernhard children is born with necromancy, a last resort weapon that is no less terrifying for being rare. Only 8 Bernhard necromancers are known. The dead feel no pain, never tire, ignore poison, and fight at living strength though without magic, even a rotten corpse can be raised. Gift-bearers alone are raised as true family, but even one necromancer can turn a battle at great cost. Jink advises avoiding head-on conflict with House Bernhard. Use fire and wind to intimidate living forces, night ambushes to smash gear and supplies, and wait for mana collapse, either clear the corpses or remove the necromancer. Trading lives in a pure undead grind is a losing game. The king accepts the approach and orders a plan built on it, then asks Jink to start the enchantments. 1,000 pieces and counting. Obliterating Nazar morale in one stroke may still cost blood, but less than a meat grinder. Back at the estate, Alec of Dragon's Tears arrives. After escorting Esther to Qual, they set up in the royal capital, and the reunion is warm. Alec asks to join Jink's clan, pay his own way, and notes Sacred Flame already bonded with them over zinc. He also seeks members because people will try to reach the Enchanter through hangers-on. Safety first. Jink is happy to have him. They want the maze, not the Rosarta War. Nothing left for them in that homeland. Jink warns them off Camel for now. The emissaries have it out for his people, and Duke Fonker will deal with that mess. Hold off until it is safer. At the palace, the king publicly refuses to forgive Rosalta for scheming to kidnap the Enchanter. Membership paperwork for Dragon's Tears proceeds at a friendly fee. Jink's blacksmith line sells weapons cheap to Duke Fonker, who resells into a camel market the emissaries can no longer dominate. Smiths will do anything to get Fonker to stop the pressure. Orders move, armies form. The war that has been only a conference topic becomes columns on the march. Qual launches offensives on each of the 3 towns bordering Rosarta. Steel and banners cross into a kingdom already bleeding from Nazar. As anticipated, Rosartan forces are spread too thin. The battle is swift. Count Brand holds full control of Korda. At the Brand estate, Jink reunites with the man he owes so much, the field army having fought under Brand's command. Chris is there with school classmates. Twin knights Louis and Roy Hughes. Plenty of guards after Marquess Pataner tried to take them hostage as Zink's friends. The twins plan to enlist in the Count's army with Chris to make a name in the war. Chris briefs the occupation. Rosartan civilians enslaved and later allocated to Qual nobles as farmers and house staff, while children will be educated and granted citizenship at age. Nobles and high officials face public execution. Weapons and assets are seized. It is the fate of a dying kingdom, and Zink came because he needs a favor. Once the area is secure, Brand will unite with other populists and march on Tar, the royal capital, then pick off remaining Rosartan forces before the Nazar front. Chris will stick with his father for experience and only fight at the front when it gives advantage, a guaranteed maiden victory that may not make him popular with common soldiers. Jink has a specific request ready. If certain people become Qual citizens, Jink asks that they be allowed to join Chris and stand with the Count's army against Nazar. Whether he himself will fight remains the harder question hanging over the Brand estate. Esther insists he is not dead weight and begs to fight, tearing up when Oni-sama tries to keep him safe. Nina teases that Master is a bully, while Jink only wants Esther victorious no matter which path he chooses later. Jink cannot go himself, the crown would never allow it, but he loads Esther with enchanted gear and assigns Ian as rearguard protection. Dan has a score to settle over the purgatory mess and will also watch over him. Esther is told to stay relatively safe and come back in one piece. After that, Alex Dragon's tears officially join and Jink founds his clan in full. Regalia, registered A rank by guild assessment. Esther vows as little brother to grow stronger for Oni-sama. Meanwhile, Herbert seethes that Duke Fonker has done it now. Seized Camel, wiped political enemies with a purgatory scandal, and even throws a party to show off to branch families. Herbert wants dirt for an unfortunate accident, but so far finds nothing. At the Fonker ducal estate in Gamel the night before that party turns deadly quiet. The wrong kind of quiet. Intruders storm the house. A woman screams for help as emissaries demand Fonker's wife and the Duke himself. They order her to come out and say where Fonker is, promising death for funny business. Someone in the shadows notes that nobody is coming to save them. A letter reaches Jink instead. The Duke is unharmed in the capital for an audience with His Majesty tomorrow. The emissaries attack the Fonker estate, and more details are enclosed. Herbert's blackmail play failed, so he tried force. The Duke slipped out beforehand thanks to merchant intel. Emissaries and the blacksmiths they still control force their way in roaring Fonker's name. Isolated or not, without the Duke present, they can still do terrible damage. The attackers are found dead at the estate. Fonker had invited branch family enemies under guise of a party, and used the raid to erase them. Herbert and the emissaries are now wanted men, with a punitive expedition set for morning. The Duke invites Jink to tomorrow's audience as well. Jink agrees, impressed and unsettled. Using an expected emissary attack to wipe personal enemies while Herbert digs his own grave is ruthless, and Fonker is firmly on their side. Herbert knows he is finished. License is gone, nowhere to hide, Nazar struggling, Rosarda collapsing. Fonker has him right where he wants him. He orders his idiots to prepare for Yamato. They will be arrested on the road or at the border if they flee normally, so he shares a secret escape. The 67th floor, the Maze of Goal, connects through to the Maze of Yamato. That is their way out. Chapter 26, The Power of the Tiny Devil. Yamato borders Qual yet feels like historic Japan, wooden houses, tatami, Japanese-style dress and culture. Official allies or not, smuggling thrives between Yamato and Qual. Herbert's men pack food and gear. The maze exit will be hard, but at least no wanted posters wait on the far side. He hates sharing such valuable intel, but has no choice if they are to be useful. Meanwhile in the camel maze, other hunters open with fireballs. Jink's people grind hard through the dungeon, burning days on levels for those about to ride to war. With only a week left, they focus on Esther, Chris, and the other battle-bound fighters. Dan is asked to look after Esther. People fighting no longer scares them the way it once did. Tomorrow they leave the guild branch behind. Guildmaster Alpha briefs that Herbert and the emissaries' 1st Legion fled into the maze, while 2nd Legion leftovers are already in custody. Jink is joining the emissary strike force, partly responsible for the mess, so it is only fair he help clean it up, and she asks him to call her Alpha. Herbert reportedly snuck off while others slept, abandoning dead weight. He is thought to be between floors 16 and 30. Upper floors are crowded and safer, but deeper delvers should beware. Some say witnesses who see him do not make it out alive, though 1st Legion witness killing is not yet confirmed. Captured emissaries will be sentenced to slavery under House Fonker as slave soldiers, with property and assets going to Jink for his troubles. Mona is present as the arrangements settle. Mona frets that Dan has been so busy with maids, Esther's bodyguard duty, and tomorrow's frontline deployment that he and Alpha barely see each other. Alpha looks dejected, and Jink cannot ignore it. He visits Alpha, apologizes for keeping Dan away so long, and offers a gift. She says no apology is needed. He is their clan member and he chose the front himself. The gift is something Esther grabbed when fleeing Rosarda, an item Jink has no personal use for. Alpha thanks him and says she will put it to good use tonight. Next morning Dan has not slept a wink and his back is killing him. The gift was an aphrodisiac Jink meant to save their marriage. Esther heads out with Chris, Luis, and Roy, promising military exploits that will not besmirch Oni-sama's name. The strike force assembles while Dan hobbles past complaining about his back. Jink turns to the real work, hunting emissaries. Strike Force leader Kanon introduces herself, a fairy summoner level 352, moniker Tiny Devil with enormous mana and summoning 241. Alongside her stand S-rank veterans Schulf, Joseph, Benjamin, and Dietrich. Tiny and cute as she looks, her stats are no joke. She offers 2 routes into the maze and wants Jink's explicit consent if they take the dangerous one. Either is fine for her team. The secret option is a second entrance, a giant hole sealed in the basement of a high-security underground prison that plunges straight to floor 15. Even Qual top brass keep it quiet. As an exception, the seal will be lifted so they can repel a shortcut. Ian has never heard of it. The other path is grinding down from floor 1, safe but slow while Herbert digs deeper. Nina is scared of the drop. Jink wants to look before deciding, knowing every hour matters. He chooses the shortcut. Hit or miss, the emissary hunt begins under Kanon's command. They rappel into warped labyrinth space that should not feel as deep as 15 floors, yet falling still means death. A splinter group vows to guard the rope with their lives while Nina admits she is terrified. They make it down. Jink recalls spots on the 15th floor where the ceiling never closed. Thrill seekers once climbed up with orichalcum kunai. S-ranks get scared too, Kanon says. They just hide it better, especially without wings. Floor 15 still holds the orc boss room. Elliot the dork. They plan to clear him and push on toward the grassland of floor 24. Two battered figures turn out to be emissaries. The strike force stays low, closes in, and prepares to capture and interrogate. Pain and exhaustion have deafened them. Appraisal lists blackmail, robbery, and murder. The same men who attacked the Fonker estate. The team strikes now. They are bound before they can mount a real fight. The hunt for Herbert just gained talking prisoners. Kanon takes the lead on questioning. Where is Herbert? What are they doing here? While stubborn silence earns a less nice approach, and a summons call of come forth. A summoned presence crashes into the scene with force enough that someone screams about a god or emperor. The tiny devil has brought her power to bear, and the captured emissary's night is only getting worse. Kanon's summoned pressure does the talking. There will not be much left of a prisoner's right arm if he stays silent, and the head is next. He breaks it once, screaming for it to stop and blurting Herbert's name. The intel points deeper into the dungeon, toward the volcanic area where Herbert is burning through the floors. Chapter 27 turns on Herbert. Floors 40 through 50 mix desert and volcanic terrain, then toxic zones beyond. The reason almost no one has ever run deeper than 60. Somehow Herbert has already forced his way into the volcanic stretch around the 50s. The captives explain they were sent to gather food, because Herbert eats mountains of meat every day. When stores ran out, he'd beat them half to death and simply left them, so they turned back. One still has a magic bag sewn inside his clothes. Notes put relevant caches and movement around the mid-40s. The strike force updates its map with every scrap of supply intel. Kanon decides they should rejoin the splinter group, hand the pair to the authorities, then resume pursuit. Hidden accounts Herbert does not know about will make a nice souvenir for Duke Fonker. The prisoners can only ask what will happen to them. Jink tells them the truth. Fonker will sell them into slavery, hard labor until death. Likely meat shields on Qual's warfront. Until the splinter group arrives, they will keep talking, unless they prefer he brings the slime back out. Further questioning drains the last useful details from the pair, while the strike force prepares to move deeper. Elsewhere, Herbert's camp finally gets a mouthful of real meat. For a moment, the fugitive clanmaster savors the kill. His men urge rationing, no topside contacts, no resupply, yet he keeps stuffing his face. Someone suggests hunting an acrocanth despite the risk. The emissary remnants slog through hostile terrain, morale fraying as the desert and volcano floors grind them down. Herbert still swears they will reach Yamato no matter what, while the strike force closes with speed and rising morale of its own. Heat, ash, and open stone stretch ahead. The volcanic area is no longer a rumor on a map. Jink's enchanted tools and the S-Ranks' pace make catching Herbert thinkable in a way a normal party never could. They find a camp still warm. Someone rested here recently, emissaries or other adventurers, and the ash has not yet cooled the fire pit. They are close. No other adventurers have been seen since the desert, so if this was Herbert's group, the trail is fresh. The team thanks Jink for baths, speed, and making the volcano push possible, then reminds themselves it is not only emissaries they must fear here. Dreadful acrocanth variants also hunt these floors, and the strike force has to stay sharp for more than human prey. They find a pack leader's nest. Alone the beast is manageable if they get dirty, but if they anger it, it will call its partner. Herbert, elsewhere, sets his own ambush on a similar monster. On his signal, dump arrows and magic the instant it jumps, kill it before it can call help. Unlike the base species, these spit fire and love to tag team. Both hunts erupt at once. Strike force and emissaries locking into violence amid volcanic stone. Steel, spells, and monster fury fill the caverns as the two human groups close without yet seeing each other. Someone hisses to finish fast. If the mount wakes fully, everyone is in trouble. Herbert marks sorcerers as first priority, cutting casters before they can shape the field. Blood flies as spears and blades meet. The living calamity fights like a storm with no openings. Observers note he seems only to whip the spear around as hard as he can, yet every motion seals gaps. Sorcerers who try to flee still eat his range before they escape. Kanon answers with a tornado, joining the clash as the strike force fully engages the emissary knot. They dump spells into the pack leader while pushing emissaries down from above, still trying to take people alive. Herbert curses the timing, danger from both monster and hunters at once. One of his men snaps that he is done with the tyrant and done with them. Let them die, as loyalty finally cracks under the beatings and abandonment. The battlefield splits between capture work, monster control, and Herbert's bid to stay free. Herbert taunts Jink to catch him now and wakes something worse. A mount rising as the chaos peaks. The acrocanth variant fully enters the fight, fire and bulk turning the cavern into a three-way disaster. Herbert yells for any of his boys who can still run to follow, while others are ordered to hold the line as living shields. Unbelievable. First Herbert, now the acrocanth. Most emissaries are captured, but a few escape in the chaos of the monster he fed them to. Jink splits the team. He goes after Herbert alone while Kanon and the rest finish the mount and secure prisoners. They promise to back him the moment they can. He hits the chase hard, feet pounding volcanic stone after the living calamity. Something about ribbons or bindings is cut free in the scramble. A cry of pain as the duel for escape space begins. Magic and spear clash in the stifling heat. Neither man has room to cast or thrust cleanly without risking a fall into lava-scarred pits. Both are tiring. Even S-rank stamina frays after desert volcano monster and man in a single push. A surviving emissary spits that their leader made a mess of everything, and tries to crawl free of the aftermath, cursing the creep who left them. The truth lands hard. Herbert only woke the acrocanth so he could escape, and even tossed one of his own down a hole when that man said it was a bad idea. That is how little his people mean to him. A sucker's loyalty repaid with bait. The solo chase tightens into a real duel. Volcanic stone rings underfoot as Jink and Herbert finally trade blows without a monster between them. Spear reach and enchanted speed clash. One slip on the heated rock will end more than pride. Elsewhere the strike force hits a rookie mistake against paired monsters and has to retreat, planning to lure rather than take both head on, while they still have the upper pool of options. They separate the beasts and pile attacks on the weaker first while healing magic. Gloves at 52 keeps the line alive. If the second is not drawn off, they are done for. Explosive magic staggers the first acrocanth variant. The team pours on pressure before the partner can fully join. The second beast answers the noise. Heat and claws fill the cavern as the S-rank scramble to finish the split. Herbert's remaining boys still try to flip the chase, but panic edges every shout as their clanmaster's duel turns against him. Pain lands on both sides. Neither Jink nor Herbert can afford a clean mistake now. The extras fall away until it is just the two of them, Enchanter and Living Calamity, alone on the stone. Jink drops any pretense of moral high ground. Herbert reminds him of a worthless supervisor from Jinkaro's old company. The kind who treats juniors like pawns and throws them under the bus to save his own hide. He simply cannot stand men like that. Water ball and movement magic force Herbert off his preferred spear line. Jink keeps calling the angle, never letting the duel settle into Herbert's rhythm. Steam and misdirection hide Jink's next approach. Herbert snarls for that sneaky little bastard as visibility dies in the heat haze. The fight turns brutal and close. Enchanted body and raw spear skill grind against each other without room for big speeches. Herbert still tries to create space for a finishing thrust, but Jink's pressure never fully lets the S-rank spearman reset. Kanon's team finally arrives, having finished the acrocanth variant. An earth magic decoy of Herbert cannot move on its own, but it bought time. They apologize for being late as the real Herbert is already cornered. A massive summon, Emperor Slime, crash down to seal the capture. The tiny devil is done playing fair with a man who feeds his own people to monsters. Herbert is subdued under slime and steel. The Living Calamity's flight ends in a cage of magic rather than a path to Yamato. Jink offers golem cages for the other emissaries, and notes that since Herbert is not a decent human being, he does not need to look like one. He allows himself a breath of relief. At least he will not have to worry about Herbert now, and wonders how Esther and Dan are faring in Rosarda. Cut to Count Brand's company on the main force march. Esther rides with them into the war he chose, homeland left behind at last. Chris swears as Brand heir to bring glory to the house. Count Brand welcomes Dan, the Hughes boys, and Esther. Zink has already told him about the boys' new citizenship and A-rank license from the capital. Harrods is the current operations base. Salahield is next. Nazar occupies more Rosarda ground every day. Tar is already under Qual control, and the real war is Qual versus Nazar staged on Rosarda's corpse. Salahield will not fall without a fight. Chris reports May's training with Zink left them ready, even casting offensive spells now. Count Brand cautions him anyway. Young first battle and war is not a dungeon run. He tells them not to think of enemies as humans with families. In war you must murder as many as you can, because mercy and virtue eventually break even rigorously trained soldiers the first time they take a life. Chris understands. Veterans eye Dan the Butcher with wary respect. Brand reminds Chris and Esther that if it becomes too much they must request to be sent home. They ride out tomorrow. Esther decides on spear training in the square first. Common soldiers gossip. Esther only gets attention because he is Zinksama's brother. Looks too thin to fight, maybe even a girl. Chris, by contrast, has his act together. Housebrand's future looks safe. And the Hughes twins are hotshot sorcerers, sure to be deployed. Dan bristles at the talk, but Esther is used to gossip from Rosarda and his position. He asks Dan not to make a scene. Dan says he is a bigger man than those loudmouths and offers to teach them a lesson next time. Esther refuses. He will not damage Onisama's reputation. The hate makes sense. When Rosarda fell, commoners said nobles lined their pockets. Then the non-land remnants packed up and ran to Qual. Esther decides only battle results will win Brand's soldiers over. Before they can ask Count Brand themselves, the Count seeks them out late with something to discuss. Brand has Zink's letters detailing Esther's achievements. He offers a place in his personal guard for relatively safe valor. Platoon command would fit the A rank on paper, but some soldiers would oppose it. Dan asks whether Brand is turning a blind eye to the slander. The Count has punished men who cross the line, yet penalties only fan the flames and now threaten morale. He apologizes that his leadership is incomplete. Esther may still make a request. Esther asks for the front line tomorrow. With magic learned under his brother, he can excel as a lone fighter and silence the slander by display. Brand fears Zink will curse him forever if the boy dies. Scouts report no famous warriors in this Nazar force, though the fight will still be hard. Brand allows frontline deployment on the condition Esther retreats at any real danger, and Dan promises to keep him from overdoing it. A few days before the others joined Brand's company, another thread surfaces, slave soldier Gordon Nonland exhausted in Rosarda territory. Half a year as a slave soldier has not been kind. He wonders if life is unkind to Esther too after following Zink to Qual, and doubts swinging a shoddy spear will change Rosarda's fate as the capital nears surrender. He tells himself he always got along with Zink and never treated Esther that horribly. Then battle noise cuts the self-justification short. Gordon becomes the spear that will not quit, carving through enemies until officers scream for every guard and slave to stop him. Even good gear and numbers cannot easily pin the former non-land heir once he breaks. In the chaos he tastes the emptiness of his life. Obedient to Father Nobel, losing wife, losing Esther who chose zinc over blood. He does not think he will ever be forgiven, and now he will bite the dust as a slave. He rages at cowards who cannot fight an enchanter's shadow, then softens toward a meeting on the other side, and a simple sorry for Sahild's soil. Brand's platoon scale walls under fire, metal spikes and charges against a city known for corruption and bribery. The assault on the next Nazar-held prize is on. Esther hits the front with air and fire magic while someone has his back. The boy who was only gossip in camp becomes a spear of wind and flame on the battlefield, he demanded. The assault on Salihield grinds forward. Esther's unit pushes the walls while Brand's company pours through every gap magic has torn open. Steel clashes along the battlements. Guard lines break as enchanted spears and spells punch holes in the defense. Allies shout praise for Esther's moves, and scramble not to fall behind. Someone still cannot believe how much damage the tiny fighter is doing. Esther answers the doubters with a full-throated charge, spear and magic driving Nazar troops off the wall. He has been spamming healing on himself to stay standing, not permanently injured. Dan checks on him as the wall is cleared, and the boys are ordered to charge into the city. Casualties stay low thanks to Esther and Dan. The same soldiers who mocked him apologize and head downtown with them. Gossip will think twice now. Saliheld's streets open under Qual boots. In the chaos, Esther is separated from Dan. By scenario, he should stand by on the town square, until something worse than a living soldier looms and a voice screams to get away from the monster. The undead thing wears a face Esther knows. One word leaves him raw: father. Chapter 30. Petite, pretty, and perfect. Nazar's trump card is on the field: necromancy. Courses feel no pain or fatigue. Rumors from before deployment become a walking nightmare that stalls momentum and shatters morale. Gordon Nonlin's raised body is still sentient enough to speak. Father and son reunite in the worst way possible, blood and orders tangled with the dead. The square freezes around them. Living soldiers do not know whether to cut down the corpse, or the boy who will not raise his spear. The dead nobles argue their only path to pass on is possessing monsters. Or for the ambitious, a newborn of a powerful house. Gordon's own father, the executed governor-general, is among the raised. Esther is told he is too weak-willed, that he needs guts like zinc, before the dead will help him. Esther answers he has not forgiven Gordon for what was done to him, yet owes a debt for being raised. One last family moment, then, grow up first before seeing Oni-sama again. The corpse sneers and calls him a pathetic baby. Necromantic rites boom across the square as more dead lurch into motion. The battlefield becomes a graveyard that will not stay buried. Gordon's corpse howls that Esther has lost his mind as the boy finally moves, not in surrender but in fury. If the dead are moving freely, the necromancer must be close. Esther borrows every ounce of power Oni-sama enchanted into him and strikes. Elsewhere, the necromancer curses useless pawns for stopping to talk, loses track of both nonlands, and hunts a stronger living fighter, southeast. Foot soldier corpses are not enough. Magic and steel tear through the undead knot around Esther as Brand's men try to reform the line. The fight drags across smoke and rubble. Necromancy keeps the pressure on even as individual corpses fall. A final exchange silences Gordon's raised body. Whatever words were left between father and son end in ash and duty. Cut back to Gamel. Jink thanks Luke with a rare gift. A 50-year Holger vintage the Elder Tree Master will like. Luke returns the thanks for volunteering as opponent in A-rank advancement exams so Nina and Ian could pass. For a moment even he felt his life at risk. Both kids proved very strong. With Emissary and Purgatory monopolies broken, Gamel is safer and Elder Tree sits at the top. Regalia is their only real competition. A-rankers are scarce. Most of Elder Trees are still running the maze. Luke proposes an alliance. No colluding monopoly, a healthy rivalry unlike the two fallen clans, and mutual strength if war or politics go wrong. Dozens of Elder Tree affiliates are already in the war effort. Jink agrees to make it official at the guild in a few days as a social event. Nina and the maids will handle food and wine. Then word arrives. Qual has conquered Tar, Rosarta's capital. Through a tele-image artifact they even watch the sentences. The Rosartan king and nobles are condemned to be boiled alive in a cauldron. With his last breath the king spat threats at Jink. Watching his own flesh and blood father die, Jink feels nothing. Rosarta is no more. A weight off his shoulders. Duke Fonker finds him afterward. Jink's remaining worry is only Esther and his people still on the battlefield. Fonker explains the crown wanted naval routes and a path to the sea through coastal Rosarta, not mere revenge. Qual is large but inland and dependent on Yamato for salt and necessities. His Majesty once hoped to install Jink on Rosarta's throne. Jink respectfully refuses. What remains is the Nazar army. After the war, Crown Princess Najenda becomes Rosarta's new ruler, mostly in title, usually staying in Qual. Jink made sure the land holding Rosarta's maze was spared. For now, he only wants to hire more people and avoid new trouble. Clan business and post-war politics settle into a brief calm before the next recruitment wave. At the marketplace, Jink finds a 10-year-old fairy slave named Marina. Level 2 huge MP pool, gift MP boost, strong summoning aptitude. She is joining the party. Elsa will train the maids while staying at his side. With Rosarta gone, he can push her citizenship in a few days. Dozens of slaves including Ian, plus household staff, are needed to run Clan Regalia and the estate. Marina does not have to live in a cage, but outside she must stay where Jink can see her. Freedom has conditions until she is safe and trained. Her previous Gamel noble kept fairies valuable and untouched, yet locked her in a tiny bug cage, denied meals when angry, and sold her when Purgatory Fallout left him strapped for cash. The household absorbs the new child with careful hands and quiet anger at how she was kept. Ian will train the younger boys as estate guards. Marina settles with Nina first. Magic can wait. Food and wine must be ready for the Elder Tree social event. Preparations for the alliance party fill the clan house with noise, scent, and borrowed celebration. A sudden rush of instinct hits Jink midday. He tells someone not to worry, it has happened as long as he can remember, and that he will meet them later. He traces the feeling through memory. Restlessness before his mother and family were poisoned. The urge to force a truth serum contest on Dan that took down Purgatory's top intelligence officer. No skill on his status explains it, and he still feels bad about what he did to Dan, but the instinct keeps saving lives. The next day Marina wears clothes Nina made and calls her Wonnie-chan, shy and glowing. Cookies come first. Lessons can wait a moment for a child who finally looks free. Kanon arrives as Marina's magic tutor for the day, cheerful and tiny as ever. Jink hands Marina an enchanted bangle so she can cast while wearing it, and tells her to get along with everyone. Kanon is charging gold pieces for the lesson and plans to push Marina hard. When asked about Herbert and the emissaries, Jink figures they are army slaves now if they still live. Aside from Kanon, he knows no other summoning specialist worth the trip. Marina's first air slicer lands clean. She can hardly believe it was all her, and Kanon tells her to sharpen the wind blade further. She has a real knack. More successful casts leave her exhausted. Nearly empty mana is how a pool grows. Kanon cheers the progress even as Marina sways on her feet. Recovery is cheap. Fairies need only tiny food and potion sips, so a small flask works where a human bottle would waste gold. The party jokes they are very frugal members. Next is summoning. Kanon calls forth a slime while Jink asks about type limits and multiple summons at once. She explains beginners are limited by skill level, but in theory griffins or even dragons are possible. Maintaining summons drains mana constantly. Stronger ones more so, and if mana runs dry a summon may not dispel, feeding on the caster's life force instead. Worst case, you die. Marina is told to visualize and try a slime the same way. She focuses and calls it forth. The first attempts fail, but her summoning aptitude keeps her close. After a few more tries the mana crystallizes under Kanon's coaching. It works. Marina's slime appears at last and the courtyard erupts in celebration. Kanon says practice will lock the same slime in each time, and that with MP boost Marina will be an amazing summoner soon. Jink thanks the tiny devil for making the breakthrough possible. Naming a summon that accepts the name forms a contract. As with Kanon's Emperor Slime, Marina must maintain the slime and earn its trust. Multiple contracts are possible but take time. With MP boost, she can drink potions while holding the summon without going dry, toilet jokes included. Meanwhile, Count Brand's letters leave Jink uneasy about keeping Esther on the front lines when he cannot go himself. That familiar rush hits harder than ever. Pure evil, the same flavor as when the Purgatories came for them. Something is hunting him again. He pulls Ian aside. Spies and Qual are possible, but few people hate him this deeply outside a royal family, and with war on the kingdom is on high alert. He needs Ian to do something. Jink moves to cast and flush the threat, instinct screaming that he is not alone. Perception still cannot pin a clear target even as he is sure an assassin is close. Air magic and arrows fly into the trees ahead on pure instinct. The chase tightens through undergrowth and abandoned edges of the city outskirts. Water magic splashes through cover. Something is still not right. They must be close, yet sense alone will not lock them. A rustle gives the hunter away. The trap is about to spring from the wrong direction. A skeleton stands where no living mage should. The dead cannot use magic, so some artifact must be powering the spells. No wonder perception failed. Appraisal of the remains points to a Nazar alchemist executed 300 years ago for kidnapping children, in experiments toward a philosopher's stone. The artifact lets the corpse cast. That means a necromancer is after him. Ian returns with a captive from a nearby abandoned building. As thought, a Nazar necromancer. How he crossed the border is the next question, and they intend to wring it out of him. Under fire arrow pressure, he still cannot speak freely. A subordination spell and a corpse teleportation gift bind him. Anything that would harm his master triggers excruciating pain. Stats name him Heidler Y. Bernhard. Duke Fonker's briefing returns. Bernhard necromancers rank alpha, beta, gamma. Gammas are barely considered real and do dirty work. His master is Axel. Teleportation makes the whole threat mobile and worse. Qual is no longer safe. They struck first, so revenge is just. And Jink decides he will personally take the fight into Nazar. Chapter 32, to Nazar. At Fonker's estate, Jink sells the captive as a Piaubu for 11 platinum. The Duke already holds him in the garden and hungers for Nazar intelligence. Mona arrives on Guildmaster orders to smoke out enemies in the city. Relieved Jink lives. If he had not left the premises, many would have died in the attack. Nazar likely struck to stop Qual from benefiting further from his enchantments. Jink accepted the bag and ring commissions freely, so he blames neither the kingdom nor himself for that choice. But he has changed his mind on another matter. Necromancers control only 2 to 5 corpses at once, so numbers are not the issue. He must leave soon. If he stays, teleport attacks may hit again, and next time he cannot be as careful, moving as the target spares Qual citizens. Hiding only in the maze could make Fonker and King Nomil the next targets. Fonker cannot disagree after an attack in his city, and will inform his majesty in the morning. Jink still believes enchanters should avoid kingdom wars, but he has to protect himself. He refuses personal guards to travel light and decides not to detour to Dan and Esther if they are fine. Someone notes Esther's brother complex. He would follow Oni-sama anywhere even if it killed him. Ian, once ready to die over Ash, now thanks Jink for an exciting life after promising to work him to the bone. Simple adventuring after Rosarda was the dream. War and politics were not. Jink asks Nina to join the Nazar campaign. They struck him directly, so he will settle the score, and he wants her with him. He warns her this is not adventure but murder with a prettier name. As nobles, he and Esther had wartime training. She did not, she can refuse, and he will not force her. Nina answers that she will help, and that with his enchantments she is strong enough. Marina immediately says that if One-chan goes, so does she. Jink relents on Marina, only if she stays with Count Brand's forces when ordered, and pulls back the moment she is in over her head. Nina will not leave her behind. They ride hippogriffs toward Quarta by nightfall, rest near a lake, and monsters rise from the brush. Air cutters and supporting magic clear the small fry. Nina is told to stay close and use her spells. The party answers yes, and pivots for the pack leader. The road to Nazar begins with blood on the lakeshore, and no more illusions about a simple trip. The lakeside fight ends with Marina tougher than she looks and her wind magic climbing from real combat. Jink orders her to back them up with Nina from now on, even as the reek of blood hits the ferry hard. They return the hippogriff carriage to the guild and finally reach Quarta. The town stirs old memories of Jink's S-rank license. Marina still has never killed a person, so he wants her blooded carefully before the true battlefield. At the Quarta Adventurers Guild branch they run into Guildmaster Snow. The reunion is warm after a long stretch without seeing each other. Jink explains he fights as a Quoll adventurer delivering supplies to House Brand, so guild neutrality is not a problem for him. Enchanted rings have already saved Snow's life more than once with fire and water on demand. After this he will join his younger brother in the Count's army. One more reason Nazar feels threatened. The occupied city is on edge. Merchants and even frail ladies carry weapons. Most Rosarda natives were condemned to slavery, though Brand ordered fair treatment. They still resent Quoll and Jink, even if he was not directly responsible for their fall. Snow warns that some Rosertons fled across the border and turned bandit. Esther is in a town called Palm, still far off, so the party camps for the night rather than push dark roads. On the road they meet a familiar face, House Nonland's former butler, of all people. The coincidence sits wrong the moment he smiles. He admits he fled before slavery, stole the family fortune, and was never loyal. He only used Esther for comfort. He sneers that if Esther had taken over Nonland everything would have been perfect, that Jink rides his father's favorite steed, and that thanks to him Rosarda lies in ruins. The House Spears, he says, are wasted on a dropout. His real plan surfaces. Hand Jink to the Nazar royals for a handsome reward and asylum. He will not kill him personally, but his Rosartan guards might, and he wishes the filthy dropout had simply died by the roadside. He orders the other man killed and the girl fairy spared for sale. The ambush turns from words to steel. Bandit guards rush the party. Enchanted blades and magic meet deserters, who thought a fallen noble would be easy prey. The fight is short and ugly. Roadside rocks take blood that will never buy anyone asylum. Fire and force scatter the remaining attackers. The butler's gamble collapses in the dirt. Survivors are pinned. There will be no clean escape into Nazar for a man who sold every loyalty he ever claimed. The last resistance breaks. Jink stands over the traitor who once served his house. Chapter 33 opens, Alliance with Count Brand. The road fight is only a prelude to the real war camp ahead. The butler begs to trade valuable information for his life after Jink reads a status full of crimes. He claims his group hid Nonland valuables after fleeing the house and will talk if spared. He offers a map, a mountain cave near Moberg, and promises service if freed. Jink only answers that it is a nice try. With enough hands already, Jink leaves him to the monsters instead of taking another untrustworthy servant. Since the road leads toward Tar anyway, they check the cave. The entrance is real. Inside is a hoard of precious metals, jewels, and magical items, and a low-quality but working sending box. The butler really was a compulsive thief. Sending boxes ship contents to a paired box via magic stone and dial. Rare, expensive tools no commoner can usually buy. Jink will donate half the Nonland haul to an orphanage, bank half for Esther, and use the box to coordinate with Count Brand far more easily. In ruined Tar, old Nonland holdings are devastated and confiscated. Esther's reply by sending box is pure: sell it all and fund Oni-sama's supplies. Nostalgia and bad memories sit side by side in the dead capital. The next day they reach Pablo, where the Count's men are stationed. Chris, Lewis, and Roy reunite with Zink after toughening up through real battles. Count Brand takes the delivered supplies and lodges them in a commandeered mansion. Dan and Esther are resting. The next target may be the town of Pamanante. Esther rushes Oni-sama in a full-body crash of joy. His big success against Nazar's necromancer was thanks to Jink's gifts, but he also has something hard to say. He defeated them personally. The necromancer had raised Gordon's head and Grandfather Nobel's head. Gloom settles over the reunion. Esther says he is okay, with no regrets. It was his duty as their living relative. Jink answers that whatever the blood ties, Esther is still his little brother, and nothing can change that. They will enter the heads in the land of their birth rather than risk a curse. Louis and Roy are earning marks of valor. Esther thanks Dan and will join his brother tomorrow. The siblings pledge to kick Nazar's ass while staying with the Count's Menzing. Stairs follow them, the so-called Reaper Princess Squad. Esther frets that frontline spear work earned him the nickname Spear Princess and unwanted fans, though he is clearly a man. Merciless efficiency that once scared people now draws a following. Marina is introduced to the war party. For now they will stick with Quoll forces, whittle Nazar and Rosarda, and not suicide rush House Bernhard. Crushing the necromancers remains the longer goal. After burying father and grandfather they travel on, training Marina with hunts and mock battles. Count Brand wants Pamanante taken swiftly. Their task is to cut the supply route. The target is a cliffside road, the thin artery feeding the town. It is the only maintained link from neighboring Sancourt. Narrow, dangerous, and perfect, they will use the curve, seal retreat with fallen rock, and leave no survivors to report. Ian and Esther take perception watch while Jink prepares to break the cliff with magic. A tornado forms over the kill zone. An hour later, the supply unit rolls into the trap. They wait until the column is further along, then drop trees with wind magic. Enemy shouts of attack and retreat die under falling timber and sealed road. The ambush is already half won. Those who still try to lead or flee meet the waiting party. The cliffside becomes a slaughter pen with no exit. The supply route dies with the last wagon. Pomenante's lifeline is cut, and Clan Regalia's war contribution is measured in broken stone and silence on the mountain road. After the cliff ambush, they interrogate a survivor for anything useful about the occupied towns, and the soldiers still holding them. Most of what he says they already know, but one detail shines. Sandcourt's main well is nearly dry for common troops, while officers and nobles drink their fill. Some soldiers found a second well hidden in the slums and have been sneaking water without telling superiors, and the highborn never set foot there, so they likely do not know it exists. The prisoner spits that he will see them in hell. Jink only files the hidden well away as an idea worth using, acting as guerrilla support for Bran's siege on Pomenante. They keep cutting supply lines and stealing cargo. Then they learn the enemy in occupied Sandcourt is living off that secret slum well. Chapter 34. Fun times mushroom hunting. The local Helis puissance mushroom frit, Doctor's Door, causes only mild stomach pain raw, but after a full day soaked in potion it becomes death's door. And water boiled with it brings violent vomiting and agony that still carries the toxin. The plan is dirty and safe for a small force. Poison Sandcourt's well and gut the garrison from the inside. Excrement and vomit stay poisonous, so caretakers sicken too. Jink and Esther will sneak in while Ian's group kills anyone who comes looking. Expected of the moral breaker, someone mutters. First they hunt mushrooms in the mountains around Sandcourt, using appraisal to pull edible ones for Nina's cooking as well. The rear team will hold the road a few days so no messenger slips past. They find a whole colony of Doctor's Door and soak as many as the item box potions allow. Camping until Death's Door is ready feels almost like old times. Just the two brothers on a mission. Jink suddenly remembers Esther's gear has taken a beating. He will not merely replace the gift spear and armor. He will remake them so stronger enchantments can take hold. Ian's theory from Pablo returns. An item can only be enchanted once, but slightly transmuting a metal part with alchemy counts as remaking it, letting a higher level enchanter overwrite the old buffs with better ones. Jink already tested it on the other's gear successfully. He tweaks Esther's spear design just enough and prepares the new enchantment pass. With the remake done, Esther moves as if he has a whole new body. Grateful and buzzing, he finally sleeps before the infiltration. Next day the Death's Door batch is ready despite using an out-of-date potion. They don safety gear and plan how to neutralize the well later so allies are not poisoned too. They approach former Rosarta territory Sandcourt, watching patrols still dressed as Rosartan soldiers under Nazar occupation. Guards line the walls so they wait for dark. Scaling is hard. Instead, Jink will use earth magic to break through slowly and hide rubble in his item box to keep the noise down. They dig at a patch already repaired once. Old slum smuggling holes Nazar filled after occupation. Disabled townsfolk and those who could not pay travel bribes used to slip through those gaps, so the tunnel should open into the slums. Perception shows the far side clear. Esther keeps watch while Jink digs. Promising to study these tactics diligently, they break through. Rubble crumbles inward. They are in, Oni-sama and Esther slipping into occupied Sandcourt under night cover. As predicted, they stand in ruined slums, a dead residential quarter. Intel puts the hidden well on the east side. They hole up in a building while a cruel Nazar officer, the same type who framed handsome Baron Oliver for embezzlement out of jealousy, roughs up a subordinate nearby, then eventually sleeps. Death's Door mushrooms go into an iron cage so they will not float, then splash into the well. Success retreat. After 3 days watching Sandcourt, perception shows the garrison much weaker. Officers burn antidote potions, but the poisoned well still spreads, and with the road cut no real supplies will come. Inside the town, command breaks, abdominal pain, vomiting, dehydration. A general tries to retreat as Sandcourt is declared lost. Deserters abandon posts toward Pomenante. Ian will handle them while Quoll forces eventually scoop the rest. Jink leaves the leaking well alone for now. Goal is the town and supply line, and uses a golem to gather bodies into his item box. Enemy soldiers collapse begging for water. There is no mercy left for a garrison already dying from the well they never guarded properly. Those who still fight are too weak from poison. Brother and brother finish the town street by street, until Sandcourt is erased of enemy soldiers. Perception finds no more foes. The smell is terrible. Nina and Marina were wisely left behind. Brand writes that Pomenante will fall within days, and he will base in Sandcourt after, so the poison must be cleaned first. Jink's plan starts simple, a big container water antidote mixed in weaker doses, then magic. He wrestles tricky, mana-heavy mist to spread the cure while Esther helps with re-enchanted gear. Mushrooms come out of the well. A golem scrubs bodily filth until the water tests safer. Section by section the town is detoxed. A glowing sending box brings Brand's letter. They rest in the Lord's mansion while they still can. The message is victory news. Pomenante has fallen to Brand's forces, one step closer to ending the campaign. Dust on the horizon resolves into about 3,000 Quoll troops, under Count Zavine approaching Sandcourt. Count Hiram Zavine introduces himself. Jink and Esther welcome the tired column and offer the clean town for rest, after most of the cleanup is done. Zavine is too modest to take the Lord's room, until Esther insists a commander should keep face among his men. They will hand the location over, and rejoin their group tomorrow after details. On the outskirts they finish the last grim chore, burning bodies of those who died to death's door. Cleanup is complete. Zavine looks green. He has a weak stomach for the violence two people used to take a whole town. The old Nazar well is purified, and water flows again, fit for occupation. A plan that would have failed if the officers had ever checked the slum well. He admits he studied economics for merchant work, and only leads forces because his heir brother was dropped from university. Logistics suit him better than glory. Jink's group will leave soon lest a necromancer take interest, trusting Zavine's men for defense and repair. Handover complete. The small party pulls back toward the others with Sandcourt secured behind them. Reunited, they report only a few patrols from Pamanante and Sandcourt, plus deserters, all killed. Clearing road rubble was harder than the fighting. Nina's group foraged and kept watch while Pamanante fell cleanly, with attacks unlikely for the moment they relax into Nina's cooking. Ian's material appraisal found high-grade herbs for X potions, shrewd profit for an alchemist guild later, while the war's local board looks for one quiet night, almost won. Over Nina's mushroom and greens feast they plan the next move. Once Brand links with Zavine and finishes Pomenante, the nobles will march on Nazar, and Regalia will keep pace as support. They clear remaining enemies to travel faster. Quoll forces already toy with Nazar troops, and the war shows how one enchanter shifts a nation's capabilities. Magic bags and water gear mean far less baggage while they haul supplies, set blockades, and run espionage for allies. Before dawn, Jink lies awake wondering why a dropout like him remembered a past life and received power at all. If such gifts awaken at random, nothing about it makes sense. Ian finds him already up and asks if something happened. A sending box letter from Count Brand warns that Nazar will not lie down. About 10 messengers have gone missing in days. Numbers are small enough for group escorts, but enemy espionage is the likely cause. Slow, unseen attrition implies a small, talented team that slipped into Quoll territory. Traps, poisoned arrows, burned bridges. Brand wants Regalia to take them out once everyone is awake. At the national border they find a huge bridge ruined. Esther guesses fire. Jink reads combined mid-level fire and wind. A mage strong enough to do this alone would have wiped Quoll armies outright, so the saboteurs are skilled but not invincible. March scrap and scorched timber litter the river. The party sets to work instead of waiting for engineers. Jink alchemizes mithril underwater supports that will not rust, pulls materials from the item box, and sets golems to strain and place beams while he chugs mana potions. Flooring, struts, and reinforcement boom into place under frantic alchemy. A new bridge rises where Quoll soldiers could not have rebuilt so fast. They will not burn this one easily. Nina is stunned by the speed. Esther only says that is how Oni-sama is. Tracking the espionage team after that yields nothing. The enemy slips through every time. Progress stays slow. More sabotage marks the forest trail, and they warn allies to keep their guard while marking enemy traces ahead. Several days later they find fresh blood and Nazar colors near an unstable boulder hiding a spike trap. Basics, Jink says, but effective. The saboteur's party must be nearby. Only one set of footprints. The victim likely used perception alone. That implies the enemy prefers solo scouting, or they would not risk splitting in hostile land. A big step forward if true. Contact enemy party. Marina pours everything into perception while Nina takes bow work with athletics and perception balanced. The brothers handle direct combat. An hour with no return from a scout forces them onward. 4 armored men are marked as targets. Go. Appraisal flashes brutal numbers. A Levy 439 spearman and a swordsman with sword skill in the 90s. They should have sensed the approach. Jink takes the swordsman, Esther the spearman. An enemy sneers about dying to a little worm. The answer is steel and spellfire without ceremony. No clean retreat left, reinforcements are already coming. The party digs in for a harder round. The forest fight turns chaotic as more Nazar agents hit the line. Capture remains the goal if anyone can still talk. After the clash, captives talk rather than end up like they're dead. They spill everything from national power struggles to secrets of noble houses, and one detail that freezes the air. Nazar's creation project researches how to artificially create heroes. Chapter 36. Into Nazar. Forbidden rituals sit at the heart of the kingdom's attempt to manufacture superhuman weapons. The theory. Recovering previous life memories makes a vessel for greater power and new skills. They sacrifice countless slaves in rites meant to force that recall and send perfected fighters to the battlefield. So far, mostly failure. Ceremonies run once or twice a year when moon and stars align. A captive with perfect recall remembers every date. Changes in subjects have been minimal, almost none are truly strengthened. The last ritual was on the 3rd of Jammy. The exact date Jink was banished. He never forgets that day, and the match hits like a blade. Too much coincidence. He passed out from shock that day, and woke with past life memories and enchanter skills. Nazar has been killing its own soundfighters in failed rites, while somehow their project may have worked on him. The captives stay useful. They send the prisoners to Brand's garrison at Dominante for questioning, especially the one with perfect recall. Brand's men take custody. Dan knows some of them from the depths of purgatory, and wants a little hand-to-hand talk. Jink allows it only if they stay alive as information sources. Jink frets that questioning might expose his past life's secret, though linking him to the hero project still seems implausible. For now they finally sleep in soft beds again. Late at night, Esther comes to Oni-sama's room, voice small in the dark. He apologizes for the hour and asks Jink to read a note first, so they are not overheard. Something about Nazar's ritual made Esther watch how his brother held himself. The letter concludes that after banishment, Jink grew gentler and less hungry for status, that he regained previous life memories. Esther still holds the deepest respect for him, even if he is a different person now. Whispering, Jink admits it is just as Esther thought. Past life memories and enchanter skills arrived the day he was cast out. He is sorry he hid it. More past life self shows through, but this life's memories remain. He is still Esther's brother. He kept quiet for disbelief and unwanted attention. Esther agrees that was right and is simply glad. They will not tell the others yet. Esther swears secrecy. About 2 days later, Viscount Nankai takes Astario. The war map keeps shifting while the brothers' private truth holds. That capture finishes Quol's hold on former Rosarda. Brand reports full army preparations and a reward waiting in Quol for their contribution. Tomorrow the attack into Nazar begins. They should think what to spend the reward on. The invasion is finally here. Nazar will ramp attacks once Quol crosses the border. Supplies are solid, especially with loot sold to the army, and Esther vows to fight fiercely, even to renounce the headhunter princess name. Necromancers remain the hard problem. They plan limited sabotage and circling behind lines to steal supplies during main engagements, so the pattern looks like ordinary disruption, rather than a signature they can hunt. Quol marches into Nazar. The enemy answers with several S-rank adventurer zombies, and A-rank soldier undead that carve into Quol fighters before the living lines can stabilize. Regalia keeps guerrilla work. Esther sets a fire on the east to draw eyes while the rest slip a wall hole on the opposite side, grab supplies and get out. Speed is everything. Every extra minute risks Esther's decoy run. Esther's eastern blaze cracks and floats against the night. That is the signal the decoy has begun. Enemy shouts of attack stampede toward the east gate. Even the west guards abandon their posts to engage Esther, which works better than expected for the real thieves. With the wall clear, Jink orders them to dig. Perception finds no one near storage as earth magic boom opens the path. Almost every soldier is funneled onto Esther, leaving maybe 10 plus a few castle officers on the supplies. Nina and Marina keep watch while Ian's air cutter clears residual resistance on the way in. At the east gate, Esther carves through foes who curse the fucking shrimp, forced to be careful, because someone among them may be using perception. Breathless fighting continues under a strange light. Something beyond ordinary spellfire is bleeding into the night. The raid team grabs what it can and plans to backtrack, then circle to Esther. Storage is hit, yet a powerful presence still presses on Jink's senses. Beside zombie giants, he feels a strong living man. A necromancer who has just raised 2 more dead from somewhere nearby. The timing could not be worse. They are to the east, right on Esther's position. Forcing the castle would only surround them and slow the rescue. Instead, they open a hole in the southeast wall and sprint for the forest at full enchanted speed. The party tears across open ground as undead pressure builds behind them. Dirt, spells, and boot seats blurred together while they dig and run for Esther's signal line. Esther is ordered to dig chaos through the castle central area, blast, run, keep eyes off the real extraction. He wonders whether to check Oni-sama's location and run to him, knowing he cannot keep this pace forever. Crush their fangs in Nazar, someone once said. But survival comes first. Something massive crashes the field. Esther can only gape at what the necromancer has put between them. Jink's group finds him and shouts to run. They will shake the pursuit together. Enemy officers order the chase down. The undead and living both pour after the retreating party. They make the forest and take a breather. Ray's dead cannot be controlled from long range, and Marina confirms the necromancer has not left the castle. The light was likely the after effect of his control. The timing was too perfect. They were anticipated. Esther's show was bait, intel was teleported, and the enemy got them. One necromancer only, more would have killed someone. But that also means a chance to hobble him before he relocates. From the Gamma Mage they know Nazar uses zombies to teleport, and a zombie cannot cast the spell on itself. After one jump the necromancer is on foot. Plan rewrite. Sneak back in, destroy every carriage and cart, and trap him inside his own base without a ride out. Only 8 Bernhard necromancers exist. Pinning even one matters. Allies can help dry supply lines. Marina's eyes shine at the boldness of the plan. Grow up to be that kind of adult, someone teases, but the base sits on flat open ground with no cover. Answer, tunnel warfare. About 2 kilometers of digging, Marina on perception, golems and magic doing the hard labor under empty fields. Mithril-coated shovels cut dirt like butter while Jink asks Brand to pressure enemy supplies above ground. After the bridge rebuild, they are used to golems. Soon they could raise a log cabin alone. The tunnel advances. 3 days later, alchemy brace supports hold a path under the front. No civilians to spot them. Marina goes up a small hole first, retreat at any danger, and reports empty ground and horses only. The stable yard is empty of people. Only horses stand where the transport hub should be guarded. They secure the area and ready the next phase among stalls and wagons while orders stay tight and quiet. Flashy as last time. Fire the stables and carriages to draw the necromancer while Ian, Esther, and Jink steal supplies. Marina and Nina keep watch, then they vanish into the confusion. Silent movement through the base. A zip of bodies and bags before the alarm can form. Provisions vanish into item boxes as the tunnel team works the blind spot. No wall patrol expected. Lacks security on a big base, never accounted for enemies tunneling up underneath. All provisions secured. Oil-soaked sacks stuffed with flammable slime gel are stashed for the final burn. Marina asks to free the horses. Jink refuses. Free mounts would tell the necromancer something is wrong and let him flee. This is war. He is sorry. They will pray for the animals when the conflict ends. Mercy here would cost lives later. Preparations done. Light it, fan with wind magic, escape through the base wall, ready fire. Flames roar across stables and carts as wind magic turns sparks into a storm. The base lights up. Confusion buys the seconds they need to vanish into the tunnel. A Bernhard presence hits hard. He is here. They break contact and retreat before the necromancer can lock them down. The wider plan works. Attacking multiple bases draws necromancers out. In the end they nail 3, including the one with the giant zombies fixed to separate camps. At the same time in Dominante, Count Brand tasks Will of Sacred Flame with providing zinc support. The old ally is back in the war loop. A letter from Count Zavine calls them to Sandcourt. 3 necromancers sit in 3 camps, rushing anyone would get them killed. Better have Quoll armies surround first. Esther wants Oni Sama's next move. At the Quoll military post in Sandcourt, Jink is ushered in on short notice and freezes. Will is waiting with a grin and a long-time no-see that promises the next phase of the Nazar War will not be fought alone. Will explains Count Brand sent him to back Jink up after hearing how the necromancers were drawn out. Today's meeting is pure strategy. The Dead Raisers will not sit still, and Sandcourt may be their next target. Deserters from the old Sandcourt garrison confirm a cooperative necromancer assault aimed at reclaiming supplies. Together they would guarantee defeat. Separated, they can be killed. Will asks if it will be a siege. Jink says he is only half right. The real plan. Count Zavine pretends to be routed and abandons Sandcourt. When the enemy floods in thinking they have won, Jink and Will incinerate them with fire magic while a drawn-out defense drains necromancer mana. Esther and the others want in, but Jink already sees a problem. Even as defenders they would take extreme losses on the front line. The fix is uglier still. Stuff those lines with Nazar prisoners. Servitude magic will force captives to fight as allies, wrecking enemy morale when former comrades appear on Quoll's side. Regalia will support with magic bags and town setup. Heartless, someone admits. Not that any of them can talk. On the road, a starved Bernhard force creaks forward on foot after carriages and horses were burned. At the signal they will be blasted with fire magic, put their backs into it. Enemy officers smell the trap too late. Another Bernhard grind into a prepared killbox. A subordinate begs to take Sandcourt for supplies or even surrender. The commander rages that surrender means death, and that starving men still have eyes for a reason. Days later Sandcourt holds 4,000 prisoners. A mountain of servitude magic already spent. Brand's relief arrives, potions, arrows, oil casks, and goblin meat for the hungry forced allies. Taking 3 necromancers would bring huge prestige even if they are only beta class. Esther already killed one such. Karen and Bogart are not with Will. He will rejoin them after this. And Brand is eager for the plan to succeed. Sacred Flame was hired for frontline noble support. Karen on logistics, Bogart as her defender. They wanted to see Jink, but Brand's orders split them. Scouts report the necromancers arrive the day after tomorrow. Sandcourt transforms into a prepared slaughterhouse, while the clock runs down to the cooperative assault. Zavine confirms everything is in place. Archers stand ready to rain shafts once the Bernhard force is committed. Jink and Will hold heavy magic until the enemy is fully inside the walls. Deserter intel says living soldiers are starving while necromancers hoard magic bag stores and eat well. First targets are the foremost climbers. Do not let them take the walls cleanly. Rocks and bodies hit climbers as the front gate nearly breaks. The wait has been long enough for the trap to taste blood. A Bernhard necromancer steps forward, sneering that captive Nazar fighters on Quoll's side deserve death for being caught. An excuse Jink finds worthless as the real slaughter begins. Fire and chaos fill the room and streets they chose as the kill zone. Undead and living attackers pack tighter into Sandcourt's baited defenses. Spells howl. The routed garrison springs its reverse siege in full. Zavine begins the staged kill count while Jink is called to move. The next phase of the trap needs the enchanters free. They cover the men's controlled retreat, keep the count safe, and promise to be back once the commanders are secured. Enemy leadership finds the armory empty, stables bare and barrels that are nothing but oil. They think they want a base to rebuild and walked into the second half of the trap. Confusion turns to panic as someone realizes what no provisions, only oil means. Fire magic touches the oil stores. The fake victory becomes an inferno. Explosions roll through Sandcourt's baited streets. Necromancer and undead alike are caught in the burn. The town that looked abandoned becomes a sealed kiln. Escape routes choke on smoke. Survivors try to shield themselves with undead bulk as the plan reaches its peak. When the flames die, necromancers are found baked under the remains of a massive zombie they used as a firebreak. Choked on smoke, faces still intact enough for proof. Zavine is thanked for the command that made the plan work. Necromancer heads will go to Brand. Before they move out, Esther quietly asks for time to lay Nazar dead to rest. Death settles disputes, he says. Comrades killed by comrades under necromancer control suffered enough. Practically, burying them may also keep grudges from birthing named monsters. Jink helps. Sacred Flame writes close over the graves. Rest in peace, even for enemies who never chose their last march. Elsewhere inside Nazar, Duke Capone's Quoll royal army is ambushed and forced into muddy retreat. Cursed Nazar tactics will be repaid if they survive the day. The rout deepens. Quoll banners fall back under pressure they did not expect from this sector. A commander tastes failure for the first time in too long, and can only curse the taste of mud and defeat. In a Nazar camp, the opposing plan is called perfect. Another excellent victory. And someone swears never to forgive the man responsible. Under a new commander named Gilbert, they have not lost once. He orders usable corpses confirmed and raised immediately. The undead production line stays hot. At a Quoll base, news lands hard. Duke Capone was routed. Fonkers retained slaves in that theater may be dead, and local noble leadership is bleeding losses. Gilbert takes a short rest, exhausted by constant battle, while scouts dig into who he really is. Gilbert is Nazar's bastard prince, a genius who graduated top of class as a scholar at 10, then locked away as a form of banishment while Crown Prince and Second Prince fight over succession. They hope the battlefield kills him quietly. Jink proposes recruiting him. A talent like that could exhaust Quoll before they bring him down. Treat a man with a grudge well and he might defect. Jink knows the shape of that exile all too well. Days later, Brand relays His Majesty's reply. The council leaves the decision to Jink. If he proceeds, Gilbert's safety will be guaranteed and a Marquess title offered. That settled, the only problem left is how to draw the bastard prince out. Gilbert's headquarters sits with its back to a mountain. Jink's bold plan is ready. Approach at night over that ridge. Karen's support is locked in as the operation to contact the bastard prince begins. Night climbers move along the dark slope toward the enemy command camp, every step a wager on whether Gilbert will listen. They leave a letter where other Nazar soldiers can read it, advertising contact with Quoll to weaken Gilbert's position and push him toward defection. Someone frets it is a trap. The decisions, they insist, still belongs to Gilbert. Publicly, Gilbert tells his men something like this will not shake his loyalty to Nazar. The word sounds solid, and the night creaks with private calculation. A sending box whoosh brings word from Count Brand. The board is moving again. Gilbert is interested. He cannot break free yet, but he can lead Nazar into a trap and escape mid-battle. Communication will ride a small bat-like summon he controls. The team still worries the whole defection is a reverse trap. As proof of sincerity, he warns of 20 Gamma Necromancers preparing multi-base attacks. Even Gammas are dangerous. 4 Betas already made Nazar panic. His odds of successful defection remain low, but 20 is 20. The enemy plan is 1 Necromancer per base across 20 targets. Using Gilbert's intel, Brandside digs moats, sets pitfalls, raises signal fires and hardens walls while Gilbert stays in contact the whole time. Esther is pulled into the reinforcement rush. When the assault comes, Necromancer arrows and zombies stretch control over long ranges and meet prepared defenses instead of soft camps. Individual reports land, about 100 Quoll dead and not one stronghold fallen. Gilbert's tip held. He did not feed false bait. He looks trustworthy enough to repay. In Nazar's leadership hall, the multi-base failure is a national crisis. Fingers point, Duca Mantello's line is mocked, and someone cannot believe they were defeated by peasant flattering boors. The second prince's forces are left to hold the line, while the crown side reaches for a trump. Chief Assistant Mikhail of House Bernhard. If peasants keep winning, Bernhard will finally take the field. Mikhail will not fight the populists head-on. He will bleed their numbers with a clan secret and buy time. Upset Bernhard and the whole family becomes a weapon, and he is no worthless Gamma. He goes personally. At Gilbert's camp, they call Quoll's letter a clumsy try to sow distrust. Someone asks if he really received communications from Quoll. He answers yes. Pressed on betrayal, Gilbert says he has no intention of abandoning Nazar, and that with Quoll pausing to consolidate victories, he wants to engage the enemy directly. As proof of loyalty to Mikhail, he will personally launch a surprise attack on the base holding Quoll's royal army. Chapter 40, Make the Farmers Our Allies. Intel places the Quoll royal army encamped in forest 10 kilometers southwest. Perfect for an ambush that is not what Nazar thinks it is. Word spreads that the commander himself is joining the fight. Nazar ranks stiffen for a glory charge. They locate the camp with no sign of detection. Gilbert rides a palanquin, no horses to spare for a bastard raised in confinement, and quietly orders the real plan to proceed. On cue, the enemy attacks and flees. Nazar troops give chase exactly as Gilbert predicted, howling that the cowards are running. The pursuit pours into prepared ground. The trap's teeth are already closed around the column. Ambush! Officers scream to change positions and retreat as Quoll fire and steel hit from the wrong angles. The forest becomes a kill zone. Nazar's surprise attack turns into their own burial march. Everything goes dark for Gilbert as planned chaos swallows the field and a commander goes down hard. Quoll voices confirm they have the enemy commander. The prize is secured amid the rout. Survivors flee as enemy numbers seem to multiply. Someone spits that the top-of-class bastard is a son of a whore. Too late for insults to matter. Gilbert wakes in Quoll hands, told not to push himself. The dusty archives and locked rooms of his past are behind him. The people who wanted him dead on a battlefield have been outplayed. Jink and Karen welcome him. His plan was always to surprise attack Quoll, then be chased into an ambush and captured. He even wanted Karen to shoot him for convincing wounds. It worked without accidentally killing him. Karen came as backup because the plan was that risky. She admires his guts and notes Nazar's upper ranks have been talking about the Enchanter. The man Gilbert has now met in person after a hard sprint to the line. He asks to be called Gil, pleased to pool information. Mikhail was already suspicious, but there is nothing Nazar can do about the defection now. The necromancers remain unfinished business. He could not learn Mikhail's full secret strategy, so vigilance stays high. Once Bernhard is handled, the rest is cleanup. Nazar is on the back foot. Gil owes Jink for suggesting the escape and will do what he can. Quoll's occupation style becomes clear. Befriend commoners, buy flour and vegetables above market rate, and aim only at the royal family. Plunder turns farmers into enemies. Friendship turns them into helpers. Gil notes Nazar's rot has not reached Rosarda's depths and that battle-focused nobles could learn from this. Even as he admits he is no pure saint, Karen returns to support work while Jink stays careful and available. Gilbert reads battlefields with prodigy clarity and brings string of victories after joining the planning tables. For a time, everything goes almost too well. Then Marina says the forest feels wrong. Something bad is coming. Fairies sense nature's edge. Jink feels nothing yet but orders full perception and careful steps. The woods go silent in the wrong way. Every scout looks the same direction without meaning to. Monsters, including orcs beyond the mountains, are all moving north in one mass. The populist main camp lies that way. Ian and Marina confirm the same unnatural heading. Someone names it a monster stampede, the panic charge of a huge group driven in one direction. Like bulls startled into a runaway herd, the monsters may be fleeing something stronger still. If they hit the camps, it will be a massacre. Brand must be warned at once. Days earlier, somewhere in Nazar, Bernhard voices agree with Axel. Quoll rats have penetrated too deep. Wipe them with a stampede, the Enchanter and high-level adventurers might survive. But the rest of the invasion force is meant to be erased under thundering hooves and claws. On the Nazar side, Bernhard orders right peasants off as ants easily crushed and replaced. Duca Mantello is told to withdraw before the coming despair. The stampede is meant to do the rest. Brand receives Zink's report. The monsters are headed straight for the Quoll lines. The word stampede hangs over the command tent like a second sky. Forces mobilized to meet the threat. Dan's tasked to lead the adventurers while Brand's camp handles weapons and supplies. Zink's group is already on the move. The ground rumbles before the front. Esther only needs one breath to say it. They are here. The first wave crashes into prepared lines. Spells and steel rise to meet a living tide of monsters. Air cyclone tears through a goblin mass as squads rotate forward and back to rest. Someone cheers the spear princess. Esther snaps that he is not a princess while Marina shouts for master. Orcs and ogres follow, mixed stronger beasts that took longer to abandon territory and join the flight. Marina keeps perception wide. Stampedes start when weaker monsters sense something worse. That is why the weakest hit first and the charge seems endless. The question becomes how long the stampede can last before the true cause shows itself. At the populist base camp they hope Dan and Sacred Flame are holding. Ranks circle right under fire and claw. On the army line, archers and mages step up while officers warn not to waste supplies or push past exhaustion. Useful and edible materials are to be stripped from every kill. Wyverns blacken the sky. The order is simple and desperate. Bring down as many as you can. Aerial and ground threats overlap. The stampede is no longer a single species but a layered disaster. Will reports the small fry wiped and stronger, smarter monsters backing off for now. They will return. Gil looks troubled by something beyond the immediate kill count. The stampede has completely stopped Quoll's advance. Locals flood into camps with whatever they can carry for protection, and the same chaos is hitting the populist base. Gil is no fan of all-out assaults, especially these. Two stampedes at once feel guided, not natural. He remembers Mikhail Bernhard promising a hidden technique to stop Quoll, and both charges aim at Quoll bases. A man-made stampede sounds absurd without proof, yet Gil cannot shake that Mikhail is behind it. Jink will take the theory to higher-ups and send warnings to other camps. At the Nazar populist base camp the same question hardens into tactics. How would necromancy even cause a monster stampede? Using a very high-rank monster's corpse to terrify others into flight is one idea, but nothing that strong has been sensed and hiding such a presence seems wrong. Still, someone was manipulating death out there. The theory session ends in motion. Whatever the mechanism, the next wave will not wait for perfect answers. The mixed horde keeps grinding them down. Nina admits it is more tiring than normal fights, but she can keep going. Jink changes approach. Water magic buff rings on, then a method aimed at the tougher shells in the mix. Water-resistant monsters fall differently once the buffs land. The rest can be cut down normally. Then a new presence spikes on every sense. A dragon descends into the battlefield, raw power rolling off it in waves. It is S rank, stronger than the A ranks around it. Strong enough that even stampeding monsters veer away. They split teams rather than ignore it. Dragons hate water magic, so Esther is best for the kill team with Jink. Ian takes the clubs to clean up A ranks and cover their backs. If a red dragon appeared mid-stampede, whatever caused the panic may be worse still. They raise water shields and move to butcher the oversized lizard before other S ranks show. The dragon fight opens in heat and roar. Ordinary cuts will not decide this. Scales shrug off shallow blows. They aim for thinner joints and ligaments instead of wasting force on armor. Bone and scale crack under focused assault. The red dragon's roar turns from dominance to pain. Nearby stampede monsters begin to falter as the apex threat is pinned. Nina and Marina earn a quick word of praise for holding their sector. The battlefield narrows to Dragon and Brothers. Everything else becomes background thunder. Chapter 42, Battling the Red Dragon. They commit fully. They are bringing it down. Water erupts under precise control. A fountain and cage of force around the beast's head and chest. They force its mouth open and keep it that way, denying the angle for a clean breath weapon. Fire breath dies in its throat. Esther is ordered to the eyes. The dragon flails blindly, power without aim, thrashing the earth it can no longer dominate. It has lost the will to fight. Jink tells Esther to leave the finish to him. The killing blow ends it. The red dragon's pressure vanishes from the field. Silence after S-rank death is almost as loud as the roar before it. Smoke and dust settle over scaled ruin. Even a red dragon cannot recover from a destroyed brain. Levels jump hard from the kill. Lower rank remnants can be left to soldiers. Both brothers are fine, and Esther's victory shout rings beside Oni-sama over the broken stampede front. They agree the stampede will not stop until its source is cut out. Following the monster stream is mandatory if necromancers are behind it. For now, Nina claims the red dragon for stake. Enough for Quoll soldiers too. And Jink insists they break or retreat when needed, rather than rush blind. Constant fighting is exhausting, but leveling is non-negotiable. If Nina and Marina are not to die in the first minutes against true S-ranks, they march toward the source under the working theory that a necromancer is piloting something stronger than a red dragon, and treating the road as a chance to farm more S-class kills. After downing a chimera, they notice lower monsters starting to avoid them, as if sensing superior predators. Perception finds nothing close, so they take a break while the board shifts under their feet. A letter confirms Dan's high rank group is fine and the main base now sees only handfuls of goblins. Thinning worked. Gil's deduction holds 2 stampede sources, one on their path and one near Nazar's capital. The populist camp faces stronger monsters than expected and will need backup soon, though not instantly. Until the official request, they sleep in turns with Esther on first watch. Only ones who can reach the far source quickly enough. They pass a Nazar town torn apart by the stampede. The wreckage is horrible. People and homes alike were simply in the path. Anger hardens at Bernhard corpse users treating their own as fodder. There is no time for full funeral rites, so they burn bodies to keep them from rising as zombies and press on unforgiving. Elsewhere, a necromancer commands an ancient dragon corpse to spur another monster wave, and someone vows to hunt him down. Mikhail revels in the irony of a 10,000-year dragon reduced to a puppet. That is his hidden technique. Control an ancient dragon corpse, and scare even S-rank monsters into stampedes, though the borrowed power will eventually wane. Axel gets word the stampede proceeds smoothly while Mikhail drains most of his MP and needs a potion. Even dead, the dragon is still an SS-class nightmare. Axel admits Mikhail's power exceeds his own and hates him for it. Mikhail notes Herbert, the Quoll-famous S-rank, has ties to the Enchanter, and that cursed zombies kill the subject of their grudge. He will use Herbert for now, strengthen Bernhard, then take his place and savor the humiliation. Herbert is promised revenge. On the Quoll side, Marina suddenly senses a powerful enemy. A cold chill runs the line as Jink asks what she feels. Something vast and wrong moves behind the stampede curtain. The next apex threat is already in range. It is a diamond turtle. Enormous S-rank with absurd defense. Materials including diamond shell worth fortunes. The last group that killed one lived 7 generations on the gold, when they were not murdering each other over shares. They cannot let it crush the base. Up close it is a mountain of hardness. Feeling it out proves blades will not work from outside. History says mass poison once worked, but they lack volume and refuse to ruin the harvest. Jink's idea, Esther uses windfly to the mouth and lowers a rope from a tooth. If the shell is invincible, attack the organs down the esophagus into the lungs, then to the heart. Stomach acid is a risk they choose to take. For Quoll, and the money someone half jokes, Esther commits. Go for it, Oni-sama orders as the turtle rumbles under them. Windfly lifts Esther toward the maw while the beast's movement threatens to throw him off. The first rope attempt fails, not enough again. Esther finally seats the line on a tooth and drops the rope. The way in is open. They approach from the belly's blind spot and climb one by one without letting the turtle see them. Reconvene inside its mouth. Nina forces herself up the rope while Marina cheers Oni-chan. Careful, Oni-sama warns from below. All inside. From here the path is into the lungs and none of them are comfortable about it. Hot breath marks the lung entrance. On the next inhale they move. Passages tighten until there is no air left. Ian throws wind bubbles for breathable space while they cut toward the soft organs. The insides are far softer than the shell. Blades finally bite deep as the turtle's body becomes a dungeon of meat. A thick vein leads them onward. The heart cannot be far. They find the heart and carefully cut surrounding vessels, useful material. Not to be ruined by sloppy damage. The organ harvest finishes in blood and heat. The diamond turtle's life ends from the inside out. They force their way out, exhausted and filthy. Organ harvesting complete, well done. Levels skyrocket again. The necromancers accidentally funded a training arc. They camp by a river and plan to hand unusable materials to Quoll for war funds. Ian catalogs the haul. Diamond turtle fat for hair treatments, vessels for tonics, heart for the finest potions. The whole beast is money once cleaned. A sending box support request arrives. Adventurers led by Samjai are failing against the other stampede. They set out first thing. Samjai's group is visibly struggling. Rotation calls of 20 seconds then swap. Dropping in unannounced is rude, but forgiveness can wait until people stop dying. Cyclone, Tornado, and Aircutter hit the field as Jink announces they are here to help. Samjai recognizes Zinc-kun on contact. Without mages to exploit scorpion weaknesses to fire and wind, the veterans were doomed. Parts be damned. Lives matter more, and they are grateful not to be dead. Jink offers bloodbound enchanted jewelry for free strengthening. Samjai's people want it but hesitate in wartime ethics. He declines a sale and seeks another arrangement. They are flat broke after new gear. Renting wins. 30% of monster part profits, not 10. Dangerous sector veterans accept the upright offer they cannot refuse. Temporarily joined, they help hold the line while Kachino and Tommy cover the rear. Firepower may lag Dan or the Hughes twins, but experience keeps this crew in a post that would kill greener teams, and their clear weakness is still the lack of mage coverage Jink just patched. A massive mother slime erupts from the brush with a heavy impact, rolling south out of the slime forest. Nina shouts for her master as the blob barrels in, and Esther notes again that Samjai's side still has no mages of their own. Jink spots the creature at once, locking onto the threat as the veterans tense up. Samjai admits Jink was right. Their physical attacks will only melt them into the slime's meal. As the mother slime cracks through the trees, Jink notes the slime forest sits 3 days on foot from Nazar's capital, so if the necromancer behind the stampedes is there, stirring this S-rank beast was a likely move. He snaps orders to his party. Water, wind, and earth do nothing. Mother slimes fall to fire alone, and they answer ready. They move to surround the slime and pin it with fire so it cannot escape, while wind magic fans the flames hotter. The creature slurps and lashes as fighters dart around it. Jink smashes in close, then he and Esther raise their hands together, Inferno and Firestorm, to dump pure heat onto the mother slime. Fire magic detonates against the mother slime in a roaring blast. Jink is thrown through the air as chunks of the body splat away, while Esther keeps pouring heat into the burning mass. The slime hisses and seethes as its form starts to break down under the flames. Nina answers Jink's warning about the acid and hurls a fire tornado into the fray. The mother slime's burning body shrinks under the barrage as the whole group piles on. Jink calls for the finish, and Esther locks in ready to end it. The mother slime finally hisses out and collapses under the fire assault. Jink sighs that magic made short work of it. Nowhere near a red dragon's threat. Samjai thanks him again for the save. Then Nina suddenly points past them, calling for her master to look as something else erupts in a blaze. What remains in the scorched grass is a glowing mother slime crysters. Jink, Samjai, Esther and the others gather round the prize as Marina floats in, naming the drop for what it is. Chapter 44 opens on cornering Mikhail. The group marvels at the oversized mother slime crystal, larger than anything they have seen. Nina wonders if Marina's pet slime Marimo will ever grow that big. Jink says only after a few hundred years, if it lives that long. He explains Marimo can use summoning magic, and Samjai needs the pet's name clarified. Jink notes Marimo is reacting to its own kind. Marina asks to summon the pet so it can see the crystal, and he allows it. With a poof, Marimo appears as a sizable slime, stunning Samjai. Nina and the others remark how it used to be a tiny squishy ball, fattened and matured on monster parts they fed it. Marimo pokes the crystal, then slurps and engulfs it whole while Marina panics and begs it to stop. Jink only laughs that if this levels Marimo up, he has no complaint, and Marina apologizes in a fluster. Moments later the slime flares with light and the others shout for everyone to get back as Marimo begins to glow. Marimo jiggles into a massive form. It ate the mother slime crystal and became an S-rank mother slime itself. Jink frets that holding such a summon will drain Marina hard, even as the others shout that the pet got huge. Then everyone breaks into a sprint away from the bloated blob as it flexes and booms across the field. Marimo stretches a tendril and lifts Marina high into the air. Jink checks whether she feels okay and can still command the S-rank form. She answers that she is fine. After a shaky beat she asks Marimo to raise her higher, and the slime obeys with a schlup and plop, proving the bond still holds. They put Marimo through simple commands, jump, spin, and it obeys with bounce and whirl. Jink checks the numbers. Marina's MP has not dropped hard and the summon looks stable. She claps and thanks the slime. High-level slimes can shrink their bulk, so he asks her to try size control. Esther worries the mass will be hard to use, but Jink figures the bond from Marina naming and caring for it may be what keeps the drain light. Marina asks Marimo to return to its old size, and the slime shrinks with a soft shoom. Jink judges that with the mother slime down, this capital-sized stampede should taper off. Average density leaves no other S-rank beasts for the necromancer to drive. He is glad they fought together, and asks Samjai to call again if needed. Samjai says they learned much, will handle cleanup, and will thank them properly later. He also compliments the party that can all cast high magic, and even summon a mother slime, Marimo being a happy fluke, as Jink turns to the next move. Esther wants to head back. Monsters will have crossed their territory while they were gone. Jink agrees they will circle the populous base and thin every high-rank monster on the way, and the party answers yes. Elsewhere, blades and spells tear through beasts in a ruined town near Nazar's capital. Among the ruined town's slaughter, a half-dead, spear-riddled figure stalks forward with a pack of rotting fighters at his back. It is Herbert, eyes wild and body still standing on curses alone, rasping one question into the dirt. Where is Zink? Several days later, the party stands over a field of fallen monsters. They have thinned the herd so hard that even A ranks are scarce, and the end of the stampede is finally in sight. Drinking from a flask, Jink still cautions them not to underestimate how low the necromancer will sink. The man was fine letting his own people be trampled, even if so many of those pawns are already gone. Esther wonders if the enemy will turn the stampede's driving monster on them directly. Jink also floats that they might abandon Nazar and flee, though many nations covet the Bernhard magical techniques, and a house used to wealth and power would see running as deep dishonor. Then Nina sniffs a foul stench. Jink briefly thinks he is the problem, but she and the others point the smell toward the woods instead. The stench is corpses. Herbert and a horde of raised dead charge out of the trees, howling for Zink. Jink realizes the Bernhards raised the former clan emissaries as undead. Fire is too risky in the forest, so he calls combat training and orders Marina to use Marimo. Herbert locks onto his target, screaming that he has found him. Marina calls Marimo into the fight, and the massive slime surges into the undead ranks. Bodies go flying as Marimo smashes, crunches, and whips through Herbert's corpse soldiers with raw mass alone, while Marimo swallows and flings the lesser undead. Herbert vaults straight at Jink with his spear, screaming for him to die. The cursed warrior thrusts hard through the chaos, fixated only on killing the Enchanter. Marimo balloons out and traps the entire undead pack inside its body. The party praises Marina and the slime for the clean catch. When Marina says Marimo wants to eat the zombies, Jink allows it. So long as the red-haired one head is left alone, the rest can be food. Marimo digests the trapped undead in a hissing, bubbling mess. Jink hopes the gear survives for alchemy ingredients, while Esther covers Marina's eyes from the gruesome sight. Herbert's severed head is spat free, still raging and cursing. Jink decides the best next step is to hand him over to Duke Fonker. Elsewhere, a fine tent sits under the shadow of a colossal dragon corpse. Mikhail Bernhard dines at ease, listing a red dragon, a diamond turtle, and the zombie of an S-rank adventurer among his pieces. With those assets, he is certain victory is already guaranteed. A kneeling messenger interrupts Mikhail's meal with a report. Asked whether the Enchanter is dead yet, the man has worse news. Jink defeated both the red dragon and the diamond turtle, and Quoll's forces are still slaughtering monsters while they advance. Mikhail slams the table, roaring that the report is impossible, and that his plan should have been perfect. How could this have happened? He storms out of the tent with his guards scrambling after him. Desperate, Mikhail raises a new zombie. A fortune teller once hanged as a witch for predicting a terrible future for Nazar, a seer whose readings always came true. He forces her to read the Bernhard's fate and begs her to say the recent disasters are only a mistake. The zombie seer holds up a card of death, a crowned reaper with a scythe. Mikhail's face twists in fury. How dare she? He lunges as the ground cracks under his rage. His knights beg him not to lose hope and not to let the seer unnerve him. Mikhail snaps at them to be silent trash. Without Bernhard backing, no country would shelter him, and he would be caught before the border. If enemies have already overcome the Alpha's plans, Nazar itself is finished, and for a moment he wonders whether he should flee. His men remind him that he still commands the ancient dragon, against which Quol's forces are powerless. They swear to stand with him and throw away their lives for Nazar. Mikhail steadies himself, admitting he lost composure, then agrees. Before that dragon's power, Quol's army is no better than insects. Meanwhile, Jink's party advances through the forest toward the stampede's source, every hair on their necks prickling. The origin should be right ahead. Suddenly a huge presence whooshes over the canopy, and Jink stares up through the trees asking what that is. An ancient dragon looms over the clearing, wings spread wide. A living legend none of them expected to meet. Jink searches for the necromancer, controlling it while the dragon itself speaks for Bernhard, praising the commoner Enchanter for coming this far, and promising to test his strength. Bernhard's elite guards draw steel and charge, vowing the ground will be the invader's grave. Then the ancient dragon itself turns on them. Mikhail coldly reminds his men that they swore to give their lives for the country. And the dragon's claws and roar make it clear those elite guards are about to be spent as fuel. The dragon's claws smash down, crushing Bernhard's own soldiers as Mikhail orders them to offer their souls to the beast. Jink is horrified. The necromancer is sacrificing his own men without hesitation. Chapter 45 opens. The enemy of my enemy. The ancient dragon plants itself in the clearing with a ground-shaking whoosh. Dust and survivors scattered around its bulk as Jink and his allies brace for the true fight. Bernhard's remaining soldiers break and flee, screaming that Lord Mikhail has gone mad. Through the dragon he threatens deserters with their family's execution. Jink can only stare, wondering if desperation has driven the man completely insane, killing his own troops just to feed the beast. Through the dragon, Mikhail gloats that the knights he sacrificed cry with joy, and that the beast is overflowing with power. He admits the stampede failed, then reveals a forbidden necromancer rite, fuse a living soul with a monster's. The dragon's maw glows and crackles as it prepares to breathe fire, and Jink shouts for everyone to move. The ancient dragon unleashes a colossal fire breath, screaming for the insects to die. The blast rips across the forest in a rolling wall of flame and shockwaves that erase everything in its path. The blast leaves the party scorched but alive. Jink checks on Nina. She is okay. Only her clothes burned. He admits it would take every S-rank adventurer in the world to kill that dragon outright. But if they stop the necromancer, the puppet should fall. Marina agrees. A zombie is still a zombie. As the ancient dragon rumbles and rears, a party member shouts that perception has locked onto the necromancer. Mikhail is not on the ground. He is hiding inside the dragon's nose. The alpha of the Bernhards grins from his living fortress, still certain the fight favors him. They form a plan to put the worm on its back so Mikhail can be dragged from its nose. Someone will hit the forelegs while wind magic tries to pull him free, even if that makes him hard to reach. An air tornado slams into the ancient dragon, cracking through the air around its thrashing body. From inside, Mikhail only scoffs that the attack is useless. The dragon's next strike smashes the ground between them in a boom of rock and dust. Jink and Est clear, then he snaps for her to fly. Jump over the beast with wind magic, and she answers ready. Jink barks for Esther and Ian to hide among the trees, and use every scrap of cover they can. They vault over the thrashing dragon as it cracks through the forest, and the others answer and move. Mikhail chuckles that their scramble is a wasted effort. If they hide in the trees, he will simply burn the whole forest. The ancient dragon lifts off with a roaring whoosh, ready to set the canopy ablaze. Explosions chase the party through the trees as they run. Someone asks if they should retreat. They will not last long like this. Still, Jink watches the dragon's rough movements and notes that a necromancer can only hold a zombie for about 30 minutes. Either Mikhail is not strong enough to fully control a monster of this level, or they can simply wait him out. Hidden in the brush, Jink asks Esther if she has noticed the dragon. Legends say ancient dragons were intelligent enough to speak with humans. If any consciousness remains, communication might still work. She agrees there is no animosity in its eyes or expression, though perception cannot sense a zombie's emotions. He wants to talk to the dragon itself, but wonders how to make a spell connect, and whether it could even understand him. A distant voice brushes Jink's mind. A child can hear me. His eyes go wide as the ancient dragon's jaws open and the call crashes through clearer. Can you hear my voice, child? Known as the Enchanter. The dragon explains it is using its power to speak into his mind alone. No one else can hear them. It tells Jink to pretend to keep fighting and listen without fear of misunderstandings. It does not wish to attack, but has no choice under the control of the child called Mikhail, a state it finds most displeasing. Ian blurts in shock as Jink reacts to the silent voice. The dragon confirms it is still fighting Mikhail's control even as they speak, and that the necromancer has not noticed, which is why its attacks keep missing. Jink thanks it, stunned they can talk at all. The dragon muses that a human soul blended with its own may be why it now considers this. In the past, fighting alongside humans would have been unthinkable. The dragon offers a deal to the child who tried to understand it. Grant its wish. and it will fight Mikhail with them. Jink asks what that wish is. The ancient being answers that it wishes to sleep. It can no longer bear the disgrace of its empty shell being played with. Jink understands and swears that once the war is over, he will bury the dragon deep in a forest where people do not go. Grateful, the dragon will relay Mikhail's attack orders as they come and create openings for them to strike. Breaking the private link, Jink tells Esther he was only using the dragon's power to hold a conversation with it, then calls her to action. Jink explains the dragon is going to help them take down the necromancer. It can still do that even as a zombie. Ian is amazed as Jink dashes out to draw Mikhail's attention, telling Esther to watch for hand signs, stay on defense, and pass word to the others while the dragon feeds him attack timing. Inside the dragon, Mikhail seethes at the irritating mosquitoes outside. His MP is draining rapidly because the corpse's level is far too high, yet he has no future left if he fails. Eyes bulging, he resolves to end them here and now. As the party runs and fights, they note they could draw the battle out until Mikhail's life simply runs dry. But he may realize that plan, so they should keep attacking too. The dragon itself urges them not to hold back. Its body is already dead and it suffers neither pain nor blight. Jink opens Nina's cooking spices and starts packing little presents for the necromancer still hiding in the dragon's nose. He calls Ian and Esther to fling them with wind magic straight into the beast's nostrils. Esther and Ian send the spice pouches flying. The dragon cooperates and breathes them straight in towards its own nose. Bundles pop open around Mikhail, who panics at what the dragon is doing as powder bursts in his face. Spices explode around Mikhail in a choking cloud. He coughs and hacks, unable to open his burning eyes. The dragon praises the child for a plan that worked well, and Jink pumps a fist in satisfaction. Nina and Marina bring a heap of extra spice bombs and Jink thanks them. Then he has another idea, stomping something foul that reeks so badly Nina and Marina gag at the stench. Esther notes the dragon has stopped attacking. Jink confirms the stinking gear is leftover equipment from when Marimo ate Herbert's group. Perfect next payload. He has them send the reeking armor flying after the spices. Foul armor slumps onto Mikhail as he demands what nonsense this is. Then the stench hits. He screams and gags, retching inside the dragon's nose. The dragon calmly notes there is plenty more and tells them to keep the deliveries coming. Silence falls over the field as the dragon settles and the party waits. Its voice returns in Jink's mind, addressing him as child and asking if there is anything more. The stench has knocked Mikhail unconscious. The dragon notes its own sense of smell is already dead, fortunate in that its body is its own again. With a mighty hung, it blasts the limp necromancer out of its nose and into the open air. Mikhail slams into the ground with a crack and a crunch. The party stands over his twitching body as the dragon declares that they stand victorious. Chapter 46 opens. Overcoming the stampede. The ancient dragon thanks them again. With their help, it has finally gained its freedom. Once it is at rest, they may take its scales if they wish. Jink lights up at the thought of priceless ancient dragon scales, then catches himself. They will not desecrate the body further, and the dragon chuckles that it can still feed his thoughts. He asks how Bernhard managed to control someone so strong. Centuries ago, sensing the end of its life, the dragon gave its children its territory, went to the Sea of Trees and died. Jink concludes that Bernhard ancestors either found the corpse or bought it from whoever did. The dragon agrees it woke under the Bernhard's control. Had they defeated it in battle, it would have accepted the humiliation. However, that is not what happened. It was not defeated by them. It died of old age. A couple of petty human souls could never balance its own, so Mikhail's sacrifices of underlings affected it not at all. The dragon dryly suggests they tell the youngster that the slaughter was meaningless. The dragon wobbles and drops with a heavy whump, exhausted. Mikhail's MP is completely drained, so they must now part. It tells the child it enjoyed being able to talk with him. Jink bids the ancient dragon rest in peace as its body settles over the hills. Then practical work. Esther comes with him, while Ian, Nina, and Marina are tasked with water magic to clean out the dragon's nose. It is probably filthy after everything that happened inside. Mikhail stirs, body unmoving, raging that he fell to mere commoner dogs. Jink crouches over him and offers to explain why he lost, because he caused the stampede. They panicked at first, but when Gil told them the stampede was man-made, it all made sense. Farming the waves gave them massive XP and huge level-ups. That stampede handed them victory on a silver platter. And as an enchanter, every level Jink gains strengthens his allies too. Jink adds that Gil is safe at their main base. Mikhail snaps at the novice, who betrayed him, then reels harder when told the dragon said those sacrificed human souls were too weak to matter. As a necromancer he should have known. And he rages that blasted Axel lied to him. Jink presses for more about Axel, what hidden ace he holds, and whether he keeps a powerful zombie of his own. Mikhail refuses to tell him anything, even as Jink's boot crack sinks down beside his head. Ian casually suggests breaking every bone in Mikhail's body. They have lots of time, while the necromancer shrieks for the peasant to get away. Nearby, the others note the smell is gone and they can finally move the dragon's body into Jink's item box. They use various methods to make the bound Mikhail spill Bernhard family secrets. Nazar's manpower has dwindled, and its finances are a burning pile of garbage. Yet the royal family still wages a succession war, dragging soldiers and citizens into political squabbles, even using the stampede to trample rivals' holdings. Mikhail begs to become the enchanter's ally, claiming Nazar is finished and their combined power could still matter. Jink only asks whether he still thinks he is going to live, then slams him and promises he will die screaming. Mikhail wakes bound and hanging upside down in a strange forest, asking where he is. Giant chittering insects crawl around him as the rope creaks under his weight. The monsters swarm. Mandibles snap and stab as Mikhail screams for them to stay away. Bound and helpless, he is torn into by the swarm, howling as the feeding begins. Back at camp, Nina reports that Mikhail's presence has vanished. Jink has the three stay and prepare to leave while he and Esther go make sure. In the brush they confirm it. He seems to be dead. The monsters have made quite a meal of Mikhail. He will not be rising after that. Esther had thought they might hand him to Count Brand for information, and Jink notes the Count would buy any intel either way. Transporting the man alive would have been hard. With the Bernhard head and strongest necromancer gone, along with his secret dragon weapon, only Axel remains. The answer to Axel's hidden ace appears in a flash of dread. A fallen angel, blindfolded and horned, looming behind the white-haired necromancer with wings spread and a wicked staff in hand. From the bound Mikhail they learn more. Axel has held a fallen angel contract since he was a boy, and almost every Bernhard leader has made the same pact. Jink presses for its abilities while Esther notes the threat stack, a dragon and now a fallen angel. Mikhail freezes, sweat pouring as if the words themselves are dangerous. The party walks a flowering ridge toward home, wind in the grass. Esther starts to press what Mikhail said about the fallen angel, but Jink steers them first toward rest and recuperation. The base is not far now. Jink admits they would have been in real trouble without Mikhail's information, and he does not want to imagine rushing in blind. Nina spots the fortress ahead. They agree, the fallen angel likely has more ability still hidden. So they will plan for every eventuality, and find counters for this very different kind of enemy. They arrive at Tamai in Nazar to a roaring welcome. Crowds cheer that Zinksama the hero has returned, proud to have fought beside him. Stats and new monikers pile up after non-stop stampede combat, their levels through the roof. Esther notes they truly stopped the stampedes and killed the necromancer. Jink blushes, used to being hated rather than celebrated. Ian and Nina have climbed hard as well, and Marina's growth is especially striking. She can even command a mother slime now. Crowds also roar for Esther, calling her Sylphid Sama and the Spear Princess, begging her to spar again. Esther frets over the moniker Sylphid. Air spirits are all female, while still stuck with Spear Princess and worse. The next day they meet Count Brand for the first face-to-face in months. Jink reassures Esther that everyone already knows how manly she is in a fight. In Brand's office they trade thanks. Jink for the Count leading the men, Brand for their facing the stampede's brunt. Jink hands over the intelligence extracted from Mikhail. Brand already heard some from Sir Gilbert. Reading further, he notes Nazar's greatest defects are elitism and factional strife, still petty even on the edge of annihilation. Even cornered, the enemy still thinks itself undefeatable. Pure arrogance. Brand means to manipulate the intelligence seed strife among nobles by promising their money and land and destroy Nazar from the foundations upward. Rebuilding stampede-ruined towns will cost, but cores and materials from Jink keep funding going. As a decoy, their factions are tight-knit, and the royal army can march onward with non-monetary gains outweighing the red ink. With the stampede overcome and most necromancers beaten, Sir Gilbert's strategies have the royal army winning battle after battle. After all Jink's side has done, defeat would be unforgivable. They will put on a show of attack, shake the enemy with words, and drive toward the end of the war now in sight. Brand asks Jink's group to stay and rest until their next assignment, and Jink offers help whenever needed. Elsewhere in Nazar's capital at the royal palace, word reaches Axel. The populace have defeated Mikhail. In the throne room Axel bows before the king, coolly reporting that he is in disgrace. Chapter 47 opens. The Bernhard's leader dejection. King Leorio of Nazar marvels that the Bernhards, once the fierce spear of the realm, could be brought so low. He brands Axel pathetic and offers a choice, forfeit his rank or make himself useful. Axel vows that next time they will crush Quoll and the populists. Princess Melissa cuts him off, demanding he hurry up, turn the tables, and bring her that pig Zink's head. She calls him a useless cur for the same empty promises as before, and he can only bow and agree. King Leorio says apologies mean nothing. Axel must show sincerity. Behind a bowed head Axel seethes, calling the royals disgusting filth whose bribes and incompetence drove real talent from leadership and let mediocrity flourish. The king will forgive the transgression if Axel concedes the rights of the Lorwinte mine to the crown and expels Mikhail from the Bernhards. Axel accepts without protest and is warned not to disappoint him again. Leaving court, Axel laughs off Melissa's temper while the king already calls for wine. Alone, he sneers that the Lorwinte mine ran empty 100 years ago, nothing but dirt, and the royals are too lazy and illiterate to know. He will bribe the official in charge with gold so no one is the wiser. Axel reflects that they should have kept eroding Quoll from within. Instead, the selfish princess demanded the Enchanter be eliminated and kicked off a full-scale war. He can almost understand Melissa's hatred. Her son by Rosarda's kings and was an incompetent orc, yet the bastard brother became the goose that lays golden eggs. Mikhail's death is a personal windfall for Axel, rid of that scheming upstart, yet it weakens Bernhard fighting power. The house is reduced to him and Ziza among the nobles. Nazar has won many battles, but Quoll is stronger than expected, and with an Enchanter, this war might break them. Axel eyes the wine tray and admits he once considered poisoning the king so the crown prince could take the throne. But Nazar looks ready to fall first anyway. The fat boor on the seat does nothing but drink. Axel decides it is time to defect and orders his carriage to set out, though the question of where still hangs. A glamorous woman greets him for her near birthday and asks for a sapphire ring. He tosses her a pouch and tells her to buy a big sapphire with it. There should be enough. She clings to him, wanting to go together and buy matching wedding rings. But he only smirks coldly and brushes her off. Axel tells her all he wants is sex. She is not fit to be his wife, and if she keeps nagging he will have her father demoted. He shoves her onto the bed as she cries out, cold and cruel. He dismisses her as second-rate looks and pedigree, good only for the sheets, and plans to pass her off to some lower noble. At his desk, he orders more men conscripted into a defensive line. With the stampede quelled, Quoll's forces will reach the capital soon. A click and clatter cut the moment short. He plans a getaway, sell Bernhard Holdings for gems and platinum, then use a teleport zombie, limited to places he has visited, to avoid capture en route. The destination must be powerful enough that Quoll cannot simply demand he be handed over, and free of deportation risk. His mind settles on the demonic continent. He controls a fallen angel even demons cannot stand against, and he once visited the continent's edge for business. Demonic races have no interest in human disputes and no love for humans. He could hide there easily. With his talent and wealth, he imagines taking any demonic woman he wants, tired of human lovers. Still, before he leaves, he will not let the Enchanter go free after making a fool of him. Axel vows he will kill the Enchanter. Meanwhile, at the base, Jink nearly drowns after dozing off in the bath and jerks awake with a splash, scolding himself for nodding off. Toweling off, Jink mutters that he has a bad feeling again. Someone is planning his murder, and there are too many candidates to guess who. Nina appears in the hall, rested and idle, asking if there is anything she can help with. He asks Nina and Esther to cook up some orc dishes tomorrow and share them with the populists. His item box is stuffed with the ancient dragon's body, so he needs to offload gear and monster meat while they rest, or he will have no room for anything else. Nina lights up. It will almost be like a party. The next day long tables fill with orc meat dishes as populist soldiers feast. Jink and Nina serve while Esther notes they have been fighting constantly and need the break. They celebrate overcoming the stampede until the rattle of armor and chatter of weapons interrupts. Jink jokes that after some wild wartime moves he still needs to earn approval. Esther mentions Count Brand's letter held a report from Erza and the estate. Same as always, even without Nazar assassins, and training of new hires is going well. Jink gulps down a drink and vows to send Erza a letter of thanks. She is an unsung hero. Marina teases Esther for chugging white cow milk and risking the runs. Then Jink asks Nina if she has noticed something about herself while they have been fighting this war. The point lands hard. Nina has grown a little taller than Esther. The spearfighter wants to get taller, buffer, and manlier right now, not eventually. Then someone nearby says they can sense something, drawing Jink's attention. Dan and his group march back into town. Jink greets them with Nina's orc meat banquet and tells them to help themselves. After a long time apart, things in Timai are lively again. Dan reports the stampede went not too badly thanks to the enchanted equipment Jink provided. There is still plenty of wyvern meat left, and the younger fighters devour Nina's cooking without manners. Dan notes those once sheltered flowers have grown robust, while Jink half scolds the so-called nobles to eat properly. The young nobles work hard for military distinctions, land and titles, giddy at how much gold monster hunting pays toward developing their estates. Dan says they have all leveled high enough to become high-rank adventurers. One of them apologizes for the trouble of a stubborn fighter, who kept charging into the thick of things. Honestly, easier work than protecting Esther. Jink asks what Count Brand plans next. First comes repairing walls and buildings the stampede wrecked, with golems already hauling materials. After that, they will escort refugees who fled their homes to safer ground away from the front. There are many empty buildings left by the war. They agree Mikhail dragging his own people into the mess is beyond words. It would be nice to send refugees homes, but soldiers he abandoned and the monsters that fed there have all risen as zombies. Quoll will have to purge and purify the land before it is fit to govern or live in. Once everything is ready, they will coordinate with Gil and the royal army and push on toward the capital. Chapter 48 opens. Let's talk with Gilbert. Rank upon rank of armored soldiers clank forward as Brand orders the march to Nazar's capital. Jink and Gil reunite after a long time. The war is going well. Gil thanks him, then asks for a private talk about something. In a quieter tent, Gil asks about Jink's birth and parents. The Enchanter thinks of the father who abandoned him, then says he has never met the man and never wants to. Gil has met him. Grossosarta. Jink jolts in shock at the name while Gil notes he has been a close associate for years. Jink asks how Gil knows. It was no guess, the King of Rosarda told him. Gil lays out the history. The King of Rosarda had an affair with Princess Melissa of Nazar, and also with a maid of hers. Both women bore sons, one raised as a Prince of Rosarda, the other left an orphan. Jink freezes as the implication lands, and Gil confirms he is talking about him. Jink asks why Gil is telling him this now. Gil believes he has a right to know, and more than that, the King of Rosarda wants to meet him. Jink refuses flatly. He does not care and has no need to meet the man. Gil still thinks he will regret it if he never does. Maybe after the war, Jink allows, but for now he wants nothing to do with Rosarda. Gil only presses harder that he should meet him. Gil's voice drops. The king is sick and he does not have much longer. In a dim sick room, the King of Rosarda lies weak among pillows and medicine, saying he wants to see his son before he dies. Jink's answer is cold. It is too late for that. Gil asks why Jink was never told. Jink only says the man abandoned him and can die for all he cares. Gil counters that the king never abandoned him. He was looking for him. Jink will not believe it. Gil answers that the king has a letter from Jink's mother. Jink freezes at the word letter, then asks for it. Gil will hand it over after the war. For now they have a capital to take. The next day Quoll's army surrounds Nazar's capital. Siege engines and ranks of soldiers face high walls while the defenders brace for the assault. Brand and Gil judge the capital wall will not be hard to take. More fortress than city like Tamai. Brand asks Jink not to leave the breach to others, but to destroy the wall himself. Jink understands, a show of force to crush enemy morale. After that he will take care of Axel. Jink steps forward alone and pours enchantment into his weapon until it blazes with raw power, preparing to smash the capital wall. One strike from the enchanted weapon detonates against the capital wall. Stone shatters in a roaring blast, and a massive breach tears open for Quoll's army. Quoll's soldiers roar and pour through the shattered gate, flooding into the capital as the defenders fall back in chaos. Street fighting fills the capital, but Quoll's side is winning. Jink leads his party toward the palace to find Axel. With the wall broken, the royal palace is only 2 kilometers away. Jink asks Brand to handle the palace while his party takes Axel. Brand already has the man's location, and will surround him once they call. Axel can teleport though, so he may already be gone. If so, they leave him for after the war, since the army cannot stop a teleporting necromancer. Ian and the others stay ready for Jink's signal the moment he finds him. They reach the marked building and find it empty. Only a teleport zombie remains, no belongings. Jink is not surprised and signals Brand that Axel is gone. Elsewhere, Axel laughs. From the start, the stampede plan was never necessary. He could have used the fallen angel to kill the enchanter and only needed Mikhail to die for him. Plans never go as expected, he muses, and that makes it more fun. Axel plans to kill the enchanter next time, settle with the royals, then flee. He has already entered the demonic continent with his fallen angel and met no resistance. Demonic races, he notes, are different from humans. Back at the capital, Brand's scouts report Axel travels with a fallen angel. Evil spirits, a demonic race, not ordinary undead. Brand only hopes the war ends today. Brand notes the capital has been under siege for months like their fortresses. No food, no water, starving people, defecting soldiers, and no reinforcements left. Inside the palace courtyard, a voice cries out for His Majesty as armed figures close in. Palace guards report that the capital has fallen. King Leorio already knows, with Princess Melissa beside him. He names himself the 56th King of Nazar and offers unconditional surrender. Leorio accepts full responsibility as king and says they may do as they please with him. Melissa erupts, calling a soldier a pig for ordering her father around and demanding he kneel. The soldier snaps at her to shut her mouth. Melissa keeps raging at the lowly peasant soldiers, and even snaps at her father when he tries to stop her. Leorio sighs that he has spoiled her too much and never should have, while the guards order both royals to be quiet. The soldiers make clear there is no special treatment for royalty, they are prisoners of war and will follow orders. Leorio tells Melissa to obey or be killed, she only huffs. Soon word of the surrender races through the capital, and Nazar soldiers throw down weapons and rejoice that the war is over. Brand judges that after the siege and the stampede, Nazar's remaining forces are sparse. Their military strength was concentrated in the capital, so the war is effectively over. Jink mutters that they are going to make him do more work, and Brand cheerfully agrees. Brand wants golems for capital reconstruction, water for the aqueducts, and food for the people, monster meat if need be. Jink worries citizens who never ate it will reject it. Brand answers that if they refuse they can starve, and Jink admits that is fair. Chapter 49 opens. In search of a certain someone. Some soldiers rail that Jink is feeding them monster meat, calling it disgusting and refusing as if they were monsters themselves. Meanwhile, Nina and Ian watch the rest of the crowd eat happily. The meat is delicious. Jink shrugs that people who refuse monster meat can starve. Food is food. With the war over they could go home, but reconstruction and catching Axel still remain. Marina asks about life after the war. He says he will go home and take it easy. Marina declares she will go home with him. First though, they must find Axel. Teleport means he could be anywhere and Brand is investigating, so they wait for word. Free time then. Marina immediately wants to go shopping. She wants a new dress. Something pretty. Jink sighs, then gives in and agrees to take her shopping. They walk a busy capital street of food stalls and shops. Marina picks out a dress and tries it on while Jink waits nearby. When she asks how she looks, he tells her she looks great. Marina is over the moon with her new dress and more little purchases. They grab food as well, and Jink ends up carrying a bag full of her finds through the recovering capital. Loaded with shopping bags, Marina keeps finding more to buy while Jink trails after her. The peaceful outing feels almost unreal after so many battles, and she is still all smiles. By the end of the outing, Marina is still beaming over her new clothes, bags swinging at her side. Jink trails along through the recovering capital, content for a rare quiet stretch while they wait for Brand's word on Axel, and for whatever search comes next. The captive will not speak a word. Whoever cast the servitude spell must be powerful, and at this rate the man will die before he can talk. They call for a mage, skilled in breaking servitude bindings, and plan to take him to Duke Mebel's once the spell is off. Once the servitude spell is stripped from Dukta's, it takes a full day for him to tell them everything. They offer water and jerky while he thanks them. The intel is valuable, and worse than feared. Ziza has seated slaves among the nobility's servants and mercenaries. Dukta's had been sending detailed reports of Quoll's movements to Ziza from a box inside his item box, which is how the enemy knew every plan and why so many of the nobility's forces suffered. That is also how the necromancer learned the royal and populist armies had joined and that he had to run. Even Axel never knew those slaves were Ziza's men, so Ziza is withdrawing his forces. They may share a bloodline with others, but that does not mean they trust each other. This was likely his personal decision. Sneaking into Quoll like that points to a goal. Asked where he is planning to go, the answer is most likely the kingdom of Yamato. Why Yamato? Remnants of Purgatory still sit inside that kingdom, and Ziza will likely use them to cover his escape. Yamato already took action against Purgatory's treachery to root out spies. Some fled underground. Their best hope is to capture him still in Quoll, but it will be hard. The nobility has been told to house clean spies, but those agents probably fled with Ziza. For now they leave him. The current priority is the march on the capital. Then comes a surprise. A team? Jink confirms it. Gil and Dan will join them too. The three who wanted more achievements under their belts get the chance. He will run support. Someone ribs Gil about ego and stealing the spotlight, and Gil admits it is the truth, but still. Gil says he needs his own accomplishments. Asked what changed. He normally does logistics and strategy instead of battle. He answers he is tired of paperwork. Also some personal reasons. A toast to fighting side by side eventually. For now, where first? They need enemy information, and Gil names the town of Komaj. Komaj is governed by Count Maj. Indecisive and greedy. With forces average or worse in fighting power and strategy, they will need to be fast or lose a lot of men. The town sits on a tall hill. Archers will make assault difficult. Orders go out to sleep well. Tomorrow they move. The next day in the brush, someone calls for the 3 goblins to be taken down. Dogra answers the charge as leaves rustle around them. Blades and boots finish the goblins in a crunch and squelch of short, dirty work on the approach. Air magic flies. Air arrow streaks out with successive shinks as the party clears more threats on the road to Komaj. Air cutter drops a goblin clean. One fighter notes he can take goblins alone now thanks to the equipment Jink enchanted for him. And Gil gets a warm compliment for the assist. They break for lunch so they do not outrun the populist army. Komaj is not far. Someone asks Gil for attack ideas. He considers their options carefully. From the walls, defenders scream that the filthy thieves will fall to arrows before setting foot in their town. Jink cues Marina, and she answers ready just like always. Gil calls fly and wind whooshes them into the air above the walls. Defenders gape at fire in the sky and try to shoot them down. Marina throws air shield on command, arrows clanging off as the assault team holds the air. Something heavy crashes. The wall is down. Quoll's side roars to commence the attack, while defenders stare at iron pillars that just smash their fortification. The plan is clear. Use wind magic to fly up. Take the metal pillars Jink alchemized and drop them on the wall. If it works, that becomes their entrance into town. A job done for Zinkun. Zinksama has broken through forward. Defenders scream to keep shooting and keep them out of the town. Mages answer with air shield to deflect the arrow storm. It worked. They doubt that the defenders expected something like this. Jink is praised for shaking them up. Now it is Quoll's turn to move. Jink's party runs support for this battle. Focus stays on Dan, Gil, and Chris's group. It sounds arrogant, but they are too highly leveled to steal the spotlight. They help the army, use perception to protect their allies, and answer ready. Komaj is split into sections, each with its own thick wall. The leader's mansion sits at the 3rd section's highest point. 3 walls to break, backed against a sheer cliff drop. Among the most defensible places in Nazar. They warn not to drop guard just because Quoll has the advantage. The layout can also be a complete dead end where the enemy is cornered. Boot stomp as word comes that archers on the walls are down. The force moves into the streets. Inside Komaj's 1st section, a defender refuses to go easy just because his opponent is a kid, and steel rings as the fight is joined. The young fighter answers that the man's speed is nothing next to Zinkun's, blades flashing until the enemy's limbs fail him. Chris credits Dan for teaching him to aim for tins, something he practiced a lot in sparring. He is not here just to look pretty. The reassurance lands as the foe slumps. The fight spills into Komaj's 2nd section with roaring charges, and a wet splat of blood as the advance continues. Someone goes down hard under sniper magic, a shout to hide. Esther, as the twins were behind them and enemy casters pick them off from cover. That was close. They can back Esther, but the sniper's position is unknown. Roy is told to use perception and locate the enemy. Thanks land for Esther, as she is cleared to take the sniper out. The others will handle the rest of the street fight. Perception pins one mage in the tower with the flag, by the 2nd floor window. Next time he pops out they will say hello. Ready on the mark, he has finished chanting now. Shots land and the sniper thuds down. Amazing, they got him. Esther is asked how that felt and the pressure eases. Time to press onward. Breaking through the 2nd wall has shaken all of the enemy men, as Quoll floods into the next area. Defenders panic that the attackers still have more of those metal pillars, while officers bark, not to act like cowards and to dig in with long-range attacks. One gambling-addicted major of Nazar's military even bets 3 gold coins on holding out. Wind whooshes again, as Jink's side prepares to take them all out together if the enemy clings to the next wall. They hit Komaj's 3rd section. There might be more snipers. Check the buildings as the force moves inward. Gil notes there are still civilians left in this section. It is wartime, yet they were not evacuated. There was not enough time, and they were likely kept as labor. A civilian begs them not to hurt her child. They tell the civilians they are here to fight Nazar's military and its leadership, not ordinary people, and they have no reason to hurt them. If Quoll wins, they will take the town's leaders prisoner, distribute resources, and let the people go. They do not kill civilians. Jink backs the promise. Someone tells the mother to take good care of her child. Arrows and wind still cut the air as she thanks them through tears. Enemy forces have pulled back to the final wall around the 3rd section mansion. With this area dominated, they could reach it by morning. However, cornered animals fight the hardest. Then someone shouts a warning about something in the air. Boulders smash down. Komaj is a mountain town. Defenders keep launching rocks, boasting they have plenty and daring the worms below to come any closer. Ballistas join the barrage from the wall. Civilians are caught in the crossfire, but flying up means dodging rockfall. The enemy plans to hold the impasse, send detachments to cut supply lines, and starve Quoll out. On the Nazar side, a soldier asks if something is wrong. Word spreads that a commander-in-chief of Nazar is fighting alongside Quoll. captured a while back and turned traitor. One Nazar officer does not care that the man has royal blood. He could not stand that teat-sucker being ranked above him, and bets a promotion if he brings back Gilbert's head. Catapults and impacts hammer the approaches in a steady bam and whoom of siege fire. Men crunch under falling shot. They cannot lose any more, retreat out of catapult range. Nazar's side will await reinforcements that should arrive tonight, then go on the attack. An officer smirks that this has stopped Quoll short, and quietly promises Gilbert that his head is next. Chapter 51 opens. The Lord who fell for the bluff. Past this wall lies the manor, but a blind charge will not be easy. They need to starve the defenders out or blind them. Nazar reinforcements are already headed their way. The enemy likely anticipated a siege and sent scouts. Jink suddenly has it. The wind is perfect. He will enchant amulets for everyone and buff their water magic skill. They will stay out of attack range, place spare barrels under the wall, fill them with water, and more. The sun is setting. Enemy reinforcements are almost here. Jink calls everyone ready. A moment later, the ground answers with a deep boom. Blast after blast hammers the base of the wall. It worked. Smoke screens billow over the battlefield. Defenders choke and shout, asking what this is as the field disappears into white. An officer snaps not to lose their heads. Quoll cannot see them either. The mist is blocking both views. They contact the catapults and order sporadic fire to keep the enemy in check until it clears. The gambling major only smirks that he has lost another bet. A kaboom tears through the haze as the next stage of the assault lands. Major Root is stunned. He thought they were out of pillars. Orders fly to attack while the enemy is confused as the mist clears. On Quoll's side, they note the mist spell was a real MP drain, but they pulled it off on the first try. Thanks go to Jink. His job is done, the rest is up to them. The strike force pushes ahead to capture the manor and find Komaj's leader. Inside the manor, someone yelps as soldiers roar to capture him. The town leader cannot believe it has come to this. A Nazar captive stares. Gilbert is alive? He prefers working with Quoll over Nazar. Taunted about royal blood and pride, he only answers that pride means little when he works with Quoll now, every day. Gil says he wakes each day hoping it is the day Nazar's royal family dies. Soldiers of Quoll are told to display the captured leader over the gate as proof of victory. At sunset, the siege of Kumzaj ends in Quoll's favor. Nazar reinforcements gather at the gate but find themselves outnumbered. When the relief force sees the town leader captured and the catapults turned against them, they lose all desire to fight and withdraw. Handouts go to the townsfolk amid grateful chatter. It looks as if some people will have to leave until the fighting is over, but the assault did not claim many civilian lives and the farmlands are intact. That will manage. Next up is Amog. They will need Gil's strategic genius. He wants revenge and figures it is time someone asked about his circumstances. The war matters to him. Nazar's royal family shunned him as a threat to the line of succession, and military achievements on the front would make him a target either way. Gil says he is a result of the king's capriciousness, but then the royal family murdered his mother. Even so, the shunning was understandable from their view. It was planned by the queen and her relatives. Haughty rule Amog and its surroundings, the queen's birthplace. Thanks to recent events, he finally has his chance. Though the queen herself died of illness a while ago, the rest of them are still around, and he will not let that chance go to waste. His true goal lies in Amog. Jink is more than happy to help. They promise Gil he will get his revenge. Days later at the Nazar Palace, word flies that Gilbert is working with Quoll. Some even claim he killed himself when he was captured. Courtiers brand him a brat and a curse on the family who should never have been born. Quoll has taken Komaj and will likely march on the palace soon. Amog will be next. Melissa calls Axel. That is her mother's hometown, and it will be bad if they capture it. She demands soldiers for Amog. Unfortunately, there is simply no manpower. What about Ziza and his forces instead? But they have not been able to contact him. He has gone missing. Orders go out for the House of Haughty to fight hard. They will not win, but they might slow Quoll down. A kneeling noble begs forgiveness and asks for more time to prepare the attack. Gil remembers a miserable childhood and a crash of payback meant for him. Chapter 52 opens. Gilbert's story. Flashback food spatters and fists fall as young Gilbert endures another day of cruelty. He was royal, but only a mistress's son. To his father he was nothing and school was the same. Less than nothing, told he would only rule a dung heap, branded a hostage living it up at the palace. He begs them to stop. Someone is stabbed anyway. They force a drug down his throat so there will be no marks and he cannot snitch. Young Gilbert remembers that in all that misery, only one person was truly on his side. Someone tells young Gilbert he is a smart boy, that one day he will get back at those who hurt him if he reads and learns as much as he can. His mother was highly educated, and he wanted to follow her example. He also had skill with magic, so he holed up in the library and archives and read. He shows his mother he has learned how to summon. At age 8, he enters a prestigious school. At 10, he graduates top of his year. People start looking at him differently. But then, chains rattle as someone begs God not to let them take Bert. Attackers crow that they have hooked a big fish, and must not let him get away, while a voice pleads for mercy. One day on the way back from a gathering, they have too few guards with them and are attacked by bandits. Gilbert screams for his mother. He asks if she is hurt as the carriage crashes and bodies are dragged through the chaos. A final cry cuts the air as the attack reaches its terrible end. Without his mother, the carriage goes over the cliff as the bandits chase them. Nowhere is safe for him anymore, yet the bandits steal nothing and simply disappear. Back home, people stomp him down as a whore's son who will be locked in the dusty book archives. Good that he likes reading, they sneer. He goes back to his book so he can get his revenge. And then one day, His brother finds him buried in books and mocks that all he does is read. Nazar and Quoll have gone to war. Father and the advisors have decided Gilbert will join the battle as a commander-in-chief, time to actually earn his keep. Gil says he is overjoyed to be of use to Nazar. His brother sneers that he can put his feet up safely in the palace. Does he not get it? Father is sending him out there to die. The brother finds it odd Gil came to talk, and notes it is the anniversary of the queen's death. Would it not be better to visit her grave? The brother wants him to know something. The accident that killed that whore was planned by his mother the queen. He tells Gilbert to go wail like the gutter trash he is. It would have been great if he had died with her. Gil only asks if that is all, then thanks him for telling him and says he has more studying to do. His brother snaps that he can keep trying to act tough as Gil turns away. A silent beat hangs on Gilbert's face as the confession settles into iron resolve. Back in the present, Gil explains how he caught men who hated him drinking and talking, then used small monsters to sneak around and listen to soldiers' rumors. Eventually the truth. The former queen had been livid at how accomplished he was, and how that lifted his and his mother's status, so she and her relatives plotted to murder them. The few guards, the bandit attack, all the queen's doing. He thinks the bandits stole nothing because Count Haughty and Nazar royalty's lust for power wanted no evidence left. They have no respect for life and deserve no mercy. That brings them to Amog. Someone asks Gil everything he knows about the House of Haughty. The leader there even stripped the upper classes of property and tossed them out under the pretext of war funds. They are all politicians, so military power is not overwhelming, but they keep a large number of soldiers to hold the populace in check, so they are not weak either. Unlike Comage, this leader is a hypochondriac. No peasants are allowed within the city walls. Gil expects he is thinking of fleeing the country. So, how do they proceed? Jink has already passed out items enchanted with water magic for Quoll's soldiers. Water magic is the basics. Amog sits in a basin surrounded by mountains with poor drainage. The only gate attaches to the highway. If they seal it with earth magic, then use water magic to flood the town, the whole place will flood. Once it is flooded, Quoll's military can move as they like, and far enough north the cold will have a huge effect. The leader, though, they leave to Gil. He wants to kill the man himself. He has to avenge his mother. At Amog, defenders hold eyes on the front gate by the mountains. Someone vows that Cockroach Gilbert may be part of the battle, and this time he will make sure to finally kill him. A scout returns after 2 days in the forest southwest of Amog and deeply apologizes. The haughty commander snaps that he smells and must bathe before standing in his presence. He simply cannot stand the stink of war. In the woods, Nazar men break under Quoll's strength and scream for reinforcements. A Quoll fighter cuts them off. He cannot let them do that. Roars and blows fill the trees as the skirmish turns brutal. Someone brands a foe a filthy cur and dispels a summon in a hiss of light. Chapter 53 opens. We'll submerge them. The enemy has backup. Quoll forces shout retreat as more blades find their marks. Breathing hard, they report that is most of them. Tend the wounded. Send up a signal when the area is clear, and use their watchtowers to confirm the current situation. The men are surrounding the town while water magic users take position. They will meet the detached force and make sure the forest is clear. On the highway, earth magic users wait for the chance to raise a wall and hold water in. If this works, it will end the battle. But they are vulnerable while they prepare, and they hope the enemy does not figure out the plan first. At the haughty estate, word of the battle reaches the boyish commander. There have been skirmishes in the woods, but they continue to hold the gate. Tomorrow he will unify with other locations and use guerrilla assaults on their supply lines. His only concern is how half-hearted the Quoll assault seems. Their main force sits at the gate yet does not truly try to breach it. Their only option should be to break the gate. He doubts anything else. Should they manage a breach, he boasts, his men will slaughter them. He tells a subordinate not to be hasty. They have supplies for a siege. Near the highway, Quoll's side finally finishes their earthwork. Jink has never controlled a golem this long and is sweating like a pig. The work is good. They wait for nightfall, then have the men by the gate retreat and rest until morning to recover MP. By the next dawn, it is freezing. Haughty lookouts panic. Quoll's forces have disappeared. They have retreated. Someone runs to report to the commander. On Quoll's side, the call goes out. All right, men, get ready. Water jet blasts into the sealed basin. The water group has turned it on. Defenders ask what that rain is, then gape that Quoll has retreated. Not a single man left at the gate. Water. Where is it coming from? Officers demand the meaning of this as an emergency is reported. The entire town is surrounded by water. They cannot open the gate. Gil helps as the plan works. A big wave crashes in. He has not used this one in a while. The water is coming through. It looks like their defenses are for keeping attacks out, not water. Lots of small gaps and cracks. They keep going until the town is underwater, swapping out when MP runs dry. Gil asks if Jink's golems can make him a raft. Inside Amog, the water keeps coming, freezing cold. Officers demand where it is all coming from and how many magic users Quoll even has. Then word the sewers are overflowing. This is beyond bearing. All the sewage is coming back up. The haughty leader cannot stay. He will be at the estate. They can do something about Quoll themselves. He rails that a noble with royal connections should not be wading through disgusting filth, cursing Quoll's filthy dogs. For 3 days and nights, they keep up the flood until Amog is totally underwater. They have to handle Amog's reinforcements too. Chris and Marimo keep them off their backs. So Amog is totally isolated and helpless. Survivors in the flood can only bubble that it is cold, and that they are hungry. Someone spots Quoll's army through the spray. A haughty loyalist screams that they dare not. Gil offers one path to safety. Put down their arms and swim away. Quoll will not chase anyone who leaves, but anyone who remains will be killed. Air shields snap up as the choice is forced. Swim through the cold water with monsters about? He can always use Big Wave to wash them away with the town if they prefer. Soldiers clatter into the flood while Gil asks Jink for the raft. And Jink is already on it. At the haughty estate the food is foul, and the first 2 floors of their stores are flooded. The son wants to protect their riches from bandits and notes no reinforcements have come. His father only snaps at the stupid boy to be silent. A servant cries for the master to look. Gilbert has arrived. Perception counts 4 bodyguards, Haughty, his son, and a few civilian servants. The bodyguards are not strong, Gil could take them. The noble must have let most of his soldiers die. Quoll demands the noble and all his assets handed over. Spare the rest of their lives. Haughty howls for his guards and frets over his assets. Steel clanks, as they are ordered to stop the invaders and protect the house of Haughty. Waterball and water tornado tear into the guards as Gil's side carves through the manor defense. Bodies crash, and the last resistance breaks under the water assault. Doors crick open. Gil says they finally meet Haughty. As they can see, the family is trapped, with more Quoll men on the way. Behave and they will not be hurt. The servants are told to stay quiet and calm. Chapter 54 opens. Axel's scheme. Haughty rages at the brat who drowned his town. Gil names him Sullivan Haughty and offers a choice, take his own life or Gil will kill him. The son screams for Gil's head too, accusing his father of running when he should have led the men. The son brands Sullivan a coward, whose fault it was that Gilbert survived the ambush. He never had any spine, and now look where they are. Gil realizes that old man was the one behind the ambush. The boy keeps demanding why his father has not stepped down and why his wife left him, calling him a peasant. Steel finds flesh. Sullivan Haughty goes down in a wet splurt of blood. The son laughs weakly over his dying father and says leave the rest to him. As long as he survives, the house of Haughty will continue. He begs Gilbert to let him go now that Gil has the head he wanted. Gil reminds him he did say they would spare the frest, but that did not include him. He brands the boy a craven beast and calls Dagra. Dagra bites down with a crunch as the Haughty heir screams. The wounded heir flees through the estate. Someone spots him and shouts to get him. He runs hard through the grounds, breath ragged, still trying to escape. Trackers say he went through here. An air cutter blasts the path open and Gil's group presses on upward. Cornered, the air curses Gilbert with every failing breath. Gil names him Seth Haughty. Seth begs him to wait. They were commanded to cause Gil pain, and it was an accident. Gil answers that they planned his mother's death. Seth insists it was not meant to kill her. He did not intend that. Seth claims they were only supposed to terrify her into fleeing the palace, give Gilbert's mother a scare. Asked if he thinks telling the truth helps, Gil says it does not matter either way. They still murdered her. Gil tells him to pray to his mother for forgiveness instead of making excuses. Seth screams for the traitor to shut his mouth and asks how many men of Nazar he has murdered. A cursed child who should never have been born. Dagra chomps down again as Seth's words die in a crunch of shock. Gil calls Dagra back. A whoosh and sploosh send what remains into the water, bubbling away. Gil whispers to his mother and asks if he feels any better. While his shoulders feel a bit lighter, he turns to Jink. He thanks Jink for accompanying him right to the end. Now that Quoll has taken control of both Komaj Amog, the army turns toward the capital. In the mountains around Nazar's capital, the war has reached its final stage. Boots stomp as someone notes they have ogre meat pastrami today. Someone apologizes for putting the cooks out. Nina's homemade food has more than earned the praise. Asked Quoll's plan from here, the answer is supplies first. They will divide into groups, surround the capital, and slowly work inwards. That is good. Nazar's people have given up loyalty to the crown, so supplies can be collected from locals. Honorable treatment will make the transition smoother when the king takes Nazar's territory after the war. Orders have gone out that supplies are to be paid for. Stampede deaths already strip lingering goodwill. Quoll's victory seems guaranteed at this point, but most likely Axel will hit back with everything he has, especially with that fallen angel. They cannot let their guard down. Marimo will be essential against the angel's special skill when the fight comes. Marina is told to leave that to them. At camp they eat up for energy and thank the cooks. At the palace, news that Quoll captured both Komaj and Amog sends the court into a rage. Incompetent fools, every single one. Is there anyone who can solve this problem? Melissa brands someone a pig for encouraging such uselessness. Those thieves cannot be allowed to surround the capital. She wants the front reinforced. They still have Axel, and this is an emergency. Second Prince Brian supports Marquess Zarman and the Bernhards, trying to use this crisis for his own rise. While Melissa insists she has full confidence in Bernhard might. Someone snaps that Brian is aiming for the crown and should know his place. As stupid as his father. Brian answers that Axel can use this chance to regain the honor Mikhail lost them. Bernhards earned their position through battle. How long is Axel going to lie around? Axel sneers that this squalling piglet has forgotten necromancers cannot fight drawn-out battles. Quoll only came this far on the Enchanter's support. He is their linchpin and can be considered Quoll's strongest. Axel has men searching for that party's location and will kill them himself. That is his duty as a Bernhard, which is why he has been conserving his strength. He cannot wait to see the Enchanter squirm as he dies. Melissa frets that Zinc is as persistent as any cockroach, and that having Axel crush him is best. Her father will grant that wish. If Axel acts, the Enchanter will have no choice but to react. No need to bother with endless searches. The king tells Axel to go forth and see what that Enchanter can do. Axel bows, then privately curses the chattering shrew and decides he will have to speed his plans. At Axel's mansion in Nazar's capital, A whoosh of dark power rises. Axel declares that the time has come. In the mountains around Nazar's capital, thunder rumbles and it looks ready to pour. Soldiers mutter that the war will be over soon. One cannot wait to see how big his kids have gotten, another only wants to make it out alive. A boom tears through the camp. Men scream that it burns as the cry goes up, enemy attack. Chapter 55 opens, living armor. The ground keeps rumbling under the sudden assault. Officers order them to prioritize defending the supplies, and not to kill every attacker, let some run. One armored figure has jumped into the fray alone. Men wonder if he is mad and shout to get him. Blades find flesh in a rapid shank of counters as Quoll soldiers go down screaming. Survivors gape. How can he move like that in full plate armor? What the hell is he? Steel screes off the plate. Someone realizes the armor is mithril. Worse, it heals itself. That should not be possible. Yet the scars in the metal close as the fight goes on. Explosions hammer the line. Someone calls for archers to aim for the mages as the armored attacker presses in. Inside the armor, a voice complains it was locked up for so long that its body has become sluggish. So says the zombie. Asked if he is using that, Axel says not yet. It is his ace, for when the Enchanter attacks the capital. For now the fallen angel can make itself useful, and handle these common foot soldiers easily. The fallen angel whirls through the ranks, laughing and demands they make sure to feed it their souls. It gorges on sweet souls ripe with fear and despair. Soldiers scream that he is a necromancer. They are supposed to be bad at close combat and break into a run. Axel notes that fear is a persistent contagious emotion. The ones who fled will report back to the Enchanter. The explanation follows. Living armor soaked in the murderous intent of the battlefield until it gained a sense of self, then transformed into a zombie. It is incredibly tough, can restore itself, and act semi-autonomously in battle, regardless of its wearer's own abilities. It can only be used by the most talented, that is Axel. The armor hungers for more blood and souls, but it is a massive MP sink so he cannot use it much. He tells the summon it will get its chance then orders it to sleep. His men praise him. With the armor and the angel they can turn the tide of battle, and they will follow his lead for the glory of Nazar. Survivors later confirm it was Axel and his angel. At Quoll's side, debrief notes that survivors were instantly overwhelmed by a man in creepy plate who launched ambushes on supply convoys. He is like a phantom spreading fear, always him, likely using stealth on hidden paths they have not found yet. This area is his backyard, and also their chance to take him out before the capital siege. If the timing is right, they will need careful counters for any attack he launches. Or he will strike first. Someone wants to know why a necromancer is fighting in plate. Has he trained in swordsmanship too? No. Survivor said the armor appeared to heal itself. That is the armor acting. Gil remembers reading something in the archives. Bernhard magic once turned an inorganic monster into a zombie, and by commanding it the wearer can move like a high-ranking fighter. Bogart thinks that with the armor and fallen angel he has no weaknesses. Gil disagrees. Controlling two powerful zombies at once is a massive drain on MP. No matter how strong Axel is, he will not last in a prolonged battle. Axel's strikes read like provocations meant to rile Quoll into reacting. They cannot lose more supply convoys, so they will give him a reaction, starting with the closest bases. Days later in a town near the capital, locals thank Quoll for paying such good prices for goods. Of course, they are the invading force, but taxes were so punishing that people have no love left for Nazar's nobles. They rose up several times and were crushed each time. They hope the King of Quoll can restore them. Then someone points. Over there. Axel's force stomps in, branding the townsfolk filthy traitors for consorting with Quoll. He finds it disgusting. They may be of Nazar but show them no mercy. Kill them all along with the soldiers. He calls the fallen angel to feast on their souls. Screams rise as smoke spreads. Someone shouts to hurry. A massive whom of power tears through the town as the fallen angel answers. Chapter 56 opens. Countermeasures against the fallen angel. Axel reels as something unexpected hits his force. Low on MP, he orders retreat. Quoll's reinforcements are here. Do not chase. The chance of an ambush is too great. He is already running. In the burning town, Quoll calls for a search for survivors and water magic to put out the fires. Sadly, there were no survivors. At the populous camp, the report is grim. Axel launched guerrilla attacks on supply routes and caravans, and they even killed the children. Quoll will still continue the plan to surround the capital, those monsters. They need to finish this as quickly as possible. Encirclement will create supply gaps and hurt morale if it drags. Jink does not need to be told twice. He cannot wait to take them down, and his party answers ready. His people heard all that and answered tris. They are taking down Axel and the royal family with him. This will be the final battle. Quoll continues the advance, wary of Axel's guerrilla tactics, while Nazar fights with its back to the wall. Both sides take heavy casualties, yet surprisingly Axel himself does not appear on the field. At the palace, courtiers insist they must believe in Lord Axel. He is their only hope, and wonder if this is the end of Nazar. Melissa frets whether they will really be alright as unrest spreads among the people. Axel says he expected this. Palace watchtowers already report Quoll flags on the horizon. The enemy is at their door. His preparations are all falling into place. He will lure the Enchanter in and kill them all. He has a request of the royal family. Please don their armor with him to lift spirits, and watch with their own eyes as he strikes down the Enchanter. They would of course stay safe within the palace walls. The king agrees to speak to his family. They are counting on Axel. Alone, Axel sneers that the fool's life ends here and Nazar's fate is already sealed. Once the Enchanter is dead, he will teleport the fallen angel to take out the royal family in the confusion, and disappear. Several days later, Quoll's army has completely surrounded the royal capital, gates barred and defenses up. Count Brand gives the word. The siege begins now. Good luck to Zinkun as well. Orders fly. Blossom squad to the gate, others to the catapults. Mages set up a wind barrier. Archers provide covering fire and loose fire arrows. Jink will attack with fire arrow guided by wind magic, taking Ian and Esther with him to cause as much damage as possible and draw Axel out. Nina cheers her brother on. Inside the capital, Nazar's side roars that His Majesty stands with them, and they will show their power. Someone shouts Axel's name as chaos erupts on the wall. Soldiers take cover while air control and guided arrows slam the defenses. Jink expects Axel to appear soon and tells his people to get ready. From now on they talk only by hand signs. Inside the capital, officers suspect this may be the Enchanter's doing and brace. Power crackles overhead, it is the fallen angel. Bodies thrash as the hymn hits. Melissa cries out for her father while courtiers choke and seize. Everything is spinning, someone begs for help. Axel only laughs that this is a fitting state for royal trash. This is the fallen angel's true ability, cursed hymn. Those who hear it lose their sense of balance and become immobilized. Because Axel is its master, and because he finds this country worthless, he is immune. He tells the royals to go ahead and writhe in their own filth. Even far away, Quoll's side reels. It must be the fallen angel song Jink warned about. Marina's head swims and she feels ill. The plan is still on, anyone who can move keeps attacking, and she says leave the counter to her. Axel Bernhard, 26, stands revealed in full, level 198, Marcus of Nazar, vast MP, necromancy far beyond his other skills, moniker philanderer. He notes the enchanter is not affected. They have plugged their ears. Even dead, that fool Mikhail is still causing him problems. He orders the angel to keep singing and keep the fodder away from him. The fallen angel answers fine, and the clash is joined. Blade meets plate in a rapid clang of exchanges as Jink tests the living armor. Axel admits that last hit had real power. The sword is wrapped in wind magic. Even orichalcum armor will take damage from a strike like that. More shunks land. Axel wonders what this new pressure is. A mother slime squishes into place as a living barrier. Marimo is here to help its master. Chapter 57 opens. The fallen angel's true goal. Attacks fly. Someone shouts to dodge and sense Karen, then tells two allies to move. Karen's attacks cannot penetrate Axel's armor, but they will force him to burn resources faster. He snaps for cursed him again while the immobilized royals beg him to stop. Marimo closes the gap so nothing can be heard through the slime. Axel frets that if he sends the fallen angel rushing them, they would kill him before it could get past the slime's defenses. A shame. He decides he will handle them first himself. Plate and blade ring again in a furious clang. Jink answers with a hard strike that streaks across the living armor. Fireball and water arrow flash past as both sides trade magic and steel. Ian notes Zink Sama is aiming to exhaust Axel. Surprisingly simple for an S-rank monster. Once the necromancer is out of MP, the fallen angel will no longer be a problem. Ian should be able to hold the angel back alone and sends Esther to support Jink. Axel is shocked as Esther swings the spear like a club, cracking into him with raw force. The fallen angel lunges for her soul. Someone screams Esther's name as the impact lands. Steel bites and the angel strike nearly takes her. A close, ugly exchange. Air cyclone blasts the angel back. Someone calls for Esther quickly and casts X-Heal as she gulps through the pain. Esther says she and her brother spar until their bones break every day. Axel will not kill her so easily. He reels that they cannot fear an S-rank zombie. Are they insane? A water bomb slams him. He swears as more cuts find gaps in his guard. He screams for the fallen angel to protect him. Keep singing and keep arrows at bay. Quoll notes he is slowing his attacks to focus on defense. Nina and the others are not needed here. Master says they can handle the rest of the siege forces. Axel pants hard. The angel asks what is wrong and demands better commands. Has he lost his focus? Jink decides to combine fire and water magic into scalding hot water. Axel hisses that it is burning hot and demands where the enchanter is as steam swallows the field. Something crawls over him. He snaps at the insects and asks what they are doing. Bugs crawl through the joints of his plate. Jink explains they drenched him in a scent the insects cannot resist. If they cannot break the armor, they will force it off when he is stung by that many. Axel screams for the armor to withdraw. The living plate peels away as he howls. He wails over his body and his beautiful, flawless skin. Jink finds him pathetic and notes it is almost time. Axel tells the trash to stay away. One potion was not enough. He is out of MP and cannot move. They have ground him down. Axel laughs and asks what the fallen angel is doing. Hurry up and kill them. The angel only answers that it has been so long, but it is finally time. Jink has a really bad feeling. The fallen angel explains it was feared not for the suffering it brings, but for the lives it reaps with its hymn. And now as a zombified body, the wearer is, ever since long ago, when it was defeated by an evil god, had most of its power sealed and was cast away, it has reaped souls for X clan. It must stay contracted and connected to their souls to gather the power it needs. Now it has the last life it needs to get its body back. It can currently only fully reap lives from those who fulfill certain conditions. The angel turns on its master. Axel's life will be the sacrifice that revives it. He screams that he does not want to die as dark power gathers around him. Jink realizes too late. Oh crap, and shouts for the others to run as the angel's power peaks. Dark force swallows Axel. The fallen angel tells him his life was poor yet adequate, because that life has allowed it to recreate its body. The party stares at the fallen angel's true form as it chuckles that it has been so long. Chapter 58 opens. Conquering the capital. It needs a moment to readjust. Excellent. Those who drove Axel into a corner will make an excellent warm-up. Someone calls for Zink Sama as the reborn angel turns on them. Farther back, Nina senses an incredibly strong monster right where the others are. Has the fallen angel been reborn? It is stronger than anything she has ever felt. Marina and the rest can barely stand. Everything is spinning. Nazar troops shout to prepare fire and burn the giant slime. Flames hit Marimo as Marina cries out. They need to fall back. It is painful, but there is nothing they can do here. Nina will ready healing for those who retreat. Axel is defeated, and someone offers to leave the dangerous parts to them. Will arrives with catapults, sorry to keep them waiting. Orders fly to burn and destroy the threat. Fire pours in. Someone thanks Marimo and tells it to rest, then Nina is given something she can do first. Use that. The reborn angel blurs through strikes faster than they knew. Jink thought an SS rank monster with only cursed Hin was underwhelming. There was clearly more to it. A boom-level stone as the angel admits its hand slipped. It is still not used to its new body. It notes those two follow the Enchanter's lead. It goes for Jink's soul first. Nina sees it focusing solely on her brother. Ian shouts that they need to make the fallen angel miss them. The angel answers that it can use wind magic too, and a blast hammers the party. Counterboom's answer. The angel admits that was not bad. It finds fighting one so fearless, such fun, toying with them. It also notes the Enchanter used earplugs to block its hymn. Then it asks how this is. Jink can hear it inside his head. It can target a single person and attack their mind directly. Everything is spinning. Nina cries for her brother as something goes wrong. They decide to combine their magic and give it everything. He will use wind, she fire, and grab the monster's attention. Fire cyclone erupts. The angel says it has been fun, Enchanter, then seems to realize it has used up too much of its power. A surge of energy answers. The angel stares this. It declares this is the end, chuckling that they have entertained it well, and that they have used up too much of their power. It would be a shame to kill the Enchanter here. His soul has the qualities of a hero, and may delight its palate. It tells him to keep struggling, become even stronger, polish that hero's soul well. It looks forward to devouring him. Farewell, Enchanter, Nina, and the others cry out as the angel vanishes. Jink's MP is totally drained and he can barely stay awake. Meanwhile, Quoll has broken through the east gate. Golems move out as someone praises Marina's work. Inside, Melissa asks if her father and sister are alright. They feel unwell. Quoll has made it past the walls. They need to get back to the palace. The king rages about that traitor Axel and demands his head on a pike in the plaza. Courtiers urge him to open the doors as Quoll closes in. Jink steps in with a calm hello. They are surrounded. Oh, great royalty of Nazar. His people call for Zinc-sama. The party reunites. Glad everyone is still alive. The monster is gone. They will need to work harder to defeat that thing next time. There is always someone stronger. Dan's platoon has captured the royal They have won. Chapter 59 opens. Home at Quoll. Messengers report that the royal and populist forces have taken Nazar's capital and captured the royal family. The king orders the news spread and an award ceremony prepared. Will notes Jink looks better, even if it is only a spare cloak. The angel reviving was really unexpected. They are just glad everyone made it through alive. Jink actually does need him for something. He is thinking of a display to celebrate and thank the soldiers. A fireworks show in the plaza with Will and Mage is good at fire magic. Permission from Duke Mebbles and Brand is set. Everyone is ready. Booms and bangs light the night as fireworks fill the sky over the conquered capital. And so the long war with Nazar is finally over. The next day, a captive royal still dares to demand if they know who he is. Crowds mutter for Zink's death, while Gilbert's half-brother screams that he does not want to die. Gil tells his brother to have fun in hell. The man begs for his life as the sentence is carried out. At the same time in Quoll's palace, King Najenda tells his heir that this is what happens to rulers who disregard their people. Citizens are the ones holding up the crown. Without Zinkun, this war would have lasted much longer. The prince has things to say when they meet again. Gil thanks Jink. He cannot ever thank him enough. If Jink had not brought him to Quoll's side, Gil would have been executed with the rest of the royal family without ever avenging his mother. Jink's strategies stopped the stampede and took down 2 towns. Gil calls them even. The real work starts here. With the royals Axel, and Axel's lackeys gone, barely anyone is left to help govern Nazar's remaining civilians. Condolences go to His Majesty, worked off his feet. A hippogriff carriage is ready and they can set out any time. But Jink has something to do first. He asks them to let Dan and Chris know to head back first. He promised the ancient dragon a proper burial, safe travels. Having tied up their loose ends, they put Nazar's capital behind them. Ziza Bernhard managed to escape, and they could not defeat the fallen angel. But those are not Jink's problem now. One last thing he knows for sure, the last chains that bound him after his banishment have finally fallen apart. In the deep woods, Ian puts up rope markers in case they get lost. Someone asks what he is doing, and it feels as if they have shrunk down among the trees. It is a massive forest on the unexplored no-man's land borders of Nazar and Quoll. No one comes here. Hippogriff's homing instincts should get them back okay, but if they go in too deep they will not come out again. They look for a nearby open area. This spot looks good. Jink tells everyone to make golems and set them to digging. They are staying here. The next day, he tells the ancient dragon he does not think they could have defeated Mikhail without it. May it rest in peace, and thank you. He means it. Back at Zink's mansion in Quoll, Urza and the others welcome them home, safe at last. Thanks for taking care of the place. Someone teases that they miss seeing Ian's handsome face. Jink introduces Gilbert, who helped during the war. His Majesty has given him land and a title, and he will be joining Clan Regalia. So mind their manners. He plans to take the entrance exams, and Gilbert will teach their trends and strategies. Someone thought Jink would finally be able to take it easy. His Majesty gave rewards for their service, and working hard to help a friend is very like Zinc-sama. Marina gets tea and snacks. Her slave contract will be upgraded to a subordinate contract, and she can register as an adventurer, taking the rank up test at the same time. Several days later at the Adventurers Guild, they wish Marina good luck. They are headed for Gamel so Marina can take the rank up test right away. They are going to make it big. All the adventurers here are either too embarrassed to lose to a child or scared of her strength. Everyone has heard about their war efforts. Looking at all these layabouts, they might have to ask Luke from Elder Tree. Bogart will be the examiner. Will and Karen need not hold back, but try not to kill him. He has finally been promoted to S rank. Guild points and requirements are done, so when Marina is promoted their guild's rank will rise to S2. Luke was free as well but was too scared of her, so he turned the examiner role over. Bogart likes being alive. They are called into the arena. And so Marina starts her rank up exam. She immediately summons a sized up Marimo and squish both Bogart and the spectators, passing with flying colors. She apologizes frantically while someone calls for zinc. And the story of after being deported from the country, I became the fourth enchanter in the world closes on that lively peacetime beat.